Welcome everybody to day 2 of the RIFTBOUND regional qualifier. We are doing a pre-show here for the next 4.5 hours. So if you want to watch day 2 action, it's going to start in 4 hours and about 20 minutes into the stream. You can just fast forward to like 4:20. And yeah, we're going to be doing a pre-show. We're going to be talking about the meta, talking about the tournament. I've got some friends that are there who have given me some feedback about some of the issues that they've had at the event. There's actually a lot of really interesting stuff to discuss. And then I went to bed yesterday just before round 4 kicked off on the stream. So we've got a lot of Riftbound action to watch. There's like 5 hours or so. So probably going to be watching most of it on ×2 speed. I'm going to do some casting because I need to practice my Riftbound casting. But yeah, we're just going to have a nice fun time. We might even look at some Spirit Forge stuff if we feel like it. But yeah, mainly going to be watching day 1 stuff, talking about the meta spread, talking about the event, talking about the meta. Thank you to the channel sponsor, Card Market. If you guys are in Europe, Card Market is the biggest place to, well, the biggest marketplace to buy singles online in Europe. And they sponsor the channel, so thanks to Card Market for the continued support. Watch us still drop in. Again, we had our restock in Germany this week, so prices starting to tumble quite heavily. It's not quite down by a third, the Watcher, but it's getting close to it, so that's nice to see. I'm sure there's some other cards, though, that are probably going up in price. Like I would imagine, for example, the seals are probably starting to go up in price a little bit. Tide Turner's only €5, 5 cents rather. That's really good. Like, such a good card, mate. I'm quite interested on like the seals because I mean I need to buy some blue seals, mate. To be honest, Seal of Discord's the purple one. That you're looking at 13 quid, which is like $16 on that seal. It's dropping a bit. Seal of Strength, I think, is the orange one. That's probably gone up quite a bit. That's actually similar. I'm surprised that that's the same amount. I would have thought that the orange one is quite a bit more than the purple one. The green one is like also $15. Seal of You Rage is the red one. That should be quite a lot because of Jinx. And maybe Kaiser could play it as a one-off. It's almost 20. It's like $22. Seal of Rage is the one I just looked at. I need to learn all of the domain names. Seal of Unity is yellow. That's probably the most expensive. Yeah, 25 quid. It's like $28. And finally, the one I care about is the blue one. But which one is that? Insight, maybe? Yeah, interesting. But yeah, let's look at the meta spread. Thanks again, Card Market, for sponsoring. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Give the stream a like if you like what you see on YouTube. It helps actually a ton. So thanks for that, and welcome everyone on Twitch. We are just going to be chilling, watching some games from yesterday. First and foremost, so let's look at the meta of the tournament. And in fact, while we're looking at the meta of the tournament, let me start off by reading you some stuff that I was just speaking to a friend of mine who played at the weekend yesterday. They actually ended up 70th place. They bubbled out of the top 64 cut. And they've actually run into quite a few issues, unfortunately, at the event, which I think is interesting to share. So the most alarming part, probably, I mean, I asked him about the tournament platform, if there was issues with the tournament platform, because the day went on for ages yesterday. It was like a 13-hour day for 9 rounds. So I asked him, was it the tournament platform that was causing delays, or was it just the overtime? Because the Riftbound tournament platform is made by the same people that made the Lorcana one. And as many Lorcana people know, there's been all sorts of issues with that software when it comes to big events. Big delays. Like at the event I was at recently where I competed in a 2,000 player event in America. They had to print off paper deck lists every round, which obviously causes quite a significant delay. But he said actually that the tournament platform held up. It was actually the overtime that was causing a lot of issues. And he said that judges weren't really handing out warnings for slow play enough. But it doesn't surprise me because in Riftbound, I always felt like the overtime rules are too much. Like you basically get 5 turns. So when time is called, the player that's turn it is turn 0. And then it will go turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. So the player that doesn't, basically the player would get, so Time, turn 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, the player who is the active player when time is called will get 2 more turns once they pass their turn, right? Which I understand why you would want that, because 1 turn's kind of like not enough and you can start abusing clocks a bit more. The problem is as soon as time is called in any game, you're extremely incentivized to play quite slowly and min-max everything, right? So in Riftbound, when time is called, at the end of turn 5, the player with the most points will win that game. So in that position, you can really min-max everything, right? And therefore, you're going to play very slowly naturally. Both players will. And 5 turns is already a lot. Like, that's a lot of turns in a game of Riftbound, particularly in the later stages in the game. So basically what this means is, even though the round length, I think, is 50 minutes, I would imagine that overtime is probably taking, on average, 25 to 30 minutes. Because bear in mind, it's not just... the overtime isn't about the average amount of time that the overtime takes. The average overtime would be what is the longest, what game takes the longest to finish in the building on average, right? Because you can only go to the next round when every game is finished, right? So if the average overtime is 15 minutes, but you've got some in there which are taking 25, 30 minutes, well, that's actually going to be the time extension, right? So I have a feeling they might be forced, and I always felt it. I think they're probably going to end up reducing the overtime to 3 turns in Swiss in particular. Because a 13-hour day for 9 rounds is a little excessive. It's a bit too much. For everybody involved, for the judges, for the players, for the production team, it's just a lot. That's a long time, right? And I don't know if there was a lunch break, but I assume there wasn't. So that's one issue. Now, another issue, and I don't want to just talk about the issues, by the way, because I think it's been a brilliant event. But one issue that I've been told, and obviously I can't verify this, it's just what I've been told. But my friend here, he had a first round bye because he won a skirmish, which is an awesome thing. However, there's a bit of an issue with the way that the buys were contributing towards your tiebreakers. It obviously, like, getting a first round bye is great, but there's actually a pretty big argument that having a bye was a downside for this tournament. In fact, I would go as far to say that it was, which is obviously not good, because you earned the bye by winning a tournament. Because, let me just see what my friend told me. He said having a bye was almost bad. Everyone who had buys round 1 got paired into someone with a bye. That went on along the whole tournament. All my opponents had a bye. So my friend went 7-2. I guess 6-2 plus the bye over the course of the rounds. He finished 70th on tiebreakers, right? But every round he played somebody else that also had got a bye. So by getting a bye, you're put into this like part of the bracket where you're playing against other people with buys because you're matched on like tiebreakers, right? And the tiebreaker for the bye was actually quite bad because the first tiebreaker is your game wins, which, by the way, I think is a brilliant tiebreaker. It's something that I've been very frustrated in Disney Lorcana, that the top tiebreaker in Disney Lorcana is opponent match win percentage, whereas in my opinion, it should be your number of game wins, right? Like if you go 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and you lose 2 games 2-1, you should be rewarded for that. I think it's a really good tiebreaker to have as the top one. I actually am a big fan of that. But a bye in the tiebreakers is, I think, counted as 0 game wins, right? That's basically the issue here, is the buys, certainly the buys that are rewarded for winning a qualifier should be rewarded as a 2-0 victory, not as a 0-0 victory, right? Where you just, because it's not like you didn't do anything. You won a whole damn tournament to get that bye. Because what that also means is that everybody that got a bye and is clearly an extremely good player because they won a skirmish, all the players that put in the extra work doing skirmishes paired into each other. And what that also means is the people that didn't win a skirmish avoided for a large part of the tournament the people that won the skirmishes. So there's a big problem, to be completely honest. I mean, it's not going to really impact anything in the grand scheme of things for like the overall vibe of the tournament. It's not going to have like a huge impact because the best players are still going to rise to the top, but it's definitely going to impact it somewhat, in my opinion. Like, I mean, it just will. I don't even think it's an opinion. I think it's just a fact. Obviously, again, I don't have this like information giga verified. This is just based off what a friend of mine who's a very trustworthy guy has told me. Now, another issue that he's run into is, even though he had a lot of fun, but he told me he played against a Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro, a TFT World Champ, Hearthstone Pro, Fab Pro, One Piece Pro. I know that he also played against Alan, who's a Runeterra Pro. So, like, it does seem that this, like, buy bracket was just giga stacked. Like, absolutely giga stacked, which basically means that there's a lot of people that have avoided playing against that giga stacked part of the bracket, and the people in that part of the bracket have really earned their place there. So it's a very interesting dynamic. I imagine it will get fixed for the future. I had a question: is the most points wins the game at the end of the turn new thing? I didn't watch any feature matches that did this. Is the most points wins the game at the end of turns thing new? No, that's not new. But bear in mind, that's only when you go to time, right? That's only when, like, if you play beyond the time limit, that comes into thing. But that's always been the rules. I've been playing the game for like 4 months before, when it was just out in China, and that was also the same thing. Yeah, so just to be clear, let's say you're in game 2 when time is called. The winner of game 2 will be the player with the most points when time is called, but that won't mean that you're like the winner of the whole series, right? You would just win game 2. So then you would either win 2-0 or it would be a 1-1 draw. And in a similar vein, if you're in game 3 when time is called, whoever wins that is obviously going to win the whole series. And if it's a tie, it's a tie. Whereas so basically, if you're in game 2 when time is called, you could end up drawing the whole thing still, blah, blah, blah. Achieving the goal, the winner of the match is the one who has won the most games. If all sides have equal game wins, the match is a draw. If the competition round ends, yeah. Top 8 shouldn't have time limit. Does top 8 have time limit? Unsure. Not sure. But yeah, obviously we've only had day 1 so far. But yeah, so there's a few issues. Now, the other issue I wanted to talk about is in relation to side events. Because I was like, bro, like, okay, well, get your head up. I was like, why are you still awake? Go play some side events tomorrow. And he said, only thing left to play today is a side event where you need 3 decks. Now my badge has a $50 voucher for side events left. Can't redeem tickets or anything for that. Nothing else to play. So $50 just vanish. They also let 1.3k people play instead of the cap of 1,024, but didn't play more rounds. Hence why there were so many X2s that bubbled. They did a lot of good, but they also messed up a lot. They had to repair the last round as well with the tournament platform. That was the only issue. But yeah, basically, like, all the side events are sold out apart from a triple deck type thing. And that's a problem if you're like someone that was playing the main event until the last round, right? You've got your main event ticket. You're probably not going to be able to play any side events the following day. So listen, they're learning. Obviously, UVS have been doing events before. So you would hope that things would have been a little bit smoother in that sense. But to be honest, for a first event, it seems like it's gone smoothly. But obviously there's some issues there. Now I have to say, the broadcast is without doubt the best card game stream quality for a first run probably in history. Obviously, I haven't actually seen many card games first ever competitive streams, but there's no way that there is a card game that has ever done a higher quality first stream than that. It was brilliant. Very, very little downtime. Great match selection. That was also aided, of course, by the brilliant decision to offer unique prizes to the best performing player with each legend. And that is why we see every single deck in the game with at least 13 players using it. So that's brilliant. absolutely amazing. If the game is incomplete at the end of additional turns, the winner of the game is the one with the highest scores. Yeah, it's always been there. I actually really like the overtime with RIFTBOUND. I just think that 5 turns was always going to be too much because how long some of these turns can take in the later parts of the game. Like, you're looking at least 20 minutes being added onto each round. So even though the rounds are 50 minutes, like, basically what you should do, in my opinion, is make it like an hour timer and 3 turns. I think that you would just end up with like, it's better because you have a little bit less time pressure for everybody and you have probably the same amount of time. Maybe even just keep it at 50 and add 3 turns. Like, I think the problem with 3 turns is that the player whose turn it is when time is called only will get 1 other turn after that. And therefore you can do some like clock metagaming. Like, it basically, you can play the clock a little bit more in that case, which is definitely a concern. I think that's probably why they've done it. But unfortunately, I just think that 5 turns is too much. And yeah, maybe it's also just a matter of in Swiss, you could have 3 turns, and then in Top Cut, you could go to 5. That could also be a different approach, right? Because I just think in Swiss, like, the day 13 hours for 9 rounds is probably longer than they want it to be. For judge, I mean, I don't know how judge pay works, right? Like broadcast pay works, but you like pay by the hour, blah, 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 I don't know. But it's very quickly going to add up. And also like venue costs. A lot of venues won't want you to be in the venue for that long. But now let's look at the meta. Now, important, huge, massive asterisks in this. A lot of people are looking at Kaiser and saying, oh, it's only 33% of the meta. It's not quite as dominant in terms of meta share as people expected. 33% is a huge amount. It is for the first set, and people are pointing out, I've been reading a lot of comments, well, 33% for first... 33% for Kaiser is not as bad as we thought. However, it's honestly worse than I thought it would be because like this is a tournament where you are like massively rewarded to play something off meta to get the best of champ prize. Now, maybe this is a prize that not that many people were aware of, but I mean, if you look at it, right, if we add up these percentages, let's say from like Jinx below, I think Darius is kind of a legit deck, but probably from here, I would say Leona and down. These are like decks which like would not be represented as much if people weren't chasing the legend, right, prize. So 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 16. So 16% of the meta, let's say that an extra, I would say probably 10% of these players, like a total, right? Like 2/3 of these players are probably playing, if not more. Like, are you really going to expect to see 20 Volibears, Lee Sins? I think it's actually more, right? Probably like 90% of these players, maybe even, are playing these decks partly because they want to get that unique prize. Because I think that's the highest EV that you could do. Basically, the highest EV prize, expected value, if you go into this tournament, if you're just literally looking to turn... go to this event and have the best percentage chance to win a valuable prize, the answer was to play Garen, right? The answer was to play Garen because you only have to beat 12 other players on Garen and you get a unique Garen legend, which is going to be worth quite a bit. Now, Jinx is also going to be worth quite a bit. Lux, like some of these more popular characters, right? So I think that like probably like 80, 90% of these people. So let's say like, I don't know, 5% were going to play these anyway. Like 11% of the meta is probably playing something a little bit unorthodox. I think it's probably close to like 15 because also probably like Teemo and Annie and Misfortune and Set and Viktor also got bolstered a little bit with the consideration of that, right? Like Kaiser is like the worst EV legend to play. Even though it's the best deck, it's like you've got the worst chance of securing this. So if you're like not one of the best players, if you're like someone that's good at the game, but you're kind of just looking to make top cut or something, right? Maybe Kaiser, I don't know. Basically, like a lot of these players would have just played Kaiser otherwise, right? To be honest. Like out of all the decks that would have lost a percentage of the meta, it's Kaiser. So many of these people are saying, okay, I'm not playing the best deck in the game, because I can chase a different prize. Probably Kaiser, I would say lost, I don't know, 5% of the meta, roughly. I would say that Kaiser, if this format, if there was not this prizing of best legend gets an additional prize, I think that you're looking at Kaiser probably around the 38% mark. Obviously, that's a huge estimate, but that's intuitively, that's where I would probably guess. And that's a massive percentage of it. But obviously, Kaiser's also had the best results. I did predict yesterday that I don't think it's going to win. Master Yi's in at 15, Annie at 11, and then Teemo creeping up as the fourth most is nice to see at 6. Ari at 6. Ari also probably one of these bolstered quite a lot by the prize there, because Ari is like going to be worth a lot, like a unique Ari, a unique Teemo is going to be worth a lot. Misfortune also probably bolstered quite a bit by that. Like you would expect Set to be represented more than Ari and Misfortune, and maybe even Teemo, if it wasn't for this prizing. And then, yeah, Leona's right up there, Yasuo, Jinx. Like, you would expect Darius to be above Jinx, Yasuo, and Leona if you're just going on competitive viability, probably. But yeah, I think it's awesome. Awesome incentive. Star Wars Unlimited does something similar. In Star Wars Unlimited, you just get a showcase of that leader that you use, whereas this is something one step further. It's taking that idea and improving upon it, because you're actually getting a unique version of it that you can only get from this prize. Super duper cool. I'm a huge fan of it. Are you okay, boys? You being nice to each other, yeah? Is he being nice to you? So, without any further ado, your number 1 seed on Misfortune. Let's go. Congrats, mate. That's awesome. Big congratulations. I'm very excited to watch day 2. We are going to watch some more of day 1. Starting with where I left yesterday in round 4. We're probably going to watch on 2x speed. Playback speed. 1.75. We got a lot to get through. So, we got Jim, who is a YouTuber from Arcane Academy. Definitely worth checking out their content. And we got J-Dog. I did sort of watch the prelude to this, and one of the casters, who's a game dev for Riot, they know both of these players from Magic. And yeah, another interesting thing to note is that they were mentioning other card games on the stream. Like Magic got name dropped, Hearthstone, Flesh and Blood, probably others after I went to bed. It's criminal they never put you on stream. Well, it happens. I'm sure you can bounce back and get, as top seed, you got a good chance of it. So, turn 1 Jinx. That's a crazy opening. We see the Ravenbloom student, and Jim just goes straight for the Jinx into double chompers. Like, look at that opening. I love Jinx. I have a signature Chinese Jinx in my collection. It is my prize Riftbound thingamajigger. Part of my collection. Like, that is an insane turn 1. But also, like, Jim is spending giga power on that. He didn't enter Jinx ready, but she costs a power to play, and he spent 2 power on chompers. Like, even though this is a giga opening, I have to ask, like, how good was this really? Would have liked to have done it like 1 turn later, for example, probably. Maybe, I don't know. Scrap Heap from Zormoran. So it's also interesting, like, another thing to consider with Jinx is, do you actually want to play Scrap Heaps? Because my initial assessment was no, that you don't, because it has like counter synergy with the Jinx legend. But I think that the reality is, the more I've been thinking about it, is that, yeah, you do still want to play them. And you just start using your Jinx legend as a benefit in the late game. You can't just rely on your Jinx legend for your whole draw, because then you just go to top deck mode too quickly, and it's just going to go quite pear-shaped quite quickly. You right, boy? I've got 2 cats near me. We see now the Chemtech come in. This is, let me see if I can improve the quality. My only criticism of the stream, really, because I think the casting that I saw was brilliant. The match selection was great. The only criticism is the top-down camera, I think, is a little bit fuzzy. It might actually be there in coder settings to Twitch/YouTube, because I would imagine the camera quality they're using is probably very high, but it didn't quite translate to the stream as nicely as you would like. Like, I would say that my camera quality of my own streams on the top down is higher than this. And I use a webcam, a very good webcam, but a webcam nonetheless. You okay, mate? Be nice, please. Cat's fighting. Lol. So, Jim is now with the Jinx ready, the Chemtech and the Chompers. We saw Kai'Sa take down. Jim's like looking to get points nice and early on in the game as a 2-2. I love to see Jinx on stream, man. It's super duper cool. And then again, going wide with that Chompers in the early game, allowing you to score lots of points. I'm actually just going to go straight to ×2 speed because we've got a lot of action to watch today. We've got a lot to catch up on. Yeah, I think the scrap has to be in the mix because I played Jinx a lot without it. I also love the 12 red runes in this deck with Twisted Fates. I actually think it's very good and probably correct. Just 12 red runes, baby. You don't get to play Ride the Wind. That's the biggest downside. You can't play like Rebukes. But I don't think there's like that many. There's also like the guy that you can play cheaply if you have the more cards in your discard. But Twisted Fate, 12 red runes is a serious option in this deck. Maybe it's not optimal, but it's certainly extremely reasonable. Certainly how I would play the deck. Another reason I would play it that way is because like if I want to play like cards like Ride the Wind, I would just play Annie, right? So like what can Jinx do differently? And it's like, well, it can just play 12 red runes. So Falling Star comes through. And the 2 reflective triggers do now target the Traveling Merchant. It's cleared up. You can respond to each reflective trigger. Then we see the Student. It's now at 3 might, but doesn't go for the Chemtech Enforcer, interestingly. 1 rune was up here for Jim. Does Hextech Ray it? So another heavy power cost for Jim. It's quite possible, as we now see the Darius come through, quite possible Jim is playing Red Seals. Very, very possible. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for being here and chatting. Please also consider giving the stream a like. It really is the best thing that you can do to help more people see my content, so I appreciate you. But yeah, this is like a problem with the Jinx Power Hungry as we see the Falling Star come through. That's also really nice, but like you can see it's giga power hungry. Just being at 2 runes when Kai'Sa's at this many, it's tough. That's why I wasn't sure about the opening line from Jim to spend that much power cost that early. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I can see why Jim made the play, and it's possible that they didn't have anything else that they could have done in that spot. But like it feels very bad to be spending 3 power cost on your very, very first turn, right? So yeah, Red Seal definitely seems like an important part of the puzzle when you're playing Jinx. I would play 3 Red Seal and 3 Twisted Fate. That would definitely be my approach to Jinx. So we see Stack Deck come through for 1, Cleave, Vi, and 1 other card there that I can't quite make out. And yeah, it's like, what is your win condition when you play Jinx, right? I really like the Jinx Champion. I also see a lot of these Jinx decks only playing 1 copy of that card, which I find baffling. I think this card is like exceptionally good with this legend. I would play 3. Like I really like the Jinx Champion. So Traveling Merchant comes through, discards Fight or Flight, Cleave comes through on Traveling Merchant, but then it's going to be a retreat from J-Dog onto Kai'Sa, which allows them to also draw 1 card because of the battlefield and ramp once with Retreat. Retreat is a pain in the butt to deal with. Nox is Hopeful for 2, and then a card being hidden. So Jinx, hiding cards. Tide Turner, I would imagine, is a card that I would certainly play in Jinx. So Tide Turner, it could be Fight or Flight. They're the main 2 that immediately come to mind. And, oh, Teemo. Yeah, Teemo also makes sense because Jinx, you want to, like, empty your hand. And there's not that many 2-drops. So, like, you actually need to be emptying your hand. But, yeah, the Teemo is kind of mediocre, to be honest. Taken out by Darius. Darius is just proving to be one of the best cards in the game. Obviously, going second against Kai'Sa is always going to be a big struggle. Jim is still definitely making a game of it. This is not over by any stretch. Like a Falling Star here or something, which can take out this Darius, like a Cleave or something. Could, like, definitely, I would say that Jim is still in a position where they could win the game here if they have the right cards available. How much value they've got off that Jinx legend so far, I'm not sure. There's a Falling Star to clean up Darius. It's another retreat. This is so strong because then this Darius can come in and clean up again next turn. And the problem that Jim's got here is that they don't have anything at the base. If they just had like one card chilling at the base here, they would be able to score a point and threaten to win next turn. So the fact that they don't have anything at the base to score an easy point here is a real bummer for them. Yordle is going to draw J-Dog a card. And you would then expect to see Darius come through if Jim was in the battlefield. J-Dog could still go for it to score an easy point and get to 6, which threatens to win next turn. Probably the Kaiser would be the play, though, to draw an additional card rather than the Darius. It is actually still going to be Darius, which is interesting. They value the stats more of the Darius than the card draw of the Kaiser. They basically say, I have enough cards in hand at this moment in time, and I want the Darius on the board, which I'm a little bit surprised by. But just stats are stats, right? Traveling Merchant goes off to the left. Scrap Heap discarded. That's a big moment, but it is going to be the Void Seeker onto the Traveling Merchant. No point scored. I suppose the Darius being on the board is like, even if the Yordle was to get removed, the Darius can easily move to the other battlefield and score both. So that's going to be GG. There's one open, but again, the Darius over the Kaiser there just kind of guarantees it. As long as J-Dog can play 2 cards, they secure it. So really, really good effort, to be honest, for Jinx going second. But you can really see that the problem that Jinx decks can run into, like despite this opener being giga good with like a Jinx and double chompers on the very first turn, the big issue here was the power costs, right? And also like even then, like the Scrap Heaps were good in drawing cards, but the part of the Scrap Heaps value is mitigated by the fact that you're not getting as much value from your Jinx Legend. And when you're paying this many power costs, it's hard to empty your hand because you don't have that many runes to play. Still don't understand why the Noxus Hopeful went to trash after that play. Which one? Which play, sorry? Which play? So we go to game 2. Tide Turner on 1. Not the best opener for Jim. I'm sure he's got many, many 2-drops, but it is still a good option. I love Tide Turner. Tide Turner's got to be in contention for my favourite card. Like Nocturne, Tide Turner. Quite possibly 2 of my favourites. Did J-Dog miss the trigger of the Arena's Greatest here, guys? Bruh, I think they did. Missed trigger, bro. So I'm not going to rewind it, Dino, but maybe someone in the comments can get back to you. But unfortunately, I guess I can't quite remember the moment. So that's interesting. The Brazen Buccaneer. This is a 4 might card. It's sorry, a 6 strength, 6 energy, 6 energy, 5 might card. But it only costs 4 energy if you discard a card. It's quite expensive. It's not a great card, but obviously with Jinx, like the discard is mitigated. But 4 cost is a lot in a Jinx deck, to be honest. I don't really know that I rate the Brazen Buccaneer in this deck list. I guess when you're playing Scrap Heaps as well, but I don't know. Like a lot of people just don't like the Jinx Champion in the main deck, but for me, I feel like the Jinx Champion is cracked. I gotta say, I really like the card, especially with like the, what's the Reaver's Row battlefield? Falling Star killed his own hopeful. Interesting. I guess I really wasn't paying that much attention at that point. Was it quite near the start of the game? So the sprite is not going to stick around. Bit of like a table tap. The Falling Star is so good. You've got to imagine Jim is playing Seals, right? Falling Star targets first before retreat. Ah, right. So yeah, Falling Star is a reflective trigger. Basically, Falling Star and Icarthian Rain are quite unique cards and very weird because they say do this. Basically, when you play a Falling Star or Icarthian Rain, you create...
All about you von Birdie.
Bro, Bro, song! Siri, stop! One second, let me just go talk to my girlfriend. Just had to turn that off. So I probably stopped her music. I pause. Sorry, I triggered Siri. I think it was my fault. So Teemo down into Targon's Peak. I mean, this game, like, the big difference is that Jim didn't burn so much power early on, but obviously the other big difference is he's going first. So he doesn't feel like he needs to make such a big play. I actually do quite like the play that Jim made at the start of the last game with the Jinx into double chompers. For falling star targets. So yeah, basically the way that it works with reflective triggers, just to wrap this up, is when you play Falling Star creates 2 triggers when you target later on. So you can, basically, when you play Falling Star, it creates 2 other triggers to deal 3 damage, and each of those triggers can be reacted to. It's quite weird. So basically, you can react to the Falling Star, right? Which is what happened here. But then the other, 5 p.m. UK time. But then the other thing you could do is you could respond also to the first Falling Star trigger, because you don't pick the targets for the Falling Star until the other triggers happen. So when you play Falling Star, you don't name your targets. You create 2 triggers. And then when those resolve, that's when you pick the targets for them. But when those triggers are resolving, you pick the target. Your opponent can also respond to each individual trigger. It's quite interesting and quite complicated. I'm not sure I really like that, to be honest. I think it's a bit unnecessarily complex. But maybe that's just me. The cards were good enough without the reflective triggers, right? I think the reflective triggers actually made them significantly stronger. And they were already 2 of the best cards in the game. So Darius and Yordle move in. Yordle has tank, but the fight or flight was used on Darius. And yeah, this is what Jim's looking to do. Like, going first, his deck is popping off. He's got more tempo. He would love a Tide Turner here. This is a great example of why Tide Turner is so good. You can Tide Turner, move the Brazen Buccaneer back to base, score a nice point. Like, he really wants to get to 6 this turn, but you basically want to get to 6 in the lowest commitment way possible. So he does have 1 purple rune available, which probably suggests he is playing Ride the Wind, which I think is very, very fair. It's a very, 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 very good card for an aggro deck. Another Falling Star cleaning up Darius. 5 runes still available. We didn't see any sign of the seal yet, but surely it's in the mix. So it looks like Vi's just going to conquer there, going to 6. Which means that Jim can win next turn. So you would imagine at this point, the Brazen Buccaneer goes back to base. Certainly how I would go about it. Jim agrees. And you kind of just accept that your Vi is going to get removed. Unless you have like a fight or flight, for example. So there's a floated rune there. But that floated rune doesn't go over to the next turn. So it is only 4 energy available here for Jim, even though they floated an energy. Or were able to float an energy. So there's a Falling Star. So you pick the targets. Teemo pops up. 4 might on Teemo. Stronger and more complicated. Make situations where if they cast Falling Star on a board where you have 1 unit intended to kill your 1 unit, use retreat, they're forced to target their own unit. Yeah, it's very complex. I don't like it personally. It's extremely unintuitive, I think. I would imagine that at some point they probably just get rid of that part of the game. So that's game. I kind of missed the pivotal moment because we're on ×2 speed. Right, because Jim holds this one and then the Jinx can just move in. Cool. As expected. That 6th point was just so important. I think the Jinx champion is so good. I would have played Jinx this weekend also. I'm actually really gutted I couldn't go, to be honest, but never mind. I'm excited for Bologna. Yeah, Reaver's Row. Yeah, this is what I expect to see going second, especially. Seems really good. So stack deck for Jim. I can see a Pouty Poro, which is probably going to be the card that he wants most against Kaiser on turn 1. There's a Pouty Poro, there's a Traveling Merchant, and there's one other card. But yeah, I think the Poro's got to be the card that you go for here. And just whack it straight down to base. And that's exactly what he does. And then for J-Dog... Did he miss the Arena's Greatest trigger when it's his own? Bro missed the Arena's Greatest trigger. That's so dead. That's so dead that you can miss the trigger of this. That is so ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. That is ridiculous. They wrote it. That's the rules. All power to Jim. He's following the rules. But bro, the rules also say that both players are responsible for maintaining a proper game state. How can you miss a trigger like Arena's Greatest? That is so dead. There's no way that stays, right? Surely they change that. Like, why do we want to create an atmosphere that rewards players, like, not helping out their opponent and just, like, being courteous? And I'm not saying Jim isn't being courteous, by the way. I'm not. But, like, do you not think the game would be a much more welcoming environment for everybody if, like, mandatory triggers just existed in this game? Oh, by the way, man, you missed your Arena's Greatest. It's like, oh, thanks. It's like, yeah, no problem. Because, like, if you're Jim... In this particular situation, if that is the rules, which it's not, so all power to Jim, he's absolutely doing what he should be doing. It's a big competitive tournament. He should be doing that because that's literally what the rules say. But like, do you not think it would be a better for everybody and a more welcome environment if you miss a mandatory trigger, your opponent is actively encouraged to inform you of it because it's on you to maintain a proper game state? It's just a better, more welcome environment. They're like, oh, thanks, man. Well, it's like, well, yeah, but I'm obliged to do so for the rules. I'm rooting for Teemo. Me too. Teemo is the deck I predicted to win. Mainly because, the main reason I'm rooting for Teemo is because on my tier list video that I posted 4 months ago, I very controversially put Teemo into the top mix. I said that I really believe in this deck. I think it's very, very good. So, right, let's try and predict what Jim's going to do. He's got a Pouty Poro at base. He's going second. He's got 5 runes. Kaiser has nothing open. So that's actually very good. You're definitely just going to move Pouty Poro into Reaver's Row. And this is an example of why Reaver's Row is so good. Jim doesn't need to worry about... Like, basically, when you play an aggro deck in this game, you want to conquer a battlefield for the lowest commitment possible. But a lot of the time... Conquering a battlefield is a huge commitment because your opponent is just going to be able to, like, remove your guy. Whereas Reaver's Row, particularly when going second here, is allowing Jim to conquer this battlefield and still protect his card. So obviously Jim is going to, like, move into Reaver's Row and J-Dog will move the Watchful Sentry away unless he wants the card draw. Yeah, missing your own Arena's Greatest is pretty hilarious. I agree. Then if I pose you this, Aspirant's Crown means you need to get to 9. Doesn't it just say you need an extra point to win? Which it does mean you get to 9. But Arena's Greatest, you start with an extra point. What happens if you play both with your... If Arena's Greatest said you have to get to 6 points to win, and then Aspirant's Crown said you have to get to 9, what happens if both are in play? That's why they have to be actually worded in that way, right? So I do think the wording is actually thought out in that case. Yeah, a lot of players will exploit things like this. And to be fair to them, in this situation, like Riot literally... Obviously, I posted a whole video about it. Riot changed the rules somewhat. which I think is extremely good. But I just think, like, why do mandatory triggers not exist? Like, the cards are written like they should exist. So it is all quite weird. I don't really understand. So what's like the ideal play here for Jim? Another thing that Jim might be tempted to do here is they might just be tempted to move into Arena's Greatest with the Poro and then like accelerate the Jinx to the left. I would imagine that that's a little bit too power hungry though. That's a 2 power cost play. At this stage in the game, I imagine that Jim is probably just going to move into Reaver's Row and then just set something up at base this turn. I think that's probably the line here for Jim. So Poro goes to the left. 5 runes still available. I love watching Jinx. Jinx is my favourite. So 5 runes available. Buccaneer costs 4. He doesn't look too happy. Just something like a Pouty Poro at base would be nice. Merchant at base is also solid, and a Vi at base is reasonable. Power cost there a little bit, unfortunately. We still haven't seen a single seal from Jim, which surprises me at this stage. If Jim had a seal in hand, he would have played it alongside this Vi. Like a red seal in Jinx for me is auto-include actually with the legend ability. Yeah, so the Pouty Poro moves back to base as expected, making full use of the Reaver's Row. And then not much else from J-Dog. Just moves the Watchful Sentry. This is like an example of conquering a battlefield for the lowest commitment possible. Like 1 might units are exceptional in this game because a 1 might unit is the, especially one that like Watchful Sentry that can draw a card, it is the lowest commitment way to win a battlefield, right? Like a very good low commitment way of winning a battlefield here from Jim was using the Reaver's Row to like move his Poro away. But usually for most battlefields, just a 1 might guy to just score some cheap points is absolutely brilliant. And it's also why I think a lot of people underestimate how good 2-drops are in this game, because there's no 1-drop units, there's no 1 energy units that you can play, right? Currently. When those exist, oof, I'll like them a lot. So we see the Traveling Merchant move in, discarding the Chemtech Enforcer, which is a card which when you play discards and gets +2 might when attacking. It's a really nice card in a Jinx deck, but that's a nice cheap point for Jim. When does it start? It starts in like 3 hours, 20 minutes. Probably like 3 hours, 40 minutes. And then a Falling Star comes through. Reflective Trigger, and then you target the Sprite Mother and the Student. Leaving the Sprite seems very good. Vi could just recycle 1 card here to take out the Sprite. And that is exactly what is going to happen, I think. I really want Jim to do it. I really want to see Jim taking it. But we do see a smoke screen come through from Kaiser. Vi taken down. Big moment there to get rid of that Vi. Time Warp in hand for J-Dog is an absolute disaster. I'm not quite sure why they have not sideboarded that card out in this matchup. That seems like a gross misplay in the sideboard. But that again just reflects how skill intensive Riftbound is. And maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe it's actually a banger, but it's just a little bit early to be drawing it. I would just imagine that Time Warp is going to be too slow in this matchup. How are you going to get to 10 power? I mean, maybe you do. Maybe J-Dog is about to make me look like an absolute mug. And actually, I can see a world where the Time Warp is actually quick enough. Nox is hopeful. Yeah, I mean, Charm especially. Smokescreen's a good card, but the power cost is very heavy, to be honest, on Smokescreen. That Falling Star is brutal, but the Pouty Poro pulling its weight, forcing a recycle is a big deal. And also, like, leaving that 1 energy up when it could have been an accelerated Kaiser is extremely telegraphed that J-Dog has a 1 energy combat trick in hand, but maybe it's just a bluff. Maybe it's just a bluff. Pouty Poro goes in, scores a point. So far, I haven't seen any like Purple Domain power cost cards for Jim, but he must have something in there. Otherwise, why would you play a purple power at all? Ride the Wind would be the most obvious. Is there any other purple power cards you guys think could be in this Jinx deck? I think it's only Ride the Wind that I would be interested in. Oh, also like that other card, which is this Titano was just a 2 might guy, did nothing. Just the other one is and actually it was a bad thing. Like you actually want the Pouty Poro at the battlefield here because of Hextech Ray, right? You actually don't want the Titano at the Reaver's Row. You would want the Pouty Poro there. I guess maybe you could argue you want the power to power at base. But yeah, like this is why I was saying it's a bad thing. So this tide turner was a bit of a stinker. You can decline on the tide turner, I believe. I believe it is a May. So, because that's the other thing. We're talking about missed triggers and stuff, right? The other big problem about being able to miss triggers is like, can you miss a trigger then accidentally when it benefits you, right? Let's say tide turner is like a mandatory trigger. Can I accidentally not do it? Accidentally? And it's like, okay, well, you can't prove my intent. It's just very murky. I just think it makes no sense. I don't really understand the logic behind it. I'm sure there is logic behind it, but I think that the negatives of it, whatever the logic is, the negative for me are always going to outweigh the positives. Okay, we finally see a purple domain card, and as predicted, it is Ride the Wind, which allows you to move one of your units and ready it. But we actually saw it discarded by the Jinx here. Jinx discarding Ride the Wind in a scrap heap. Jim's in a pretty good spot here. The problem he has is he doesn't have enough energy for fight or flight next turn in J-Dogs. But yeah, I was just about to say, maybe you could end up hiding a fight or flight. That would be a great option. So I imagine that fight or flight is hidden to the right and maybe tide turner hidden to the left here. Just one energy available for Jim. Look at how power hungry this deck is. Still no sign of the red seal though, which really surprises me. Tide turner is my prediction. Am I right? Ooh, it's a fight or flight. J-Dog not able to deal with the Poro. So what is it to the right? Surely it's another fight or flight, right? It has to be another fight or flight. Yeah, it is, but it still dies because of the falling star. Noxus Hopeful puts J-Dog up to 6. I think that's going to be game. Probably. Maybe. Jim, the problem here is just too short on runes. Only 3 available. You could get to 7 this time, but is it even worth it? Jim decides that it is. Ride the Wind plus Cleave could get them there here. When does day 2 start? It starts in like 3.5 hours. Ride the Wind Cleave would be an out. I think that might be the only possibility. So here we go to turns, right? This is turn 1. So the other thing that Jim could start doing at this stage is just trying to like be ahead. Yeah, he doesn't look too thrilled. Chemtech Enforcer. Discard Falling Star. Could have instead played the Falling Star. So basically what Jim is saying here is if I can hold, I have a chance. But Catherine Rain comes through, that's GG. J-Dog missing, by the way, the arena's greatest trigger in this one, right? So, but that was a really good effort from Jim. Going second as Jinx against Kaiser is tricky. They got pretty close both games. I liked the look of the deck overall, but the alarming thing for me there is the lack of the red seal. I really want to play Jinx, but I haven't touched it because I don't really think I want to play the deck without the red seal. I just think it's an absolute no-brainer. Maybe they play it. We didn't see any evidence of it, though. We didn't see any evidence of it. Am I doing live comms? Yeah, I'm going to be watching all of day 2. We'll probably listen to like yesterday I listened to a lot of the cast during the stream. I'll probably do some more commentary myself because I need to get better at it. So we're going to be live all day here until the final. It's going to be a slogger of a stream. It's probably going to be like a 12-hour stream. I only had 1 red power. Was there anything? Oh, yeah, with Falling Star. Right. Yeah, that 1 purple rune. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I'm talking about in the Jinx deck, I think that there's a very, very, very good argument to play 12 red runes with Twisted Fate. Let me show you my list quickly for Jinx. It's kind of a rough list because I haven't really played it much. It was the first deck I built. The first deck I built, like many months ago, was Jinx, and then the second one I built was Teemo. So they're like 2 decks I like a lot. I called this one Budget Jinx. So this is without a red seal because it's budget. I put the red seal here, right? And I didn't put Falling Stars in it because it was a budget version. But yeah, basically, like I would play the same list, but add Falling Star in. And red seals, and maybe scrap heaps. But yeah, Darius may be too expensive in a Jinx deck, to be honest. But I mean, bro, this card's so cracked. Like, you're not going to be able to play Darius unless you play Red Seal, right? But the idea of this one is you play 12 red runes. So you can't play, like, any... I mean, I think Ride the Wind is the main card you want to play that you can't play. But you get access to this guy. This card is such a Chad card. When I attack, reveal the top rune of your rune deck, then recycle it. Do one of the following based on its domain. So if you play 12 red runes, when Twisted Fates attacks, you deal 2 to an enemy unit here and 1 to all other enemy units here. That's so cool. Can I show you your favorite Teemo deck? I mean, I have a few. I'm going to post a video on Teemo next week. I'm kind of just wanting to wait a little bit to see what happens. This is my vanilla Teemo deck, which is basically not playing... It's not playing Nocturne, and it's not playing Blue Seals. My favorite version of Teemo actually plays Blue Seal. I'm a big Seal fan in general. But yeah, basically, I think this is like a very vanilla. Most people would not play this either. I haven't really tested it that much. It's more just something I wanted to test. You can just put Bandletree in here. It's like a very vanilla battlefield. I don't think Bandletree is very good though. But yeah, something like this. Basically, like, I think this is like super vanilla. I would maybe want 3 gusts as well. I think I want 3 gusts. But I like this deck. It's a tempo orientated list. I think you want to build it quick. I think all of these cards are basically just good. Scrap Heap you sideboard out, of course. Also, I have Sneaky Deck Can on the sideboard, which I think is the one thing I would probably change. I don't think I would do that. Don't think I would play this. Probably Sprite Call instead is better. But then if you play, like, you could also like sideboard in like the blue Teemo and Nocturne and play Candlelit Sanctum. I think that's an interesting approach. And then the other approach is you play Blue Seals, which I think are personally the best way to build this deck. I've sworn by this for like 3 or 4 months. So I'm going to be very, very fascinated to see if any of the Teemo players in the top are playing Blue Seals, because it's a card I've sworn by for so long. Basically, by playing Blue Seals, you can be heavy on the Sprite Mothers and heavy on the Singularities, which I saw like Prismatic, he actually made top cut. He only lost one game yesterday, which was the one on stream against Kaiser, and he was playing Sprite Mothers and Singularities without the Seals, which I find quite fascinating. I also like this card quite a bit against Kaiser as a tech with Blue Seal. But yeah, there's a few ways you can build Teemo, but like the vanilla way is this way. Gust, Retreat, like all these cards in the deck are just good. They're just very, very good. I love this card too. I think it's so brilliant. All right, so we've got Viktor versus Master Yi. Look forward to that deck card. Thanks. It might be out like next week, but probably what I'll do is after this event, I'm going to use a lot of the, rather than trying to record my own gameplay and my own decks, I'll use like decks that perform this weekend that we have gameplay for. I think that's probably the content approach, because it's so much time and effort that can go into recording gameplay, to be honest, and I'm a bit strapped for time, and it's, yeah, I think like quality-wise, the stuff that you can get here, like the gameplay quality and the deck building quality is just so high. Need to find it. Well, it'll be public after today. I'll definitely be covering all the deck lists. Probably be cover a bunch of deck lists on the podcast as well. Guys, if you didn't know, I've got a new RIFTBOUND podcast, Into the Rift, with Alex. How do I pronounce his surname? Alex Kochia? I think it's Alex Kochia. I'm second doubting myself now. But yeah, I've got a podcast with Alex, who has the biggest Marvel Snap podcast. We have only done 1 episode so far, but we're going to be filming the 2nd episode, probably covering deck lists and just general reflection on this tournament. So Master Yi with the Pit Rookie on 1 is not the most ideal turn 1, but it's still a turn 1. And then Kiana on 2. Of course, this is where like the Master Yi plus points is so good as a passive. Yeah, I think probably it's mostly the same. So then Viktor with the Watchful Sentry. I don't love the Watchful Sentry in this deck unless you're playing the big Chungus guy. It's not bad, Watchful Sentry, don't get me wrong. It's a good card. But yellow has access to a lot of really good cards with the Poro, the Student. You basically have like the Poro, the Sentry. It's the attacker Poro with Assault. Poro, the Student, the Sentry, the Hawk. It's a lot of good 2-drops, and you're probably not going to play all of them. And I haven't actually played Viktor, so I'm kind of talking out my bum, but just intuitively, I think that I would rather have the guys which can potentially be 3 might rather than a guy that's 1 might and draws a card. In a Viktor deck, I feel like you need to be relatively quick, but maybe that's not true. Maybe you don't need to be quick and you just build up to a big, what's the card called that gives +5 to everything? Its name is escaping me. Is there not a world where Spirit Refuge is good? The deflect on all buffed. Spirit's Refuge, what does it do again? Is it like a green card that does something with buffs, or is it an orange card that does something with buffs? I think it's quite niche. ×2 speed is broken. I think this is probably a good matchup for Viktor because Yi is not going to have like an abundance of units. We can see it's a non-dazzling Aurora deck based off the Pit Rookie, the Poro, the Clockwork Keeper. But I really like the way that the Yi player is playing this here by going extremely wide. Where it says that they're 1-1 as well, I don't quite understand. And 2-0, I'm a bit confused by that. I guess it's just a feature match they recorded earlier but didn't show. Because it says it's round 4. I'm a bit confused. Yeah, Grand Stratagem, that's the one. Is there not a Spirit? Yeah, what does Spirit's Refuge do again? So big stats moved in to the Trifarian War Camp. Everything gets +1 there, of course, but the Poro is a 5 because it's defending alone with Yi. It's a 6, in fact, right, because of the War Camp. Now it's a 8. That is an 8 might Poro, mate. That is absurd. 8 might Poro. All buff units gets deflect and it's a gear. Yeah. Is it green? Or am I imagining that? 2 energy, 1 recycle. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. It's probably a bit too niche, basically. It's like a bit too slow. A bit too situational. Maybe it's like a sideboard card that you could have for some matchups, though. It definitely sounds like it could be good, but I think the reality is that it's probably bad. I mean, it doesn't help that you can probably only play it in a Lee Sin deck, which isn't the most popular. But there is, I know that there's a Lee Sin deck which made day 2 and is on stream at some point, which I'm very excited to see that list. I saw they played Tasty Fae Folk, that's all I saw. So they do go up to 7, which is kind of expensive for a Lee Sin deck, but I think that Tasty Fae Folk is super worth it to get there. It's like an exceptional card. Because if you get to Tasty Fae Folk, you channel runes and draw a card. I think it's draw 2 and channel 1 rune, Tasty Fae Folk, if I'm not mistaken. As you can tell by my game knowledge, I'm still like not an expert on this game by any stretch. We're slowly getting there. I feel like I might recognize the guy to the right. And then I see his name is Greedy Mad Hatter. Bro sounds like a Lorcana player. I feel like I know this guy. Bro's called Mad Hatter. There's like a couple of American guys that come over to a lot of the European events. And I feel like it might be him, but I don't know. Maybe not. It's kind of hard to make out his face. I don't think I know him. Singularity. What a card, mate. Yi has been cooked, paying the power cost on the deflect with the yellow seal. You can't pay for the singularity with the yellow seal, but you can pay for the deflect. Seals are so good, man. I also love hiding a card with a seal, even in a Teemo deck. It feels so good. So worth noting that Singularity is not a reflective trigger because it doesn't say do this. It's weird, right? I mean, I think it's just a like symptom of the card wording being kind of weird in this game in general, that the reflective triggers are a thing. Like, why is Singularity not a reflective trigger and Falling Star is? It's kind of weird, right? It's quite odd. It is quite odd when you think about it. I've got pins and needles. Five to 4 in favour of Viktor. Viktor looks to be in a very, very dominant position in this one. I think it's got to be a good matchup, right? Like, I think he's done a good job of going wide, but Viktor's going to play a lot of control cards, right? Viktor basically wins board presence through spell cards, like Singularity, like Hidden Blade, like Call the Weak. Also, Pokemon sleeves on stream, worth noting. You wouldn't have that in other card games. If you have an official stream in other card games and you come with Pokemon sleeves, you will have to re-sleeve. Or just not be shown on stream. It's extremely interesting to see Riot's approach, that they are not interested in pretending that other card games don't exist. And they actually are welcoming it, which I think is good. Because it's like Riot control their own IP, right? Like with other card games, like most of these other card games is like a license sort of thing, right? Where like they're not the license holders of the IP, so it makes sense that there's like strict rules in place with those kinds of games. But because it's Riot's own IP, they can make the decisions, and Riot know how to do broadcasts for trading card games, not trading card games, broadcasts for esports, right? For gaming, basically. And like storytelling is such an important part of a broadcast, and actually being able to tell these stories of, yeah, this guy is a brilliant Magic the Gathering player. This guy is a brilliant Pokemon player. That is actually extremely good for an audience to have stories, particularly when the game is first out and you're not going to be familiar with these players in any way. Like just being able to like actually name, yeah, this guy plays Pokemon. They're very well known. They won a Pokemon World Championship in X year. That's super duper cool. Do we have top 64 result? We don't. I mean, we have result in terms of like the player names, but we don't have top 64 result in terms of decks yet. But I imagine it's probably going to be the first thing that we see when the broadcast for day 2 starts. We're just watching back some of day 1 right now. Devin Predator's good, but I think that Viktor, like, this is what I'm saying about the power of tokens. I feel like Viktor just has to be a good deck, because I think like one might unit is like the best efficiency possible in this game. Like these recruits are actually giga broken, and like this legend, 1 energy for a 1 might token is actually unbelievably good. To be honest, it's so efficient. I feel like Viktor I would not be surprised if Viktor takes the whole thing down this weekend. I just think that like, when I evaluate Viktor as a legend, it's absolutely absurdly strong. I love 1 might tokens. I really, really do. Just a 1 might guy. Like there's no one energy cards in this game, right? But Viktor has them on tap. 1 energy for a token. That's insane. Like even if you remove all the synergies, it's extremely good. It's the Fae Folk, but yeah, Viktor's shortly getting this one. Call the Week or something like this. Okay. Can Call the Week even be hidden? I don't think it can, right? Only Hidden Blade can be. So retreat on a recruit. The recruit can't go back to your hand because it's not a card in the rules. But you still get the ramp from it. Yes, so Call the Week's not hidden, but obviously Hidden Blade would have been enough. Grand Stratagem, GG. Viktor takes game number 1. I'm going to keep that in display while I go make a coffee. I'll be right back. Check, check. I would imagine like the average outcome of this one is 2-0 for Viktor, but it looks like he's got it with the boards. Maybe not. The key thing here is if the Viktor player can take out the Poro and then call the weak, that probably. But they get a Riptide Rex. That's the other card you can play in a Blue Seal Teemo, by the way. Flipping Riptide Rex. Great card. If Singularity didn't exist, I'd just be all in on the Rex. I really like the card a lot. Probably you play a little bit of both. Probably it's 3 Singularity, 1 Rex. Maybe you can have a second Rex in your sideboard. White Flame Protector. Again, a Call the Weak, though, for Med would be huge. Imagine double Call the Weak here. It's going to be very difficult to contest these battlefields with the Mask of Foresight and the Yi. It's +3 when defending on these guys. And there's still 1 open, which could be an On Guard. Could, of course, be a Defy. Singularity, I don't think is going to be enough. It takes Yi out, of course, because it's not defending yet. So maybe he's fine. Of course, this damage will be wiped after the first combat. So not including a combat like this, because it's not a combat. This is a showdown. This is a non-combat showdown where damage is not wiped. Damage is only wiped after a player passes a turn. He's thinking about going there with Rex. What? Is this just a miscalculation? Damn, that's a brutal way to lose. I'm not sure it would have made a difference. I don't know that they had an out there, but oh my goodness. That's the importance of keeping... I mean, I've been there in Riftbound many a time where I pass and then my opponent's like, okay, I win. Does happen, especially when you're learning the game. Not the best stage for that to be happening on, though, I'm sure. The player. I'm sure they're feeling a little sad about that, but it is what it is. Did they have an out, though, available in hand? I'm not sure that there was much. I mean, yeah, okay, the Rex, to be fair, there was definitely an out, right? The Rex could have gone in. They might have been giga fine there. I think Viktor's going to be fine, though. 4 minutes on the clock before you go into turns. I mean, Marcy can get off to a quick start, but actually this battlefield here, the Obelisk, Viktor making insanely good use of it. Both players are probably going to want to play quite quickly here. Like, I don't imagine that. Like the thing that's also worth mentioning in terms of like clock management, it's actually a pretty big skill. You really are, when turns are coming into it, incentivized to like pass your turn just as the clock is about to strike 0. Probably. It's a bit of a weird one. People like to pretend that clock management isn't part of TCGs, but the reality is that it's actually an extremely important skill that the very best players will take advantage of. And it's a big reason why you're able to be very consistent as a top player if you're very experienced with managing the clock. People like to think that, you know, clock time management and clock management is like toxic and it's not what you should do. Like, while that's fine from like a moral standpoint, I like understand why people come to that conclusion, but the reality is if you're not managing the clock, you are not going to be a top player. It is part of the game, right? Like, it's literally part of the tournament, and pretending otherwise is naive. Like, okay, sure, in a perfect world, time management doesn't come into it, but it is part of it, and we should not pretend that it isn't. And I'm not sure that the clocks on these stream games are necessarily particularly accurate. Usually they're a little bit off and they're more for show, particularly in this kind of setting where a lot of the games are pre-recorded because they're showing 2 matches per round. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to the timer until we actually see the dice on the board in the middle representing which turn it is. Because you would assume this is turn 0, but that's not necessarily true. because like I say, these clocks are usually not particularly accurate at this stage, which is also kind of why like I get annoyed at this even there. It looks like it's just turn 1. Using what I think is a 1-piece dice to show it. Not sure what's happening here. Let me listen. Probably a judge call.
So there was a judge call there. So we're going to get some sort of end result here from that judge ruling, and we'll get that fixed here shortly. But yeah, so is this idea of like, you know, not being able to channel both runes, it seems to be some sort of discrepancy, and I don't know where it was specifically, but we will get some answers, of course, and going to be coming back into the game here shortly. But Aaron, when it comes all the way back down to it, it is the idea of like, we have lost all of that value.
Okay. Some sort of judge call. Alles gut. It looks like it's turn 1 based off the 1-piece dice at the top. That's so funny to me. They're using a 1-piece dice to represent that. I actually really like it. I mean, obviously, it's not probably not the best move, but it kind of like, it's a good analogy for the approach that Riot are taking to these broadcasts by not being afraid to admit that other card games exist. I don't know if that's the turn timer though. Let's see if it flips over here. I kind of got disorientated with the judge call. Yeah. That's so funny. So this is turn 2. So that was turn 1. So basically, like, I would argue in the turn situation, you'd rather be the player here, Greedy Mad Hatter, where you are turn 0, because then you get... Yeah, I think it's usually better to be turn 0, because then it goes turn 1, turn 2... Sorry, it's opposite for you. Turn 1, no, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Huh? 1, 2, 3. I'm so disorientated because the camera's pointing the other way to how I'm looking at it. Let's forget about that because I've confused myself. The Deadbloom Predator's kind of popping off here. I'm kind of surprised the Rex didn't go for the Predator there, honestly. Call the week! Crazy. Do you actually draw off Call the Week for Dreaming Tree, though? I don't believe you do, right? I don't believe that you do draw off Dreaming Tree for Call the Week, because Call the Week is like each player selects a card, and Dreaming Tree reads when a spell targets it. So yeah, Viktor takes it as expected, despite a significant misplay in game 2 at a crucial moment. I think that's a good matchup for Viktor. You go wide, you control the board. Oh, there's a nice interview with Jim, which should be fun to listen to. Let's definitely listen to this. Jim was playing Jinx, of course.
Question to you is, obviously we're here in the thick of it, in the regional qualifier.
I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows.
What did you pick to try and take down this whole tournament?
So I'm not trying to win the tournament. All right. So I'm playing Jinx, and I'm trying to go for the medal, the best of prize, which I think is one of the coolest prize structures I've ever seen for any TCG ever in the history of TCGs.
Yeah.
So cool, such a fun like side quest to have, where I don't think I'll win with Jinx. I think Jinx is actually like, I think it's really, really hard to play and really, really hard to build.
Agreed.
So I think it's also a really popular character. So the medal token is going to be awesome, like really, really desired. And then hopefully I'll be the best Jinx player in the room, which is the goal. So we'll see what happens.
Well, as one of the best, probably Magic players in the room, I can only imagine you will probably end up being one of the best Riftbound players in the world. Any final thoughts on, tips and tricks, things you've learned from playing competitive card games across multiple years that you can tell anybody at home or that you're using here specifically as a strategy for just surviving a tournament?
It's a long day. I think it's kind of looking at it as a big picture. My biggest thing in a tournament is try and not think about the actual event itself. Like a lot of players will go, oh, I'm 3-0, I'm 4-0, I'm doing so good. Oh man, if I one more win, I'll make day 2. Your goal in a tournament is just to play.
Yeah.
It's not really think about anything else. This game is so hard that you need every neuron firing on the game. So your best bet is just to kind of like play each round as an individual thing. Sit down and play your best. And then at some point in the day, if they're gonna tell you to stop playing, either you'll be in top 8 or you'll be 0-5 or whatever, So to kind of just keep playing, don't think about the event, it's all about the games.
Eventually the tournament must end. Right. Your time when it ends just depends on how you're doing. But Jim, thank you so much. I can't wait to see how you're doing, and I hope to see you holding a metallic Jinx by the end of this event. Thanks so much.
Hey. longest be right back screen I've ever seen in the history of RIFTBOUND competitive streams, which is quite an achievement. All right, so we've got Quint versus Argon, Yi versus Set. Wait. Interesting. I recognize this person from Disney Lorcana Challenge Seattle, Milwaukee, because I played on stream in Milwaukee. So it seems to be the same production team that were doing the Lorcana Challenge in Milwaukee a month or two ago. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I recognize them because, yeah, I played on stream in Milwaukee and I spoke with them when I played on stream. Because they were like the person making sure they had my name right and all that sort of stuff. So, Targan's Peak, was it missed by somebody? No. All is good. So we've got a Yi player also not playing. We need to go back to times 2 speed. I'm not giga interested in this matchup. I don't know. Compared with like some of the other matchups on stream, we'll speed for it though. I think one thing that's like really interesting is like I've gone through with RIFTBOUND and my experience of RIFTBOUND some concerns about it. Like initially I had some concerns about the gameplay, even though I loved everything else, and then it clicked for me and I really loved it. And one concern I kind of had for a while actually after that is I'm still not totally sure how good is RIFTBOUND to actually watch as a game with the flow of the game being quite different. It's interesting. I am enjoying it, but I do have a feeling that there's like some decks which might not be quite as interesting to watch as others. And honestly, I somehow feel like Set and Master Yi are both in that equation. But I could be just talking absolute nonsense, but that's just my hot take for you. What do you guys think about my hot take? Probably a bad one. Because I don't even know if I agree with my own take, but I thought it would be kind of interesting to share that I have previously had like some concerns when I'm not very new to, like when I'm very new to the game, like how good is it actually to watch? And I'm kind of like still not sure is basically it. This is like the first event that I've really sat down and I watched quite a lot of the events a couple of weeks ago, like that Turnham Sideways did, but I wasn't watching like giga closely. I was like, I had it on in the background for the whole day. Whereas like, obviously with me streaming this, I'm like giga watching, zoned in. My gut feeling is that it's good to watch. Eva versus Kaiser, yeah, that makes sense to me. Thanks all for being here. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. Also worth mentioning, if you guys have Twitch Prime, you can sub for free and you get no ads. But thanks all for the follows. I don't really have like good alerts set up. Bro, we got subs yesterday that I didn't even notice. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible, terrible, terrible streamer. I need to sort myself out. But thanks guys for all the support. I really do appreciate you all being here. Looking forward to creating more RIFTBOUND content for you. So Set is popping off, I would say. I love Sabotage, mate. I love discard cards. One of the coolest things we saw yesterday was a Misfortune player with Sabotage and Mind Splitter. And it was popping off, mate, in a big way. Find your center. This cost 3. Because they're not within 2 points of victory, the opponent. Argon uses the set ability to keep the set alive at the base. Quint moves in with the Feyfolk. They're going to ready 2 runes at the end of the turn because of the Targan's Peak. First mate goes in. What they're going to ready? Feyfolk back to base. Getting it ready to snipe the set maybe next turn. First mate defending alone will get +2, so it's a 5 might guy. And because of the Targan's Peak, 2 runes that are available for Quint for like an on guard, couple of on guards, or more over like a more like a discipline. Yeah, I really, really, really like Sabotage. Yeah, the hand knowledge is actually a really good point as well. It's easy to underestimate with that, especially in a game like RIFTBOUND where opponents can respond to your plays, hand knowledge is extremely valuable, right? You're also allowed to take notes in this game. So sabotage is like, in Disney Lorcana, for example, if you play a card which can discard a card from your opponent's hand, it's like a memory game. You have to remember stuff. So like 7 turns later, you've probably not got everything locked in unless you're like an insane player. But in this game, you can take notes. So it's kind of like no excuse really for not being able to track exactly what's in hand. You'll have like X amount of unknown cards, and then you'll know exactly like, okay, they've got these 4 cards. I know they have 2 unknown cards, right? Personally, I actually really like that Disney Lorcana doesn't allow note-taking. Particularly when we look at RIFTBOUND having some issues yesterday with how long the tournament lasted. Note-taking is like another thing which takes up time. So you should be... I like, obviously, writing down the note for the score. I actually really like Lorcana's approach there, that you're not allowed note-taking, because I think it also adds to the skill ceiling of the game, right? Like the memory side of things. It's a huge weakness of mine, by the way. Like, let me be very clear. For me, it's a huge benefit for my own gameplay that I can take notes, because I am absolutely terrible at remembering stuff. But I actually think that it's a nice additional part of skill expression. Didn't see many. I did see one person taking notes. I saw the Misfortune player in like round 2 or 3. I think it was round 2. I know that they went undefeated as well day 1. With their Mind Splitter and Sabotage, they took notes. That's kind of why it's in my head, actually. Because it's just optimal to take notes, right? So like the longer the game is out, the more people you're still taking notes, which means then the more the game slows down. Because like the optimal strategy should be to like take a note of like every single like thing your opponent did almost, right? I don't know. Not quite, but certainly when you see their hand, you should be writing everything down. And that can take quite a long time. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that note-taking should be allowed, or do you think that it's an interesting dynamic to have it actually not allowed? I like having it not allowed. I mean, I don't really care that much, but it's not really that deep. But I think Lorcana's approach to it is actually exceptionally good. So if Set can conquer to the right, they win. And Yi is trailing quite significantly here. I think one thing that would be great to add to these overlays, I think the only thing missing from this overlay is a way of recognizing who went first in this game. Just by looking at the overlay, you can't see that. Because I think that like that's one bit of context which is extremely easy to forget at this stage in the game as a viewer. Like at this stage in the game as a viewer, I don't even know who went first. I'm assuming it's Set because of the advantage. I think that's maybe the only thing I could say this overlay could improve on. Otherwise, it's quite brilliant. I'm always in favor of hardcore solutions, so no notes. Nice. It's not that deep, really, is it? But you know what is deep? The level of depth to the cards in the Dreaming Tree. Here. White Flame Protector's got a dream. On guard, +2, it's 10. Master Yi effect is only when defending alone, let's not forget. So it's only a 10 right now. It's not when attacking alone. So it's a nice effort. But there's a lot more staring it down. Aporo's now going to come in and look to trade for the Pit Rookie. The Aporo is a 2. Pit Rookie's also a 2. There's still that Call to Glory, which you could spend a buff and give the Set the buff. Which... Right, so they do this because the Cytheria was going to be the target, not the Pit Rookie. The Cytheria was the 2, so they would have lost the buff if they didn't take it there. So a very heads-up play there by Argon. And I also like the sequencing from Quint. On guard, on the Dead Bloom, it's now a 10. Set's going to be saved. Cytheria is going to die. And suddenly, Quint is still in the mixer here. The Dead Bloom Pred. And obviously, Yi at 6. with 2 cards, holding. Holding is what Yi likes to do. So Quint might have just flipped this one on its head and might be about to win this. Showstoppers available for Argon, which doesn't do a whole bunch here unless he could buff up this set to a significant degree. If you could get this to 11 might, you could potentially use the Showstopper to win both battlefields. There's also a challenge available in hand, which is quite a good way of disrupting Yi players. But no! Master Yi, it looked like Set had it. A huge battlefield domination control. But no. What does the number on the camera mean? I think it's their record. But it's a bit weird because like a lot of games are like pre-recorded kind of. And like the records aren't necessarily matching the round. So basically, I think the round timer, the round, like what it says the round is, the timer is, isn't necessarily always accurate here on day one. Because basically they're showing 2 matches per round a lot of the time. So like the stream is like, a lot of these games are like recorded. It's not true live, if that makes sense, which is actually a good thing. Because this is why we've got like very little downtime in the stream. Whereas like the reality of the players playing at this event is there's actually huge downtime. It was a 13-hour day one for 9 rounds of Swiss. When does top 8 happen? Top 8 happens after top 16. We're watching the stream back from yesterday. This is yesterday, day 2 stream. Starts in like 2 hours, 45 minutes or so. And it's top 64. So it's, what, 6 rounds today, I think? How many actually qualify? We can take a look at all the pricing structure and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. Probably a lot. Probably like 8, 16 maybe. In Lorcane would be 16 or 32, depending on the season. So see Kiana on 1 from the Yi player. There's an Obelisk from them. And the Grove of the Gobbler for Set. So it's going to be a big, big fight for the Grove. Showstopper plus Set. Big old fight for the Grove. And Cytherea is going to move in as well. Grove is just such a snowballer that if you don't gain control of that early, you are cooked. I've been on record saying that if there's any battlefield which gets banned in Riftbound from set 1, it will be this one. At some point. I'm not saying it should be banned, but I'm just saying if one was to be banned, this is the top contender in my opinion. Because it's extremely snowbally. Basically, Riftbound has like a very delicate way of balancing who goes first and second, right? But there's some battlefields, I think Grove of the Godwillow being the biggest offender, that sort of swing that balance away in favour of the player going first too much, in my opinion. I don't actually like the design of Grove of Godwillow. I think there's a very high chance it gets banned at some point as they release more battlefields. I could be wildly wide of the mark there, though. But for me, Grove of Godwillow is like a battlefield which just swings the favour too drastically in terms of the player going first. And I think that in a card game, you really want the balance between the player going first and the player going second to be as close to 50-50 as you possibly can, right? And yeah, a battlefield like this basically swings it much more to be like a 60-40 kind of affair. Master Yi is an expensive deck. Bear in mind, set 1 is very short printed at the moment and prices in America are more. Whereas if you're in Europe, you can use the channel sponsor Card Market to buy singles. And it's cheaper in Europe. Thank you to Card Market for sponsoring the channel. Thanks, Card Market. Woo, 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 Card Market. Yay. We love Card Market. It's a great site. But yeah, in a Master Yi deck, you've got some top-end cards like Deadbloom Predator, which cost like $80 a pop. Yeah. Whereas like in euros, it's probably like, I don't know, 60 euros, I think, for a Deadbloom. We can check in a minute. So Yi's quite expensive because you've basically got some top-end cards which are expensive. But you can build very competitive decks for like $100. People will tell you that's not true, but trust me, it's true. Another big problem that you've got, maybe not very, yeah, you can. I think Annie you can build for like $100. But the problem is Annie and Yi are improving grounds, and they're like unique cards to like a beginner box. And the beginner box is like recommended retail price 30, but it's giga short printed and it's going for like over 100. That's kind of the problem. What's the creator code for your next card market buy? Hashtag not sponsored. There is no creator code, but I am hashtag sponsored by Card Market, but there's no creator code. That's not how Card Market do their like affiliate deals, basically. They don't have that kind of thing. That's not how their business model works, basically. But yeah, I have an agreement with them where like I have a set fee each month. It's like a rolling deal in that sense. And Card Market are great to work with. They've been nothing but brilliant. And hopefully they actually have a studio in Berlin. So I'm hoping that I can do some even more stuff with them in the future. But I've done a couple of events with Card Market this year. I did Gamescom LAN and Gamescom. So I'm their Disney Lorcana ambassador. But obviously I'm covering Riftbound a lot now as well. Ziona's Hourglass comes down. Really important timing on this because Ziona's Hourglass, it's not like a trigger that you can choose. It is like the next card that is the next one of your cards that is killed. Instead, basically banish the Ziona's Hourglass. So it's giga strong in this position to play in the late game. It's also a really nice hidden card. But if you play Ziona's Hourglass too early, it's pants. And that's something that's easy to overlook when evaluating this card, that it's much better in the later stages in this kind of spot than it is to be playing down early. I decided to buy the whole set premium. It's cheap, but the showstoppers, yeah. That's kind of a problem with some of, like, even Leona, right? Leona's actually, you would think it's quite a cheap deck, but even the signature spells in Leona, you're looking at like 15 euros or so on Card Market for the Leona signature spell. But yeah, Annie for me is the best budget deck in the game. A lot of the Annie decks are playing the Kaiser, but actually as time goes on, more people are going away from playing 3 copies of that. It's not at all necessary in the deck. Is it a good card? Sure. But if you take away the Kaiser, and if you already have Proving Grounds, let's say you were able to get Proving Grounds for RRP, the Annie deck is probably like $60, $70. Wanted to play Lux, but needed Time Warp. Yeah, makes sense. Who's Hourglass? Yeah, apparently I can never pronounce this one right. I thought I had it right. Zona? It's not Zona, right? Zonya? Is it Zonya? Is it Zonya? Thank you for guys, if I mispronounce something, please call me out on it because I need to actually like learn them, right? I don't want to be mispronouncing stuff. But I am kind of notorious for mispronouncing card names, unfortunately. I am the man that announced a new Disney Lorcana set and mispronounced it. Don't! It was my moment to shine. I got to announce to the world a brand new Disney Lorcana set and I mispronounced it. Oh, that was not my finest moment. It's such a stinker. That's probably the biggest stinker in my professional casting career. Definitely, in fact, without doubt. Pins and needles in my leg. Brighton West Ham has kicked off 0-0. I want to try some Lux too. I really want to try some Jinx, man. I really wish I had an event, like a big event like this, man. It's so much fun. But it's so awesome that we've got events like this for the very first set of the game. It's absolutely brilliant. Had it right with the final pronunciation. Zona? Okay, thank you. No, Zona? Zonya. Zonya, right? Zonya. I think it's Zonya's Hourglass. I didn't play too much Runeterra either, so I don't have that much. I played a bit. I actually had a Runeterra YouTube channel, but I posted like 3 videos. Oops. It's looking good for Yi, I've got to say. Zonya, nice one. So it's Zonya's Hourglass, right? Sorry. I just can't help myself. I just can't help myself. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. It helps out the channel immensely. Don't forget to follow the Twitch channel. And if you guys don't want ads, you can subscribe. And if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime sub. I currently have like my lowest subscriber count on Twitch that I've had in 5 years of streaming. Because I don't really stream that much anymore. GG easy. Yeah, Yi takes it. Makes sense. Set and Yi are like both kind of going toe-to-toe with like big guy versus big guy. And that's where like the +2 might of Yi, I think, really comes into his own. I spent €400 on your deck. What deck is it you're playing? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The timing of the EU event in Bologna. It is... Let's look at the comments, because we're going on to the second part of the stream here. I kind of want to see, was it intentional to go and start a second stream? I feel like it probably was, which is so big brain. I feel like it probably was intentional, but I just want to see what they say.
I think he had the experience on, hey, my
deck
can do your thing, but
stream,
better,
like,
even with your legend ability to bring and recall your units back, I'll just keep fighting through them. I'll keep on drawing cards while I do it, and that's why we saw the success. And
good luck to them.
Master Yi is very much of like a legend to look out for, and I think everybody knew that. And the people that pilot it and make those good decisions, like Quint did, are going to be the ones that you need to look out for.
Day 6 of my diet,
Definitely.
guys.
People will sometimes say, oh, my Master Yi matchup's really easy. It's a deck that's fairly easy to play. You just play big units. You just do this stuff. But there is a lot of play to how do I use all of these tricks. You have Defy, you have On Guard, you have Discipline, you have Hourglass. It's a lot of tools that you really need to maximize because your opponents are also doing powerful things. And that is really what separates a really great Master Yi player from someone who is not doing as well.
Absolutely. But we're only 5 rounds in still. We have a lot more Riftbound to be played today.
Eddie.
So don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a break, but we'll be back.
Interesting to end the YouTube stream. I wonder if it was intentional, because they probably, like, when you make a new YouTube stream, you go from like 3,000 concurrent and you make a brand new stream, and none of the viewers that are on the 3,000 concurrent one will be automatically pushed to the other one. So it's extremely interesting they did it. Now the benefit of doing it this way is like, basically you have like 2 streams which are actually going to have a lot of views, rather than just like 1 stream which has views. So it's extremely interesting. I wonder if they're meant to do it.
They have an excellent...
Or not. I feel like they did. And I also wonder how they handled the Switch. This is just me nerding out about YouTube streams because I'm very interested in this kind of stuff.
Welcome back, everybody. I am once again Bear Bryant, joined by Aaron Barich. And I really enjoyed what we just saw. And it just continues to grow. It just continues to go because this tournament is underway. We are now officially over halfway done with the tournament. And we have a 6th round that we're eventually going to start here. But I'm starting to feel unsure on what to expect for tomorrow. So I want to ask you, I think we all could have made some predictions, but I'm seeing some very high-level gameplay, obviously from these incredible players.
Something.
Wow, I mean, the fact, and again, we're only 5 rounds in, so there's going to be a bunch of these players that these are all 5-0, and only a couple of them will continue their path on going undefeated, including these other 16 players that are still involved. You know, there's a Barrett up there. I'm in the running, Aaron.
You know, I hope you yourself win a special card. Other great names, Carmen Haniego. Carmen, we know, is doing really great. Did well at the 10Ks previously. Really excited. There's Quint. We just watched 5-0. Really great with Master Yi. Excited to see.
But a lot of this might shift around, of course, moving on through 49th through 64th. And again, even more names for people to keep an eye out and who is doing well.
That's my bro right there,
I mean,
guys.
At the end of the day,
that's my bro right
this
there,
is
guys.
obviously not every player that is currently
Big up Rare Hunters
4-1. So there
team.
are a bunch that
That's
are here
my
below
bro,
it.
guys.
Tiebreakers get into, I love tournament bracket math because I think it really
sadly bubbled
shows
out.
how
finished,
late game
7th
decisions
to
in the tournament or maybe
70th place on the
unfortunate
bubble.
things that happen earlier on.
So we were saying earlier in the stream, there was actually a few issues, guys, with the tournament today. Yesterday, probably the biggest one that actually does impact standings and player performance, which I think is a real shame, is basically buys are given to players that won a skirmish. You got a round 1 buy, but the buys, the way those buys were tracked in the tiebreakers was probably wrong. But usually buys in like tournament are given as like a win but 0 game wins. Now in Riftbound, the first tiebreaker, which I think is brilliant by the way, is game wins. So basically like if you get 2 owed loads, right, on your losses, but then somebody else, all their losses were 2 1s, the person that all of their losses were 2 1s would place higher than the person who got 2 owed a bunch. That's really, really good. That's really, really good. For sure, like absolutely brilliant. The problem though is the way that the buys were assigned is the buys, like they usually are in tournaments, are assigned as a game, like a match win, but 0 game wins, right? It's like a 0-0 game win, which is weird, right? These buys, because they were a reward, it wasn't just a free win, it was a free win which was massively earned. These buys were rewarded as a 0-0 win, which means that the tiebreakers, they kind of cooked, at least I think it was a 0-0 win, but they weren't basically assigned like a 2-0 win. I'm pretty sure they were assigned as, maybe it's a 1-0 win. Maybe it's a 1-0 win they're assigned as. I'm not exactly sure, but they weren't assigned in the same way a normal win is. What this means is that all of the people that got a buy in round 1 were queued into each other for all of the following rounds. So my friend that had a buy, because they won a skirmish, they played in every single round somebody else that had a buy. And what this means is a lot of the people that put in the work to win skirmishes, in other words, like the best players, all were queuing into each other all day long, which also means that if you didn't have a buy in round 1, your bracket was arguably easier because you weren't going to be playing against the people that won skirmishes. So it's a big problem. I'm not going to lie. It's a big, big problem. It's not good. It happens. It's not the end of the world, but it's certainly not ideal. Okay, we got a big name player, guys. Am I sure about this? This is, I am not sure, but this is from a friend of mine that played and had a buy. This is them telling me their experience from the floor. So this is not Giga verified. This is just from a friend of mine that was on the floor at the tournament that had a buy and was telling me their situation. I actually believe they had just played against Alan the round before because we saw them on the standings. They were 4-1. They lost to Alan. So Alan, guys, is from Poland, Polska Góra. I love Poland, and is a Runeterra, Legends of Runeterra world champion. I thought Alan was playing Teemo, but they've gone for Kai'Sa. So we've got a very well-known player in the mix, also content creator. He's been doing some Riftbound streams. So very excited to see Alan playing. Snake on the other side is not someone I'm familiar with, but a Legends of Runeterra world champion from Poland, Polska Góra. That means Poland on top. Lecimy, nie śpimy. That means no sleep, let's fly. Big up Poland. I love Poland, man. What a country. Great place. If you guys have never visited Poland, you really should. It's such a great place. It's so up and coming. I love it. Did I mention I like Poland? And I like pierogi, the Polish dumplings. You know what else I like? Pouty Poros. I love Pouty Poros. Great card. Really, really great card. So Alan's got the Kai'Sa, got the Poro. They spent a rune on the Kai'Sa to accelerate. They went second in this one because that extra rune they were able to get from the Kai'Sa. it's a good start for Alan. Probably Kaiser decks are only playing one copy of this Kaiser, but it's the chosen champion, so you just have it consistently. But we did also see Snake hitting Mobilize. We see another Mobilize. And Snake is using this like gear wombo combo with the Pack of Wonders and the Treasure Trove, where basically it's like a card draw engine. Obviously, like in a Dazzling Aurora deck, you're incentivized to play lots of non-unit cards. And Snake is using the Pack of Wonders wombo combo. Bologna should be just like Houston. Yeah, I imagine it will probably be bigger, though, in terms of players. DKP is in finals. Nice. That's also in Bologna, right? Thanks for the update, Mystic. Do you know who he's playing against? Or what deck he's playing against in Lorcana? Dead Broom to Blaze is not something you see every day. That would probably suggest that there's no Dazzling Aurora available because there was enough runes to play the Aurora there. Of course, a big weakness of Kaiser decks is the lack of gear removal available. Usually you're going to see Thermo Beam on the sideboard, which is this 5 energy, 2 power card, which just kills all gear. One thing that I think is very interesting to consider is, are you ever supposed to just main deck that card and sideboard it out? Usually the approach is to sideboard it and bring it in. But I don't think it's out of the question to have it in the main deck and just sideboard it out. Probably it's not quite. Like Thermo Beam is a bad card, right? It's just a necessary evil to play, so you still do it. I really like the design of it, to be honest. Giving Kaiser like a weakness to gear, I think is very, very interesting. That's a 12 energy Geyser on the board. Double Aurora. Okay, sorry, I missed it the last turn. I didn't see that the Dazzling Aurora came through. When the Deadman Predator was to base, that's because Dazzling Aurora was played. My mistake. I missed it. I'm blind. I didn't see it sneak into the left there. So there's double Aurora. This is where like a Thermo Beam would cook. You take out both Auroras, but like you take out both Auroras with a Thermo Beam, but you pay 5 power, 5 energy, 2 power to remove all the gear. Cool. But the thing is, even if you remove the gear, bro still got the Predators and the Volleys. So this Volley Bet is a 13 might guy when defending. When an opponent moves to a battlefield other than mine, draw 1. So Alan here, like if you played like purple, you could like fight or flight would be a good out. I would imagine that Alan is quite cooked here. I would be extremely surprised if Alan can win from this position. But if they are going to ever win, this turn is the turn to do it, right? If they don't win this turn, it's over. But maybe Alan has just enough in the tank to do it. Like, you have to win now. It's now or never in game number 1 here for Alan. This is the turn he needs to do it. This is a 7 might Darius. This is a 6 might student. No, 4 might student. The hidden card. Hidden card in Misfortune is probably Fight or Flight. Almost certainly. Nothing else comes to mind. You're not going to play Packer Cub. You're not going to play Tide Turner. You're not going to play Teemo. Any other hidden cards that come to mind? I think it's just got to be Fight or Flight, right? Certainly, if I'm Alan, that's what I'm putting him on. And at some point, you have to ask the question, like, Alan's probably calculating, okay, do I lose to Fight or Flight every time? Because if the answer is yes, then you just have to absolutely copium and play as if it's not Fight or Flight, right? That might be the line here. That you just absolute copium, maybe it's not Fight or Flight. You only ever do that, though, if you come to the conclusion that you always lose to Fight or Flight. Really, the line here is you play to beat Fight or Flight. So it's 3 damage on this Dead Bloom. Falling Star now. I think Alan's got it, you know. Basically, the way to play this is take the Dead Bloom out, because then the Fight or Flight is doing nothing. It fizzles, and it can't stop him moving in with something. I think Alan's got it. Yeah, what's Fight or Flight? It fizzles. Falling Star. Also, the sequencing was very important. The Hex Tech Ray first, then the Falling Star. So 7 Mike Darius. 7 Mike Darius comes in. He passes, doesn't use the reverse row. Now you would imagine that Alan... He does? Huh? Oh, it's a 9-point game, guys. I missed it. It's a 9-point game. My mistake. Aspirant's Climb coming in clutch. It's first to 9 points. So Alan seems to be in a... Despite like popping off there, I would be extremely surprised if Alan can take this one still. But we'll see. But this is also going to be game 1 where you don't have your thermo beams, right? You can sideboard them in there for this matchup. Like game 1 is the most important game to win when you're a Dazzling Aurora player, because it's before your opponent can sideboard in their inevitable gear removal for you. So the Dead Bloom's an 8. Alan has 1 open. It's interesting the way he played this with the Reverse row. He must have something available. Yeah. Now Cleave doesn't seem that good, but it gives the student +1. That's so interesting. Using Cleave as a defensive play. That's a trade. But now here we come, Dazzling Aurora, Soul Gorger. But this is going to go to base. But you can, yeah, the Soul Gorger gives the Dead Bloom Predator, which means that Alan scoops it. So game 1 goes against Alan. I'm going to run to the loo. So, good clock management from Alan there, by the way. Very, very good clock management, which Runeterra is not really a game which has the same kind of time management in the same sense, right? You have like to worry about the time in your own turn, but yeah. Alan going first with Arena's Greatest. They're going to be giga favored. I think that I'm so fascinated about the concept of using Arena's Greatest against Dazzling Aurora when you go second, if it's ever correct. Maybe not with a Kaiser deck, but certainly with like an Annie deck, I would be extremely interested in this line. It's something I really want to test. I haven't played enough to know that it's good, but just intuitively, to me, it sounds like it would be good. I also thought for a long time that Arena's Greatest could be a good battlefield when going second for an aggro deck in like general, but it's absolutely garbage. The exception would maybe be in this situation where you're Alan, right? You lost game 1. You have to win going second at some point in this situation, right? Like if Alan wins game 1, he's always going to use Arena's Greatest when he goes second, right? Because he just needs to win the Arena's Greatest game. But when you're like, look how easy this was, right? With the Arena's Greatest going first. So if you win game 1, right? Yeah, okay, you use Arena's Greatest going first every single time. But if you lose game 1, is there not an argument to say that that Arena's Greatest would be more useful when going second? Like, it means that you're not as favored when you go first. But I think that extra point I would value a little bit more when I go second. Like, against Dazzling Aurora deck, I think it's the only deck in the game you could consider that line. Intuitively, I feel like it just sounds good, but it's obviously something that would need a significant amount of testing. But yeah, trying to use like, I mean, I played a lot of Teemo with Arena's Greatest, and I was like, oh, maybe I could, against Kaiser, use Arena's Greatest when going second, but it turns out that Kaiser is also giga tempo oriented, right? And it just didn't work at all, and I never tried it since. But I have certainly tried using Arena's Greatest. I think it's specifically that spot when you lose game 1. So here, though, Alan has Candlelit Sanctum, right? Like, would you rather... I just feel like... I'm pretty sure that that's the wrong sequencing of battlefields. But I am saying this with zero testing. Close to zero. What do you guys think about that? Basically, the logic is that you make your Giga win that we just saw from Alan less likely. You remove like some value from the game where you go first, but you probably gain some extra. Like, let's just think about like how valuable could have a extra point here from Alan been, or could it have been detrimental? Because maybe it could be detrimental. But usually the play pattern of Dazzling Aurora is that Dazzling Aurora is just trying to stop you getting to 8, right? And then the longer the game goes on, the more they catch up. And Arena's Greatest is, of course, it is a battlefield, which is like a designated go first battlefield. Time Warp, Cleave. Time Warp actually discarded by the Sabotage. Time Warp, of course, a way of scoring extra points. Definitely an interesting play against an Aurora player because it's a good way of winning the game by surprise. But no surprises here. Dazzling Aurora is already down. Kaiser's already down. And Alan's just at 1 point. I mean, it looks like Snake's going to win from here. It looks like a mountain to climb for Alan. However, if anybody can do it, it's the Runeterra World Champion. This is considered Kaiser's like worst matchup, Dazzling Aurora, by the way. It is kind of viewed as like the big weakness of a Kaiser deck, is Dazzling Aurora. There's the Thermo Beam though, the sideboard coming in clutch for Alan. Kill all gear. But that the thing is, right, Alan takes a whole turn doing this, right? Meanwhile, it gets rid of the Dazzling Aurora, but the Dazzling Aurora also played a Debloom Predator. So it's quite absurd how good that still is for Snake. The big question is, does he have another Dazzling Aurora? And also look at this combo. This is a huge turn from Alan. The fact that he can Thermo Beam gives the student extra might because it's a spell. Take the Cleave, and then also the Yordle. The Yordle Bodyguard was actually extremely significant there because I think otherwise the student could have been traded instead of the Yordle. Maybe not extremely significant, but certainly significant. And look at that. There is no follow-up from Snake in terms of a Dazzling Aurora. The Misfortune is good, though. And also, frankly, like the Candlelit Sanctum is kind of good for Snake. So I guess the question is, if you're Alan here, would you prefer both players to be at 3 points right now? And maybe the argument is no. I think you would, actually. But it doesn't sound that good, does it, to be fair? We do see like a pack of... Is this the Pack of Wonders? Yeah, it is. And then the other one's the Treasure Trove. So the Pack of Wonders allows you to return gear to hand. And then there's a Treasure Trove, which when this card is returned to hand, you draw a card. Darius power. Snake has 2 open. He's considering his options. Could go for like a fight or flight. Just decides to let the Misfortune get killed. And Alan not going to take any of the cards off the Candlelit Sanctum. Puts them to the bottom randomly, which is quite interesting that you have to put them to the bottom randomly. It's not super intuitive when you read these cards and that's the case. But that is the case. I only found this out yesterday. Debloom Predator takes out poor old Darius. But that is not a Dazzling Aurora for Snake, right? We saw the first Debloom Predator was from a Aurora. Well, this one was not. And the difference there is huge, right? Because when the Aurora comes in, Alan had to remove the Aurora and deal with the Predator. Well, now Alan doesn't have to bother dealing with a Aurora and dealing with the Predator. He just can deal with the Predator, which means he has plenty of runes available to take the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Alan's about to go 4-3. And I'm still very curious, would you rather be 5-4 in this position? And I think the answer is yes. Bullet time! Oh my days. Big power being paid to deal with the Watcher. 7 power. Snake is all in, baby. Snake is all in. And the flipping Noxus Hopeful deals with it on that Debloom. And I think that's game for Alan. This Stupefy was absolutely absurd. He baited Snake into paying 7 power for the misfortune bullet time. And then the Stupefier. Remember that Deadbloom Predator was -3 might. It was a 5 might guy because of the 1000 health Watcher. The Stupefier headed down to 4 might. The Noxus Hopeful traded. And Snake spent all of his power to stay in the game. But now Alan is taking over. And Alan wins. I actually knew that Alan won because I knew that he was undefeated. So I kind of knew the result of this one. So this game, when you go 6-0, you can't quite ID. You need to go 7-0. When players went 7-0, they could ID their last 2 rounds and guarantee top cut. 7-2 was the bubble. 7 wins, 2 losses. So you have to get to 7 wins before you can start IDing. So after this, Alan had another round which he played and won the round. And yeah. Based off watching this, I stand by my hypothesis that the correct line for Alan there was to sequence his battlefields in a different manner. I think if you lose game 1 against Kaiser and you have Arena's Greatest, if you lose game 1 against Dazzling Aurora and you have Arena's Greatest, you're supposed to use Arena's Greatest going second. Because going first against Dazzling Aurora is much easier than winning going second against Dazzling Aurora, would be my hypothesis. Again, it's something I would need to test a lot more, but that would be my gut feeling. Like usually in Riftbound, you have a battlefield that's going to be designated to be played when you go first, and Arena's Greatest is that battlefield. But I think that like against a Giga control deck that's slow to get going, that's like the one time you could consider switching it up. Here we go, round 6, game number 1. We have got Miko versus Osvilto. We got Darius. Darius is, I mean, if we just take a quick look at the meta share of decks, Darius, for me, is definitely the most underrated deck in the game right now, based off player count. Only 23 players are playing Darius. Darius is better than Jinx, it's better than Yasuo, it's better than Leona. It might even be better than Ahri. Darius is definitely a very decent deck. Very, very decent. Why is Darius so underplayed? Well, it's actually quite expensive. And it's also, expensive is probably the barrier. It requires a lot of the highest rarity cards in Riftbound. You're going to be needing 3 copies of Baited Hook to play this deck. You're also going to need 3 copies of some sort of seal. I think usually the red seal is the preferred option. And that is quite a big barrier to entry, right, for a slightly off-meta deck. And the Hallowed Tomb is a fascinating battlefield, which you don't see very often. So let's look at this first turn from Oz with Darius, because basically this deck you can gig a high roll. So the Darius Legend is a Legion effect, which basically means if this is the second card, if you've played a card already this turn, you can activate Darius effect, and it adds 1 energy to your pool. So in a similar way to how Kaiser adds a power to your pool, Darius can add an energy to your pool. Maybe you can only use it for units though. I think it's like the opposite of Lux. Like Lux, there's like a Lux chant. I don't know if that's true. But basically Darius, if you've played a card this turn, you can add an energy to your pool. So basically what a Darius player could do is if you have a, let's say in this position, Oz has three runes, you could play a seal, float a rune, pay the power cost for the seal, trigger the Legion effect of Darius. You could play a 4-cost card on turn 1. And that's like very, very high rolly, potentially. There's some really nice combos you can do, particularly when you go first. Like there's this 3-cost 1 power card that like spawns 2 recruits. You can play that on your first turn when going first. You get, I think it's 2 might guy and 2 1 might guys. So like Darius is like a very higher roll potential tempo deck, but it can go quite wide. It's kind of akin to Viktor in a sense. So Darius not available yet because they haven't played any cards yet this turn. But now when they play the Faithful Manufacturer, Darius Legion effect could come through here. But so far we haven't seen any use out of the Darius. And this early on in the game for what is like kind of an aggro-y type leader, not having like any use case out of it is kind of unfortunate, right? If you compare this to like a Master Yi, for example, like Master Yi is just so easy to, and obviously Master Yi is not an aggro leader, but Master Yi is just so easy to trigger without really having to do anything. And this is kind of the biggest problem of Darius. It is its consistency. Like the ceiling of this deck is so absurdly high, but the floor is also quite low. So Darius is, in my opinion, like based off the representation though, of how many players are actually playing it, is the most underrated deck in Riftbound right now. Now also bear in mind that a lot of the decks that are above it, like Jinx, for example, are going to be, there's going to be like people really chasing that Jinx best of prize. So Darius, Chosen Champion, is a great one. The red Darius is one of the best cards in the game right now. That's another big advantage of playing this. This deck is like another upside is you get a great Chosen Champion. But so far we haven't seen the Legion effect of the Legend come in once. So in your third turn, as a relatively aggressive deck, and there's been zero use out of the Legend. And that sort of just highlights the lack of consistency potentially that this deck can suffer. But as the card pool gets bigger, and there's more 2-drops in the game, for example, like you can play a higher density of 2-drops, the deck will become better as time goes on. There's just like a bit of a lack of options right now because the card pool right now in Riftbound is the smallest it will ever be. And I think that Darius just needs a slightly bigger card pool. Same as Jinx, really. I think Jinx and Darius both will become better with set 2, simply by there being like more 2-drops to play. It gives your deck more consistency. Because like if you're going second as Darius, you could play 2 2-drops, right? You play a 2-drop, you use the Legion effect from the Legend, and you play another 2-drop. But right now, most color combinations have like maximum 12 2-drops that you could even play. Like 4 different 2-drops, and you can play 3 of them, right? So yeah, as the card pool gets bigger, I expect both Darius and Jinx to become more competitive. And I think they're both quite good anyway, but they're just like both a little bit short. Like Jinx is overshadowed by Annie, and Darius is like, yeah. I think a big part of it is the fact that it's quite a difficult deck to assemble if you're like trying to do things free to play. You really have to like go out of your way to build a Darius deck. And that means that not many people play Darius. And because not many people play Darius, it also is underrated actually how good it is. It's like kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So Darius is definitely a solid deck. No doubt about it. But we haven't seen a single use of this Legend right now. Basically, this game for Oz has been without a Legend, which is not ideal. If you compare this to like an Annie deck, for example, right? Think about how easy it is to get value out of the Annie Legend compared with this Darius. Now this card is really, really cool in a baited hook deck. You can basically revive a card from your discard. It costs 2 power though, but with baited hook, it's a baited hook, which we haven't seen here. Again, a bit of a low roll for Oz. It's like the best card in the deck. Baited hook, you are able to destroy one of your cards each turn and summon a card from the top 5 cards of your deck, which has 1 might or more than it. So like a very good, we see Grand Stratagem, huge play, +5 might to everything. Grand Stratagem is like, if we think that Thousand-Tailed Watcher is the best like finisher card to play in your turn, Grand Stratagem is the best card to play to close out games in your opponent's turn. It's so good played in your own turn, but the fact that you can also like have this insane play when it's your opponent's turn is extremely unique. But yeah, baited hook is like a gear basically that you can use each turn. You can turn like a 1 might recruit into a Draven, which is Draven is getting extra might. It's 2 might base, but it's getting extra might for every point that you have. So like right now, Draven would be 2 might when it's in hand or in deck, but as soon as it comes down, it would be a 8 might guy at this stage, and you could basically sacrifice a recruit to get it. So there's Draven. It's actually 3 might. Damn, so it's even better than I gave it credit for. Also, can I just point out there's Pikachu sleeves on a Riftbound stream, and Riot are cool with it. I think that's awesome. I really love it. It's such a different take on a professional card game broadcast than we're used to seeing in other card games. Usually, like, any kind of, like, mention of another card game is taboo. In Hearthstone, they don't mention other card games. Certainly in a lot of the IPs that I've worked in, wouldn't mention other card games. I never mentioned another card game when I did Gwent broadcasts, although I don't know that CD Projekt would have cared that much about it. It never came up. But I think that they would have, if I was to have said it, they probably would have been like, yeah, probably avoid doing that next time. Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember if in Gwent if we had specific rules on that, but certainly in other card games that I've TCGs that I've done official broadcasts for, which includes Yu-Gi-Oh, Star Wars Unlimited, Disney Lorcana, you're definitely not mentioning other trading card games on stream. That's for sure. And yeah, like I said earlier, like in those games, if someone was to come through with Pokemon sleeves and be on stream, they would have to re-sleeve. So a hold here for Draven, so for Darius with the Draven. And then if this other battlefield can be conquered, it will be game. Cleave comes through. Darius is going to ready. Darius is a 10 might bloke right now. But Defy, was the window missed for it? It was not. When something's defied, I guess it's not counted as being played, so the Darius isn't ready. But that will be counting as a card, so now Darius will ready. And Darius is just going to go probably just to defend. Because the Faith Oak, I think it's a 6 might guy, but with the Yi, it's an 8. And Draven was just a 7 because of the Defy on the Cleave. Darius, rather. I always get Darius and Draven mixed up with names. So Oz here is going for the hold to win. Again, we have not seen this Darius legend activated once. But despite that, they are hanging on in there. Let's not forget as well, the Trifarian Warcamp is giving +1 to every unit in the battlefield. So Darius making great use of the Swarm battlefield. Now, like, the decision for Miko is like, do you full commit with everything all at once? Do you like slowly commit one thing at a time? There's nothing open here. I'm wondering if there's like any reason not to like go in one by one here particularly. Like go for a Poro first, take out something. I don't know if anything makes a difference here. But this Darius is a 10. It's actually an 11 because of the battlefield. Darius is a 5. But the 2 recruits and the other geezer stand tall. Debloom's a 9. 4 plus 5. 9 is also... This is a trade right now in this battlefield. There's 9 apiece. But the On Guard gets it there. That's the conquer which secures the game. It was a tight one. And again, a tight game while Darius low rolled. As I mentioned, Darius has an exceptionally high ceiling when you high roll, but the floor is very low. And this is a prime example of the low floor. No baited hook at all. And no use of the legend whatsoever. So if Darius is getting that close, I do believe they went first when they're hitting that very low floor potential, would suggest that Darius is actually in a very good position to pull off the 2-1 comeback. I'm just going to run to Lou quickly. There's pins and needles. Okay, I barely missed a scratch. Wait, Did Darius miss turn 1? Oh no, chat. Oh no. No, not like this, Darius. Wait, did Darius miss turn 1? Yeah, they so did, didn't they? Oh, chat, that's a heartbreaker. Guys, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to follow if you're on Twitch, or subscribe if you're on YouTube. Give the stream a like if you're on YouTube. If you'd be so kind, it helps out. I also, guys, have a new RIFTBOUND podcast. We've done the first episode last week of budget decks. There'll be another episode out soon. We're going to film it on Monday, and probably we'll be talking a lot about this event and recapping this. It's called Into the Rift, and I do it with Alex Kochar, who is a good friend of mine and runs the biggest Marvel Snap podcast. He's awesome. I think it's going to be a super duper awesome podcast. I've never had a podcast before in my 5 years of doing card game content creation. I've always kind of wanted to do one, but it never made too much sense. But I'm super duper excited to be doing a RIFTBOUND podcast and talking RIFTBOUND every week. Falling Star comes through. That is going to be a double power cost. It targets the Poro twice, I guess. I think you can target Poro twice. Yeah, this is the card I was mentioning that you can Giga High Roll with. If you hit a yellow seal on your first turn and the Vanguard Captain with the Darius, even when you're going first, you can play the Vanguard Captain out on turn 1 with Darius. It's like the biggest high roll line that there is in the whole of RIFTBOUND, I would say. Like, you go first, you have your turn 1, and you can literally have a flipping 3 might and 2 1 might recruit tokens on the board. Like, you're not going to really lose to anything if you can pull that combo off. So like the high roll potential of Darius is huge, but we're already seeing the inconsistencies potentially. And I would also imagine this deck is playing an abundance of 2-drops. It will be interesting to see the exact list. When I play Darius, I would love to play Darius, by the way. It's just, I don't have baited hooks. I don't have yellow seals either, or red seals or whatever. I think it's the yellow seal you play because of this Vanguard Captain combo in particular. Maybe you even play both. There's like an argument you could play both red seals and yellow seals, which no other deck would ever really do. But I would say so far, the meta for RIFTBOUND, it's really good to see that China didn't really solve it, and there's like more wiggle room and skill. That's also what my friend on the floor said, is that like he feels like there's like so much spicy techs in the decks which have performed really well and made day 2. I would say the thing that I am expecting over time to see players respect more is the seals. I think that players are not evaluating these seal cards properly, and that they're actually a lot better than people give credit for. I've been saying for 3 or 4 months now that I think that the blue seal in Teemo is exceptional, and to be completely honest, I haven't changed my opinion in that regard. So I'm going to be extremely interested to see if we're seeing any Teemo decks play blue seals in the top cut later on. Also, like if we see any Jinx decks, like I was really surprised in Jim's Jinx decks that we saw on stream earlier that we didn't see any seals. He might not have drawn any, but we haven't really seen many. I mean, a lot of Viktor players using seals, a lot of set players are using seals, but I'm surprised we don't see Teemo players using them yet. Like basically what a seal would give you in Teemo is it gives you access to Singularity Sprite Mother. It like changes the dynamic of your deck a lot. And a seal, a way of evaluating a seal is good when you have more cards available in hand than you do energy available. Because you're basically trading 1 card in hand for reducing power costs over time. And when you include a seal in your deck, it allows you to evaluate all of the other cards in the card pool quite differently, right? Like if you put if you're interested, let's say, in putting a blue seal in your deck, you should suddenly be evaluating every single blue card in the game that has a blue power cost. Because those cards might not be good enough to play in other decks, but suddenly it probably is good enough to play in a deck where you play 3 blue seals. Yeah, I think red seals in Jinx is like kind of obvious though, because there's also more synergy there with like the fact that you're inclined to empty your hand and the seals can replace themselves very quickly because of the legend ability drawing you cards, right? Whereas like seals in Teemo I think is significantly less obvious. But yeah, we see Grand Stratagem close it out here. Arena's greatest Darius winning it, going first. No surprises there. Even though missing turn 1, it was still very comfortable. So this is the big one. I look extremely red, don't I? What time does day 2 start? It starts in like 2 hours. So the stream starts in 1 hour, 40 minutes. But yesterday there was like a 15-minute starting soon apart from there. So probably the actual stream starts in 2 hours. So yeah, you can chill with us here. We're going to be watching all of the action up until the final, as long as I drink enough coffee. It's my like 4th coffee of the day already. I will switch to decaf kind of soon, but I think not yet. Not yet. It's going to be a late one, I think. I think the stream yesterday finished at about 6 a.m. German time. I'm living in Germany right now. But yeah, also my lighting's not great. I'm at my girlfriend's place. I'll bring some lights over here for next time, actually. That sounds like a good move. This is like the first time I've been able to stream from a PC in months, though, because my PC's still in England. Grove of the God Willow for ye. Come on, Darius. This is the high roll moment we need to see. I see the seal. Faithful manufacturer. No, okay. Not a high roll opener. I think I see a yellow seal in the hand, though, for Oz. But it's still a really good opener, don't get me wrong. Clockwork Keeper gets buffed from the Pit Rookie. It's good stuff from me. Again, it's obviously not a Aurora deck with these kinds of cards, so the Aurora would have been a better matchup for Oz than this mid-range kind of Yi approach. This is going to be very, very difficult. This is an example of why I actually think that Grove of Godwillow might get banned at some point in this game in Riftbound, because like Master Yi plus Grove of the Godwillow abuses the coin flips so much. Like it kind of eradicates the nice balance between the player going first and going second, and massively swings the advantage in favor of the player going first because of the snowballing nature of this battlefield. There is no list yet available, Tama. As soon as we have it, we will be sharing it. I would be very confident that it will be virtually the first thing that the broadcast later on shows. So we don't have anything like that yet, but I'm sure that we're going to have that quite soon. And I'll also be covering all of this kind of data on my channel in the coming days as well as videos. So make sure to subscribe. Thanks for being here, everyone. If you guys don't know me, I'm Joe Curley. I do Disney Arcana and now Riftbound content. Previously, I did Gwent content and Marvel Snap stuff. And yeah, I've been a caster for the Gwent Masters tournaments, the official Gwent competitive circuit. I was also an analyst for some of the Gwent World Championships, which is basically where I was like the pundit, if you will, where I would like do the high level analysis after the game and show replays. There's a judge call going on right now. I'm not sure what it's about. And for Disney Arcana, I'm a member of the broadcast teams for the official challenge events. I'm not sure what the judge call was about there. Yeah, so I really love card games. I'm particularly a big fan of deck building as well. Deck building is kind of my biggest strength usually in card games rather than necessarily the gameplay side of things. I recently finished 70th place out of like 2,000 players in a Disney Lorcana event playing like some off-meta jank. If Lorcana had a similar thing where like you get the best of prize, I would have had the best of prize for my deck by probably quite a large distance. That might actually not be true. I don't know. That's not verified. I certainly would have been within the top 2 or 3. There's no deck list yet, no, but there will be, I'm sure, very, very soon. Probably you can expect them Riot to release them tomorrow. But I would also strongly imagine that we actually see some deck lists on screen, because Riot just seem to be like insanely good at production for, I mean, it makes sense, it's Riot. They're like the goats of esports, right? And while this isn't an esport, it's quite akin to one. And I think that they're going to be extremely well prepared in that side of things, of having a plan to make the broadcast the best it possibly can be. And for me, an absolutely crucial aspect of a TCG stream is to have deck lists on stream. Now, you might ask, okay, well, if that's the case, why is there no deck lists on stream here? Well, that's because this is day 1, and day 1 is closed deck lists. So you cannot put deck list on screen when it's closed deck list, because that would ruin the competitive integrity. Day 2 starts in an hour and a half or so, 90 minutes. So we're watching on 2x speed. the last stuff from yesterday because I got too tired to stay up and I realised actually it'll be a good idea to do it. There's the baited hook. Finally, Darius plays its best card. There's a Seal of Unity. And for the first time, finally we see the Darius legend adding energy to the pool. So baited hook here, basically they're paying power. I think the baited hook costs 3 energy, 1 power, and you pay 1 power to destroy something, and you can play something for 1 might more. So the power got destroyed, and then Draven can be played ignoring its costs. So this Draven usually costs 5 energy, 1 power, well this just costs 1 power and a Mystic Porrow to the discard. And this Draven is not 3 might anymore. Now it's on the board, it's 6 might. Only red Jinx deck. Yeah, I've literally posted a deck list about that already. Only red Jinx is the way I would build it. I think it's the correct move, but yep, Yi takes it. The game 1 was the one that was almost a Darius win rather than game 3. But I think they got quite unlucky overall, the Darius play. They didn't high roll too much. We've got an interview here. I'm going to fast forward because we are short on time. I do want to, however, I do want to hear this guy's intro because this is a game dev we haven't had on screen.
Be here. I'll be calling the next 3 rounds today So
Patrick Sullivan, RIFTBOUND game designer, and someone may jump in my chat told me yesterday that they are a former Magic the Gathering caster. And they're a dev on RIFTBOUND, but they used to cast Magic. That's insanely cool.
round out the day. Been here all weekend watching matches, talking to players and judges. An incredible event so far. We're kind of getting down the line here where we're going to see people playing for their opportunity to make it to the second day and get to that single elimination portion. So I'm very excited for the rounds we have coming up.
I mean, there's not much else to say because we've got some exciting high-intensity rounds coming up with that. Round 7 is coming in right now. I want to go ahead and
look at the professional looking into the camera.
These things because we have so much action and so many players that are really competing for these last spots.
Damn!
And for the first time this weekend.
All right, I've been excited to see this Yi deck because I kind of hinted at it. Well, I actually told you guys earlier on that there's a Yi deck on stream at some point. I think Yi is pretty good. Yes, sorry, Lee Sin. Yeah, Yi's better. Sure, but like Yi, Sin is good. And yeah, obviously with the best of prizes, I think it's such a good pick. Monastery Havarana is insane with this deck. So this deck, I would wager, is going to be built quite quickly. Missing a 2-drop unit is not ideal. You would much rather play Hourglass later than this. So it's a bad start for Jeff here to the left. But I mean, it's still something, right? I'm not sure what he's doing on his phone there, bro. It's just asking. Don't know what the rules are. Might be like a timer that he's putting down or something like this. Kiana comes through. Power cost this early is also not ideal. So it's a pretty unimpressive start actually from the Yi player. I don't think this is going very well for them. Against Kaiser going second, I would imagine you need something a little bit more explosive than this. But we'll have to see. I would imagine that this is going to be a win for Kaiser based off the start to this game though. But it's, of course, extremely early on. And I'm saying that it's not like Kaiser has been popping off or anything, right? So it's quite a slow start for both. But the retreat ramping, it's actually a good start for Kaiser. I mean, look at that. The double Noxus Hopeful. Some players, guys, only use 2 Noxus Hopefuls. Don't be one of those players. Just play 3. This card is busted. Yeah, there's a Volley Bear in the top cut. So this Kiana Conquer, I think they channeled a rune, but they also spent the buff from the Kiana to draw a card off the Hirana, and then they buff the Kiana again. The Lee Sin Legend is best in game 1 because of this Monastery. This deck would really benefit if there was like another battlefield which had buff synergy. And what a feeling that is when your opponent has to read your cards. There's no better feeling in a card game than when your opponent asks to read your unorthodox cards from your weird deck. And credit to Riot for this awesome pricing structure. This is what's allowing. This awesome pricing structure is what is allowing us to have this absolutely insanely great diversity of broadcast where we have so many weird decks that players are not going to be used to seeing. It's just fueling better tournament environment because there's a wider meta, fun things for people to work on, like more things to play for a wider variety of players, and also like great storylines for the viewers. and a wider variety of decks at the top tables for viewers as well. So Riot are just absolutely smashing it. I've got to say, I'm just so impressed by Riot so far. Everything's not perfect, but they're doing a brilliant job, I think. I really do believe it. So the Hourglass, I said it wasn't that great early on, but I mean, it's not bad here. Keeping that Kiana going. Kiana does cost a power to get her down. Icarthian Rain! Kiana does have a deflect, and you have to pay the deflect cost every single time on the Icarthian Rain. Bro! GG. Is that the big blunder you're talking about? Oh my days. So because Icarthian Rain is a reflective trigger, yeah, look at that, helpful shaking their head. Every time you target the deflect with an Icarthian Rain, you have to pay a power cost. Oh my god. They thought they were just going to have to pay it once. No. They targeted it like 5 times or something because they didn't want to remove their own Poro. Is Icarthian Rain up to? I don't think either, right? Or I think it's like you have to do it that amount of times. So they could have also removed their own Poro in that moment. That's crazy. How do you forget that? Well, RIFTBOUND is a very new game, first and foremost. It's a 13-hour day on day one. You're on stage with cameras pointing at you in a high-stakes situation. I think it's incredibly unfair on Helpful Miner to make a statement like, how do you forget that? I think it's incredibly easy to watch these things and point out mistakes, but being the player in this situation is a very different story. This is a grueling day. There's 7 rounds in already. They're like 10 hours into their day already. And now you're on camera with the world watching you. They could have just refused to pay the deflect on the extra targets. Right, of course, that's a good point, Ginger, yeah. So, yeah, you could refuse to pay the deflect, but it was buffed, right? So the Kiana was 5. So basically they could have paid 3 power and then kept target Kiana, right? So basically that was the line. You target Kiana 3 times, not paying the cost, and then the last 3 times pay it 3 more. Is that what they did? But I think they recycled 5 or 6 in the end, right? Crazy. So there was multiple missed plays there. Do you think they will release an online client? Yes. It's Riot. I absolutely think they will. When do I think it will happen? 2 years, roughly. I think that probably around 2 years is the sweet spot for a physical card game to release a digital client. You're not supposed to release it immediately because you need the ecosystems of local game stores, physical tournaments being the set approach. You need that to be the... you need those ecosystems to be developed and sustained, right? Long term. Jeff Jones is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go. The line was not to play 7-mana removal. Yeah, that's true. But once you've played it, right, even then you could have fixed it. So it is what it is. It's a harsh lesson to learn for Helpful Miner. And I'm sure it's the kind of mistake every Kaiser player is going to have to make once at some point. And unfortunately for Helpful Miner, it happened on a big stage. Hey, Angry Person, great to see you. Nice, man. Yeah, I love RIFTBOUND. I've got a RIFTBOUND podcast, guys, as well with Alex Kochia, whose name I need to work on pronouncing the surname. Kochia? Dragon's Rage is so good, guys. I love this card in Lee Sin. It's an exceptionally good signature spell. You can move an enemy unit and then choose another enemy unit at its destination, and they deal damage equal to their mites to each other. In this case, it's just being used as an expensive charm. Still good. Shows you how good charm is, that in some situations you're happy to pay an extra 3 energy for that effect. Just look at Magic the Gathering Standard and Magic, now that Arena. Yeah, but a lot of people will talk about Magic Arena and Magic the Gathering, but I think it's a little bit of a bad comparison because, yeah, I don't know. It's complicated, but I think that it's very possible that you can have a digital client actually supporting your physical client. But yeah, Helpful Miner, gutted about that one, especially it being on camera. Now, an exceptionally difficult skill in this position, if you're Helpful Miner, is to reset and just let the misplay go, right? It happened, move on. Yeah, I would agree, Bingo. I'm definitely no Magic expert. I've hardly ever played the game. But a lot of people will sort of make the statement that the Magic client is what killed paper play. I don't think that's actually the reality, to be honest. And also, I think that things can be done, like, you can look at what happened with Magic and learn from it. I think that it's probably very, very difficult. But we do also know that Disney Lorcana is, well, we don't know, but it's strongly based off the public job postings for Disney Lorcana. Disney Lorcana seems to be working on an online client, and that's going to be huge. It's worth mentioning that I think that RIFTBOUND doesn't lend itself as well to online play because of the triggers stuff and like the lack of response. Maybe it's similar to Runeterra. I think it's fine. But it needs to be like if for example you play like RIFTBOUND without voice on like one of an online simulators, it's a disaster. But it would be like fine as long as there's like a ready-made client that's like specifically for RIFTBOUND, which obviously would be the case for Riot. I think it would be fine. Arena code standard, sure. I don't know. I'm no Magic expert. I think my point is that like while I'm sure there's like some truth to that, I think that it's like quite a bit deeper than that. One Piece has third-party sim, yeah. Yeah, and like the thing is, like, big tournaments are always going to be paper, right? Even if Riot release a sim, like a official sim, there might be some tournaments that you could play online, right, to qualify for like major events. But the thing is about an online sim. So my opinion on this is I've got a lot of thoughts on this of like card games. The generation of card games. So you had Magic first, which is like paper, cool. The next generation of card games, Hearthstone, where you've got online, right? Hearthstone popped off. Then the next generation of card games after Hearthstone is games like Runeterra and Gwent, which is like my era of card games. That's when I started playing them, which are incredibly free to play friendly, and they look to monetize cosmetics. These games were not sustainable because they didn't make money, and they would have esports cash prizes, which again just kind of lost money. It was like the esports generation, right, where everybody thought esports was like the next big thing, which I mean, it kind of was to an extent, but like there's a bit of a bubble with esports, which has already started to burst quite significantly, right? Whereas then the era of card games after Runeterra and Gwent is these like gacha mobile games, right? Like Marvel Snap and Pokemon Pocket, which are like not competitive at all, but make a ton of money. And now, in my opinion, the next era of card games is, I believe, what RIFTBOUND and Disney Lorcana are going to be. This is a big reason I've put a lot of my eggs into the basket of these two games in particular, because this is like the two games that I believe in a lot long term. I believe the next era of card games is going to be physical card games that have a digital way of playing officially. And the way that these games can utilize an online simulator, in particularly to a particular high way, is using the online simulator, the official online simulator, as a marketing tool. Think about the amount of players that you can get into your game by having a official simulator. And then you get people to start buying physical product and going to physical tournaments. And you can print prizes worth thousands and thousands by printing it on a piece of cardboard rather than putting millions of dollars of cash on the line. Hey, Raven. Raven, Hearthstone streamer, agrees. Let's go. Yeah, right, being video game company, it's a lot easier for them to do. Yeah. I love Star Wars Unlimited. Star Wars is such a good game. I cast Star Wars Unlimited Euros early this year, having barely played the game, but I put a lot of prep work into it. And I gotta say, I absolutely loved it. The gameplay in Star Wars Unlimited is brilliant. It is a great game. Great game. Really, really good. And I've got to say, there's like some of the things from Star Wars Unlimited. Riftbound has kind of taken the best things from that game, in my opinion, to an extent, which is like the leader system. I think is like Riftbound's leader system is extremely similar to Star Wars Unlimited's, but better, in my opinion. So Star Wars Unlimited, you pick a leader card, and it's like basically like some sort of passive effect or like some sort of like thing you can do each turn, very similar to the Legend. But then on the other side of that leader card, there is like a unit which is summoned down to the board at some point, right? But what that means is so you've kind of got in Star Wars Unlimited, you've got a leader, which is both the Legend and the Chosen Champion in one. But that means if you play this Darth Vader Legend ability, you are tied to that Darth Vader Chosen Champion. Whereas Riftbound has kind of taken that, right, but given players more agency, because you can pair this Darth Vader leader ability with 17 different Darth Vader cards once there's enough of those, right? So I think that's so cool. And another thing that Riftbound has done, which probably is inspired by Star Wars Unlimited, Star Wars Unlimited also has prizes for the best performing leaders of each in big tournaments. And this was particular, like, but it's just basically the showcase. You would get the showcase, but the showcases for Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, you weren't able to get in any other way until the World Championships, apart from being the best of Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader player. So even though Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader were kind of pants, like from the first set, there was many people playing these leaders. And I think probably Riot have seen that and said, what if we just do that? But like we have actually, rather than it just being, oh, you get a showcase Jinx. No, you get a flipping unique showcase Jinx kind of thing. So cool. Riftbound fumbled on pricing. Yeah, I mean for now, sure, but whatever. They'll fix it. The big prizes, like sure, don't love it, but and also I don't really love the skirmish prizes particularly. I think they'll improve with time. But you know what they didn't fumble on with the pricing is this flipping best of pricing. That pricing. Give me that best of pricing over the main event pricing, like to just top all day. I think it's better for the wider game. I'm kind of surprised that Riot have gone with cash prizes though and not just printed fancy cardboard. But it's good. I think when Arena adds Commander, yeah, I don't think so. I think Commander is probably a game best played in person. But yeah, I know that Arena's been supposed to be adding Commander for ages, and I think it's supposed to be actually happening soon, right? Did anything from day one results? We don't really know the day one results that much. We don't really know the results of day one that much. We haven't seen like the meta breakdown or anything like this, so no, I don't have any opinions yet. And yeah, guys, don't forget to check out the Into the Rift podcast. It's its own YouTube channel, Into the Rift. I'm going to get you a link now. We have our second episode coming out this week where we're going to be covering the tournament in depth. And our first episode was all about budget decks. I built a bunch of budget decks, and some of them are so good. I will be doing an update version of some of them once I've tested them a bit more, because my YouTube comment section roasted my Yasuo deck. But yeah, Lee Sin takes this one. 2-0 GG. Lee Sin! Very cool. I wasn't really talking much about the game in this one, was I? I have watched, I don't know, 14 games of Riftbound in the last bit. So sometimes tuning out is kind of fun. But... Ayo, Jeff Jones in Riftbound. Yeah, someone told me that they're a bit of a G. All card games are better in paper. Doesn't change the amount of people switching to play online. Yeah, but I mean, Commander's a social experience, right? I don't agree with you that all card games are better in paper, by the way. But I'm a digital gamer, bro. I'm a Gwent boy. Gwent is the best card game of all time. I'm just saying. It just is. It just is. Was? Nah, Gwent, bro, Gwent 2, Witcher 4, Gwent 2. Oh my goodness. I would be so famous. I feel like Tarek Patel is maybe an established player. We've got an Annie gamer, respecting the power of the Palti Poro. I love a Palti Poro. What I'm looking to see this weekend, I'm looking to see an Annie player using Nocturne, because I think it's really good in Annie. I doubt we see that, but maybe. I think it's really, really good in Annie. I really, really do. I imagine that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone else has come to the same conclusion as me. I just wanted to keep it a bit of a secret. I want to see Nocturne in Annie, because that's one of my hot takes. And my other hot take is not that many Kaisers in Annie. Like, I don't think this card's that good in this deck. It's definitely good enough, but it's not like outstanding. And another hot take is I want to see some blue seals in Teemo. They're my main hot takes. Yeah, I heard about this actually. The records of these players, 6-0 pairing and a 2-3-1 pairing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how this happened. Tournament platform, I was pretty sure that there'd be some issues with tournament platform in some sense, because it's made by the same people that made the Ravensburger Play Hub tournament platform, which is the new Disney Arcana tournament platform. And it's been an absolute nightmare since it got introduced about 8 months ago. Well, less than that, 6 months ago. I was told that there wasn't many issues caused by time delays with this tournament platform. At the recent 2,000 player Lorcana event I attended in America, every single round, the tournament platform wouldn't load, and then there was paper deck lists. They had to repair the final round here, but there was issues with the buys that were assigned, where buys were like kind of not given as much credence as I think they should. Like, basically there's an argument that the players that were given a buy in round 1 because they won a skirmish actually put themselves at a disadvantage overall. Because of the way that the tiebreakers are recorded in RIFTBOUND, the highest priority tiebreaker is the amount of game wins, which I think is absolutely correct, which means that if you lose, like, let's say you're 7-2 and your 2 losses, you got 2-0'd, but somebody else, their 2 losses were 2-1, I think it's absolutely correct that that should be the top tiebreaker. Whereas like Lorcana, for example, the top tiebreaker is opponent win percentage, and it really annoys me. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. But a problem that this tournament has run into is that the buys were not assigned. This is just what I've been told by my friend, by the way, that was playing and had a buy. So this is not super verified. This is just based off my friend that was on the floor playing in the tournament. Basically, the buys were given as like, I don't know if they were scored as like a nil, like 0 game wins or like a 1 game win. But essentially what I've been told is a lot of the players with buys were all queuing into each other for the whole tournament, because their like game win percentage tiebreaker was like lower than people that just played round 1. So there's definitely an issue there. I think most top players prefer opponent win percentage. Interesting. I don't. I think game wins is better. But yeah, I'm not sure. Because game wins you're in control of. I mean, I can actually give you an example. I spoke to Zan Syed, who is a former Magic pro and now Disney Lorcana pro. I spoke to Zan Syed actually about exactly this when I was with him at the Lorcana event recently, and he also agreed with me that the game win percentage should be the top tiebreaker, because he bubbled out on tiebreakers on opponent match win percentage, and that's something you have 0 control over. You just have to play who is in front of you, right? Whereas like game wins, that is actually game skill expression. So I think that, yeah, I'm very surprised that Disney Lorcana uses opponent match win percentage as the top tiebreaker. I think it makes no sense, because opponent win percentage is also going down to like 2 decimal places, right? Like you're not really ever going to need the next ones. Whereas like game wins, a lot of people are going to be tied on game wins, and then it can go to opponent match win percentage, right? And it's actually still going to come into it. I just think that like the top, I think maybe the issue comes into that is where you can start doing like some dirty things where you kind of say, well, one of us needs to win this, so whoever wins, we just record it as a 2-0 win. That's where you can kind of, it doesn't matter though. I don't know. Maybe in Lorcana you can more consistently go 2-0. No, definitely not. So what would be the argument, though, for wanting opponent match win percentage? Clearly there is an argument for it because Lorcana's gone for it and they've got very experienced game devs that have made that decision. But what's like the reason to pick opponent match win percentage as the top tiebreaker instead of game wins? Whereas game wins is like an actual gameplay skill, and opponent match win percentage is something that is totally out of your control. You just have to, like, it's just who you queue into. So yeah, Annie takes down Kaiser, no surprises there. When they went first, I believe. It's exactly how you'd expect. Kaisers are often going to be very heavily teched for the mirrors, whereas like probably in the sideboard they might have some things that they can bring in to be a little bit better in Tanny. The main thing that Kaiser is looking for in this matchup is Falling Star in particular is extremely good against Annie, and that's also why Palti Poro is like the best card really in the early game for Annie in this matchup. The argument is to reward you for beating the stronger player. Sure. No deckhand. Yeah, that's a very good point. Sneaky deckhand is like the prime opener here for Annie going second, but it's not something that they found. It also means that going 1-2 against an opponent and winning, just one is worse than going 0-2. Just one is worse than going 0-2. So it means that going 1-2 against an opponent. Huh? No, because, I mean, obviously the top tiebreaker is like the amount of games you win, right? The matches you win. And then in Riftbound, the second tiebreaker is the amount of games you win. And then I imagine the third tiebreaker is opponent match win percentage. I am absolutely convinced that that is the best way to do it. Obviously, that's a subjective opinion. I personally really like that it's that. But if you're going to do it, regardless of this discussion of which is better, right? Riot have decided that the better one is opponent is game wins, and then opponent match win percentage, I assume, is second. The problem is, if you are taking that approach, the buys have to be assigned as a 2-0. Because the buys were basically a disadvantage for a lot of players in a sense. Because also it like made the flow of the tournament extremely weird, where like all the players who won skirmishes and had a round 1 bye were queuing into each other for the rest of the tournament. So like people that got a bye basically in this tournament in game 1 like played like an unbelievably stacked pool of players, and the players that didn't have a bye you could argue were like in a slightly different part of the bracket almost and had an easier run, which is definitely not like what Riot would have wanted to have happened with the whole like you get a bye for a skirmish. There should not be any sort of downside of having a round 1 bye, right? So we know that there's there's an event in Bologna. I think it's in like it's February. It's like 1 week after set 2 comes out. Wait, why is that? I think like they messed up. I think it was an oversight. I can't imagine it was intentional. I think it's just a mess up. And honestly, with the tournament platform, I felt like it's likely there'd be some issues, to be honest. So I can't say I'm too surprised. And that's based off like me being a Disney Arcana player. I've experienced the Play Hub, which is a new thing, and it's like made by the same people. It looks sort of identical, right? It's just got a different name. I'm not surprised that there's some sort of issue like this. Buys should always be considered max tiebreaks, yeah. So it's actually really unfortunate because it totally impacts the rest of the tournament, right? For sure. And it's not like they could imagine that Riot are like, well, we changed our mind. Sorry, top 64. We've now retroactively given the players who got a bye round 1 the extra tiebreak, like the extra wins. So now suddenly the top 64 player, you're not top 64. So like my friend, he finished 70th. He bubbled out, but he had a bye round 1, right? So imagine now if Riot decide, and that's why I obviously have, like, he's the one that's been telling me about this, and he's obviously upset about it, rightfully so. He played against like all sorts of top players, he said. Like he said that his whole run was just against other players that had also had a bye. So Now, right, what happens if Riot decide, oh, we messed up, we need to actually change, like obviously the pairings would have been different throughout the tournament, but what if Riot say, well, oh, there's an issue here, we actually need to assign in the standings those that buy like the game win for max tiebreakers, and now the standings shift, it could be a lot of drama. Like, so what do you do if you're Riot? You probably just leave it as is and just accept that you there was an issue, and leave it as is. But is there not an argument to retroactively award the correct tiebreakers for those? Am I going to Bologna? Hopefully, if I can get a ticket. I'd love to cast, bro. I would really, really love to cast some Riftbound. I would also love to play, though. So yeah, I'll definitely be doing my best to go there. I'm also probably quite tempted to try and make the next Riftbound regional in the States, which is shortly after Bologna, because that's right at the start of set 2 in Western countries. I would really, really love to play and cast, but it's not possible to do both. I've actually thought about asking, like for Lorcano events, like, hey guys, can we have a deal where I play in the tournament and then if I get knocked out, I come and cast? That would be my like dream combo. That's so fun. Does the second one in US have a location? I think so. I think it's in March. I'm not sure though. Bologna's February. Yeah, Bologna's February, and then we've got the DLC in Ghent in the start of March. It's Vegas. I've never been to Vegas. I'd like to go. Annie, seemingly in the ascendancy here though, but Darius, proving to be one of the best cards in the game right now, comes through. 3 available for Tarek. It's going to be a fight or flight. Huge. I think that's probably a game-winning fight or flight. Unless you need like a falling star here to remove the Vi, or it's probably game over. I don't think there's anything else that can target Vi at the base for just 2 energy. So you would imagine this is just going to be like Giga Recycle on Vi. Yeah. Kaiser goes through first. Draw a card. Lovely sequencing. Darius, who comes in exhausted for now, but then the cleave comes in ready. GG, Annie takes it. 7-0 Annie. And that is, when you hit 7-0, that's when you can go ID, ID. Am I going to play Teemo in set 2? Who knows? Who knows? Fancy coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh? You say coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh like I played much Yu-Gi-Oh. For the uninitiated, I played 1 Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I still should post that video. I basically did a challenge where I tried to learn Yu-Gi-Oh in a few days and competed at a tournament. It was miserable. I've still got all the recordings. We're not going to watch the interviews because we're watching this on ×2 speed and we still have 2 hours left of the stream and it's 1 hour until the event starts. I'm just going to go to the loop. Patrick Sullivan doesn't play. Is this Patrick Sullivan? He doesn't play Riftbound. I mean, he does. He's a dev for Riftbound. Yeah. So we've got a dev on Riftbound. I think he used to cast Magic, right? I'm not super familiar with his background, but I believe he used to be a Magic caster. So we've got a dev that's a former pro caster. How cool is that? That's cool. All right. Oh my days, Yasuo. Let's go. Gale wins, which I feel like is a name I recognize for some reason. Yasuo. So Yasuo is pretty bad, respectfully. That's going to annoy a lot of people. It's pretty bad, but it's not terrible. It's not good though. But I like the poros. I like the wielder of water. I have a cat on my lap. Hello, cat on my lap. Hello, cat on my lap. Hey, boy. You okay? Thanks to Card Market for sponsoring my stream. So we do see the Yi is going for the Aurora. This should be a very good matchup for Yasuo, to be honest, because you can score a lot of early points in this deck, particularly with like the legend ability. But like you would imagine that also Gale on their sideboard, they probably have the other Yasuo as their bro. You can't be there. You can come here. Not on the keyboard though, please, boy. Not on the keyboard, please, mate. Oh. What happened to the camera? That's not me. That's the actual physical camera that's moved. So Clockwork Keeper I also like in this deck. I like the Poro. I like a high density of 2-drops in this deck. I like the Wielder of Water. I think that we're probably going to see the other Yasuo, which is the Wind Dancer on the sideboard. That's the one that scores a point when you move it 3 times. Because you can switch your chosen champion in between rounds after game 1. You have like a chosen champion, which you write on your deck list, I believe. Like you write that on your deck list. Maybe you don't, but it has to be in the main deck in order to put it there. But then you can like sideboard in a different champion and you can swap in between matches, right? Cat cam. Oh, why is that not tilting anymore? I think my camera's a bit broken. Sad. This is Charlie, guys. This is my girlfriend. One of my girlfriend's 4 cats. As you can tell, he loves a little bit of fuss, to put it mildly. So Mind Splitter, very good card against Aurora, good top end. It's expensive, but it's a great card. Do you see most Yasuo players using this at the moment? At least on the sideboard. See some of them going for like Reinforce Nocturne. I think Nocturne's actually a bait in this deck. I think it's bad. I also think Reinforce is not very good. But we'll see. I don't know the list that this Gale is using yet. I haven't seen any of the orbs yet. Which is like the gear. Zonya's Hourglass you expect to see as well. Are imaginary girlfriends allowed to own cats? Brilliant, thanks for that. Double Aurora. And this is a Aspirant's Climb game where you have to get to 9 points if you're Gale. So you would imagine that game 1 is over. But I would also strongly imagine that like Gale has Adaptatron on the sideboard, which is when you conquer, destroy a gear. I would also imagine that they have the other Yasuo, the Wind Dancer on the sideboard. So I would imagine Gale is probably still favoured, to be honest with you. I think that like Gale probably expects to lose game 1 in this matchup and then win game 2, 3. I think that's probably their approach. I think that makes sense because there's like an interesting decision on which chosen champion you use in a Yasuo deck. This one is definitely like better against most decks, but then the Wind Dancer is so good against like this, for example. I would be absolutely shocked if they don't have a wind dance on sideboard. In fact, I think it's like almost impossible. Like for a Yasuo deck that's doing this well, I think that they will know what they're doing. And I'm just so convinced that the wind dancer is a brilliant option to have as a chosen champion and so worthy of a sideboard slot. They posted legends and standings. No way. Okay. I interrupt this game because we have to look at that. We come back to this game shortly. Great catch. That's crazy. So much to talk about suddenly. Oh my days, guys. Oh my days. We've got the top 64 players. We got the top 64. We've got Kaiser. We've got a Yi in the mix. Annie in the mix. 2 misfortunes on this page. Snake, who we saw play on stream. So there's only 4 different decks there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 different decks there. Where's the Teemos? Okay, we see a Teemo, thank goodness. A Darius made it. There's another Teemo, Priz, who we saw on stream. There's a Viktor. There's a Lee Sin. Crazy. There's a Yasuo. Spoiler. Yasuo, 32nd. Volibear, 20th. Bro. I did the breakdown if you want stats. Yes, please. Bro. Annie's doing well, conversion-wise. 27 Kaiser. So Kaiser was like, so Kaiser's converted exceptionally well, which I think makes sense when there's this extra like layer to this tournament that, yeah, no set in day 2 is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I wonder if we have my, let's keep looking at the top. Not that much Teemo. Oh, there's a Teemo here, okay. Alan's right up there. Top seed Misfortune. I believe that this Misfortune player, I don't know who declined the ID, but they basically have 1 more win than everybody else. Maybe they played for seeding. I'm assuming the highest seed gets to go first or choose to go first in game 1. Also, the Rat. Shout out to the Rat. He's a decent Arcana player. But yeah, so cool to see. And it's also great to see that like Riot's prizing structure for this event, where the best of player is rewarded for being the best performing player over the weekend with their champion. Like, probably this Volibear player wouldn't have played Volibear, right? But now, like, what a cool story. So Volibear, this Volibear player secured, they've already secured their Volibear unique card, right? The Yasuo, I think, is also the Lee Sin and the Viktor and the Darius. I think these are all one-offs, and I'm sure there's obviously like Garens and stuff like this lower down. That's so cool. Ghosty also made it from Arcana. Let's go. Cool. I'm not familiar with them as much. Ali's Magic player. Nice. Yeah, they were on stream. So it's a really nice, diverse. Someone did the maths. Thank you very much, Snowy Kitten. So we've got 27 Kaiser. So can we do percentages quickly? Like, guys, am I allowed to use ChatGPT on stream, or will I be judged? Is it bad manners to use AI on stream? I don't know. Just don't look at my ChatGPT search history. That's the only agreement, guys. Okay. 64 players. 64 players, and we want the percentage of each. 24 players top cut. Is this bad manners? 27 Kaiser. German keyboard, horrible. Guys, whoever invented the German keyboard setup, we need to have a word with them. It's, oh no. I blame the German keyboard, guys. Edit. Seven Annie, 3 Misfortune. So only 3 Misfortune, really. 1 Volibear, 1 Yasuo. It looked like more Misfortunes than that, not gonna lie. 1 Lee Sin, 1 Viktor, 1 Darius. Send. And then what we'll do is we'll pump in the data from what the thingamajigger was. I just kind of like want to hide my ChatGPT history, if I'm honest. Don't think you guys need to know what I've been speaking to ChatGPT about. All right, so 42% of the top cut is Kai'Sa, 17% is Master Yi, 10% is Annie. So what we now do is... Guys, is it bad manners to use ChatGPT? I know a lot of people hate AI, but listen, welcome to the future, guys. So now what we do is we find the image. Oh, it's RIFTBOUND OP that posted it, right? I'm on the wrong Twitter. RIFTBOUND organized play. We find the image, and then we pump in to get the conversion rates. This was the deck's total representation in the tournament. Use this data and the top 64 data to find the conversion rate for each deck. That should do the trick, right? Followed this to say streamer is a donut who can't even get the numbers right and ignoring the chat. I mean, you didn't have to follow to say that. You could have just said that without following. It's follower only? Huh? It shouldn't be. Let me turn that off. That's probably just because I had bots. That's probably because I just had bots. Infants, can you turn off follow only mode, please? Chat don't be rude. Chat can be rude. I don't mind. Balance the numbers of unfollow. Okay. And what are the percentage top cut numbers? But you are right, I am a donut. That is true. Guys, I have a new RIFTBOUND podcast. If you want to check it out, it's called Into the Rift with Alex Kochia from Morgana, from Mothersnap. Why does it say 0 Teemo? Huh? Bro. What am I doing wrong? I officially am a donut, guys. You know what I should have done? Should have just imported the data, right? How many Teemo? Maybe it was just the number. Maybe it was like the person in chat that told me the wrong things. Or maybe I'm just bad at typing. There was 3 Teemo in the top 64 as well. I'm having a bit of a stinker here. So, percentage of top cut. And finally, the conversion rates. I think I wasn't supposed to add, and finally that was a bit unnecessary. So Kaiser's 42% of the top cut. Now, this was obviously like really big, but very important context that we need to consider in this one is the fact that this tournament incentivizes players to play some slightly weaker legends because of the fact that the best performing player with each legend gets a unique prize. Like the highest EV expected value that you could possibly really have in this tournament was to play something like Darius or play something like even Garen, right? So there are a lot of, like you would actually expect as a result, a deck like Kaiser, like the conversion rate here is a little bit more misleading than it would be in a tournament which didn't have that kind of structure, right? Because we know Kaiser is going to be better than Garen, but there are Garen decks out there, right? So, bro, ChatGPT, why are you not including Kaiser in the... Oh, it is, okay. 7% of Kaiser converted. Okay. Okay. So Misfortune with the highest conversion rate. Honestly, not actually that surprising. I think that's not so surprising to me. Metal Kaiser will get huge value. That's very true. But like your EV, like your odds of doing that is low, right? People also offering 15k for the Misfortune winner playmat already. Yeah. But the thing is like one player is winning that, right? You're like to win that, you need to do better than 1,000 people. To win the Garen thing, you just need to beat 12 other players, right? So I would probably, like, if you break down the maths, like, to be honest, I would imagine that, like, even the Garen unique thing is probably worth at least 10k. I would imagine. Obviously, that's pure speculation. But, like, surely it's worth at least 10k. Right? And it's like at this stage in the game's history where it's like that unique. It's a one of one. So, Misfortune, highest conversion rate. Annie also doing very well, which is, I don't think, a surprise. I imagine I can't pull up my tier list that I did yesterday. Probably, I can, look at this. So this was my sort of predictions from yesterday, before the tournament started. I put Volley all the way in F. When I made this is also, I didn't actually know that there was like this unique best of prizing at this stage. So I put Set as a favorite. So Set is the worst performer of the whole thing, right? Set was a favorite and it's already out. So Set's had a stinker. Volibear's the biggest upset. For sure. And I put Misfortune, Darius, Ari as upset potential. Was there any Aris that made it in the end? Bro, please don't go on the mouse. Thank you, boy. No Aris made it. Damn. So that's pretty bad. Only one Viktor making it is also a little bit surprising. Viktor's like a very well-respected deck. So Misfortune, by far and away, the best performer of the weekend. Now, what's also, I think, important to take into account with this is probably 100% of Misfortune players are playing Dazzling Aurora, right? Whereas not 100% of Master Yi players are playing Dazzling Aurora. We obviously don't have the data on what was the conversion rate of mid-range Yi versus Dazzling Aurora Yi. Teemo is wild cool with how much Annie's in. Their matchup is like 90-10 in Annie's favor. Do I agree with that? No. No way. I haven't played the matchup. There's no way. Teemo is so quick. If you can build Teemo exceptionally quick. So Annie is just a very, very good deck. It's very, very good for sure. I think Teemo is a brilliant deck too. They're my two picks for the weekend. They're my two favorite decks, to be fair. Like, they're the two decks that I think are the best at the moment for this weekend. I haven't played Teemo versus Annie, to be fair, because when I was playing Teemo, it was before the game was out. You all right, mate? got your claw stuck there. No set in Aura makes me very sad. Yeah, but I mean, it's one tournament. You can't breathe into it too much, right? That is definitely a big surprise. No set, no Ari. No surprise to see no Leona, no Jinx, no Lux, no Garen. Only one Viktor is a huge underperformance. One Volibear is so impressive. One Lee Sin is so impressive. One Yasuo and one Darius also. I mean, I'm actually particularly impressed by the Yasuo. The purple spells cook Teemo so hard. Do they? I don't think they do. I don't think it really matters that much. It is good. There's no doubt, though. Gust to stop you hiding. Yeah, I mean, it is good. I will give you that. I don't think it's that big a deal, though. It's definitely... I can see your point that it's probably a tricky matchup for Teemo. Yeah, I would really love to see the Yasuo as the first stream game. So the stream, guys, is going to start in 35 minutes. Yesterday there was a starting soon timer of about, how long was it? 15 minutes, I think. So we're probably like 50 minutes away from the first round. So thanks all for being here for a little pre-show. I'm going to be live the whole time if you guys want to come in at any point and hang out during the finals or any time in the stream. Obviously, feel free to watch the main stream, but I'll be here chilling as well if you want to come ask us any questions and have any chat. We'll be around. Please do give the channels a follow. I'm posting a lot of Riftbound content, and I've also got the new podcast, Into the Rift, which you can check out as well. Let me link you guys to Into the Rift. That was a flashbang, wasn't it? Brilliant. Don't judge my YouTube recommendations. That's right, I really do support Everton. Poor guy, I know. So yeah, I've got a new podcast, Into the Rift, with Alex from Marvel Snap. Guy is a legend. I think it's going to be a really fun podcast. We're going to do it every week. So we're definitely going to be covering this event in great detail. So once, if you guys want to hear my thoughts after the event is concluded about all this sort of stuff, with actual prepared maths and not trying to do numbers on the fly wrong, please do check out the podcast and give it a subscribe. We'd both really appreciate it. We're 5th in the league, mate. At least we were at the start of the day. I don't know what the scores were earlier. So yeah, great result for Misfortune. Again, 100% of Misfortune decks, you would imagine, at least like 90% are playing Dazzling Aurora, where probably like less than 50% of Yees are playing Aurora because Aurora's expensive. Yeah, Alex, the Marvel Snap goat. Yeah, me and him doing the thing, bro. Yeah, Everton are 5th, but it's so tight that it's like, you can go from like 12th to 5th in like 1 weekend here in the Premier at the moment. Only 3 Teemo, I'm quite sad to see. I think that's a really bad result for Teemo in the end, because Teemo was my dark horse pick for a while. Lee Sin, obviously these like one-offs are so cool. Like, would we have really seen any of these if it wasn't for the one-off signature? Maybe we would have seen Yasuo and Darius. I'm not sure we would have seen Lee Sin or Volley. Yeah, Set didn't get anywhere. Nor did Ari. That's the 2 biggest upsets. Only one Viktor is also a really big upset, I think. Zero Set 0 Ari is crazy, yeah. Let's see if they tweeted anything else out. Because they tweeted out the standings. There was also this announcement earlier where with the metal card distribution, they've changed it because they basically don't have many. So they're just like assigning them at random now. Whereas like, because there was people queuing from 4 a.m. yesterday to get them. Crazy. And then apparently like people were able to queue jump if they had certain badges and could go snipe them all. So yeah, this was my predictions coming into the weekend. I thought Volibear had no chance. Bear in mind, when I made this prediction, I do want to give a little asterisk. I didn't know about the best of pricing. So the reason I put Volibear down here, I said, well, why would you ever play Volibear? Why would you ever play Volibear when you could play Misfortune? That was my point. But actually, I swear to God, if I knew about the best of pricing, I would have bumped this up. Like here, I would have done this. Maybe that's actually a bit fair. Guess what, deserves to be a bit higher. I probably would have done this. Dazzling Aurora. I mean, honestly, Garen, I don't know. Garen can't even be that bad when you can play Aurora. But yeah, I don't know. That's obviously not what I did. So I'll put it back to how I did it. It was like this. But I didn't know about the best of pricing at this point. But like, for example, like the reason for Jinx to go down here is like, well, why would you play Jinx when you can play Annie? Why can you play Lee Sin when you can play this? But these are two decks I actually like a lot. I have both of these sleeved. Well, I actually have Lee Sin sleeved up. I don't have the Jinx sleeved up, but I'm going to be sleeving up soon to play. And Volibear I really like. I played Volibear a lot in before the game was out until I played against Misfortune with Volibear. And I realized that Misfortune can do what Volibear does, but better. A big thing that Misfortune has going for it is the big purple top end is really, really good. Like Mind Splitter, Soul Gorger. These cards are absolutely exceptional, particularly Mind Splitter when combined with Sabotage. The Misfortune color combination is the closest thing you can have in Riftbound to what you might call a discard deck. You have so much pressure you can put on your opponent's hand, which is really, really awesome. And obviously, like the big advantage that Mr. Yi has as a Dazzling Aurora deck is you get access to the additional ramp card, like the 3-cost draw 1, ramp 1, which is quite a lot of consistency. So that's pretty cool. I am going to quickly take a toilet break, so we'll put this back on while I run to the loo. And I have a very sad, I have a cat that's about to be very sad when I get up here.
Just looking for two more points. That's plenty. That gets you the edge.
And let's keep in mind, to circle back early on, Gale got off to a very fast start. If you're a point short there, maybe it looks very, very different. But that early game advantage put Billionaire into a very defensive spot. Gale was not under that much pressure to get the game over with because Billionaire wasn't really at risk of scoring 9 themselves, and so got to set up a hand that was capable of pushing through the last points.
Yeah, really, really well done. As we are going to just have a Yasuo activation, Windswept Hillock, really good at abusing this Yasuo activation when you have a unit that's ready, can move in, get that first point, then go conquer over onto the other battlefield, which for this game is obelisk for you, which is why we got so many runes right out the gates. But that Hillock paying dividends, giving ganking to these units for Gale.
Yeah, and again, the recipe here from Gale's side is just try to score as much as you can early on in the game. Get to the point where Billionaire just has to play basically pure defense, and then you have a couple of movement tricks, a couple ways to push things out to kind of squeeze out those last points.
So when I was talking to Gale earlier, he was saying there's a lower matchup.
Right, mate, I'm going to get up now. You're right.
He is on this kind of board, also has the top end of the option. I think this is
okay,
one of
boy.
the reasons that Gale is so happy to see this kind of matchup because it's such a blowout in these big units.
And Billionaire doesn't really have a choice. I mean, maybe you say you just play and say go and hold it up or whatever, but Billionaire's going to try engaging with the battlefield. He's scoring to try to kill stuff or whatever, so you really don't have a choice. It's what this Yasuo deck does. It kind of constrains the timeline of the game. You don't have a choice but to play into those tricks, and that was a devastating tempo setback for Billionaire.
Yeah, now Gale gets to send it up before he's halfway there, just finding the win on this game. Gets to gank over with Hillock and then pseudo gank by moving home and using the Yasuo Unforgiven to send the Wheeler of Water into this Windswept Hillock and get that extra point there. Now over Billionaire. Looks like the runes are available for Aurora, but is that too little too late? Is that too slow? Do you need to just start pushing in with either a Dead Bloom or the Yi again from hand?
Yeah, I mean, you just only you got to do something that can engage with the battlefield. That's a requirement, and there's no guarantee that Aurora does that. Oh no!
Oh my God! So once again we got
no.
Dead Bloom, but Rebuke number 2, Electric Boogaloo comes through and pushes that thing right on back.
No!
Yeah, I mean this is Gale on Hillock. This is going up to 6, and now the clock is just—it's not ticking. It is the clock is exploding at this point. You've got one turn left to try and put everything together. And you want to say there's a saving grace on Gale's, only on 4 runes, but realistically, it's 6-0. You got to the point where you're set up for that double conquer win, and yeah, you may be on 4 this turn, but if you can play something in the back row and then you got a Yasuo Remorseful in the next turn, you can set up to find that double conquer once again. You got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I mean, if Billionaire is only going to play a card a turn, and you have some card in your hand that maybe it's a little clunky, maybe it costs a lot of power, whatever, but it basically says nullify 1 play this turn. Eventually, you just run out of time.
Yeah, and I just got a glimpse. Gale's got a Fireflight in hand. So while that's not quite a rebuke at this point, at 6 points, might as well be.
Yep. And I mean, it is something that you're sort of priced into structurally.
And here it comes. Oh, it's brutal.
When you are playing with Aurora, you do not get to play with cheap units, and sometimes you just fall behind and can't catch up.
Okay, Defy's there.
That's huge.
We might still be playing a game. We might still be playing a game for a little bit longer. It looks like Gale didn't snap off a Defy to the Defy in response here, so he must not have it. But he does have 2 pumps. Does that actually get over? Yeah, that's a trade.
Yeah,
That's right. That's not bad. You take that.
Okay.
Though Zonus is going to get cracked here, so still overall, I would say that's a win for Billionaire, at least the small win.
Absolutely. Yeah. That is the step 1 here, right?
A little bit of space ball.
Okay.
Now to claw this back, though. is going to take a lot out of the side of this Master Yi deck, but it does start with Dead Bloom on Hillock.
Yeah,
it's a good place to be.
Once you establish presence at one battlefield, if you have Aurora, then you can start piling, and as long as you have some stuff back to be able to answer a battlefield that your opponent happens to conquer, they start running out of time. And we also know, Gale's effectively empty-handed. We would have saw another Rebuke or movement card had it been available because it would have been game-winning. So now, Gale is on no cards in hand. So anything they draw that a unit has to get played, you know about it now. And anything that's not a unit doesn't get the ball rolling.
Yeah, we finally hit attrition in this
Right.
attrition that he wants to play, but Yasuo has not been playing along for the most part so far in the series.
So
Maybe a hidden card.
we watched game 1 pretty much until the end.
Has been the occasional
All right, mate.
check, but seeing as how this is
Get
a
your
forward
claw stuck. We watched game 1 pretty much until the end. And wait, Yasuo managed to win game 1? Okay, wait, what? Please be careful of the keyboard, Charlie boy. Yasuo won game. Okay, rewind, guys. Huh? It looked so doomed. We basically stopped watching because... Didn't game 1 look doomed? Maybe game 1 didn't. Alright. We watched further than this. On guard to trade the Dead Bloom. They have a Dead Bloom at base. Hourglass, pass. Okay. Sure. Oh, this is game 2. I'm so cooked. I'm sorry, guys. Whatever. I missed how game 1 even won. I cooked it, didn't I? I'm sorry. Yeah, I would definitely expect Yasuo though to be beating Dancing Aurora. I'd say it's like an advantage of the deck is that it should be able to definitely go under. I am surprised that they don't have the Wind Rider as the chosen champ for game 2. I have a cat? No, I do not. My girlfriend has 4 cats though. Flipping 4 cats, bro. Careful of the keyboard. Aurora misplayed too many times. Nice one. Yeah, the ult, it is the top one is like a slightly different foil effect. Basically, it's like more foily. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bro, I'm pretty convinced this cat is gonna sabotage me and click stop stream button in a minute. The way he's walking over this keyboard. She'll probably join us a bit later for the stream. She's chilling at the moment. She's playing RIFTBOUND too. So yeah, I moved for my regular viewers that haven't been seeing me make content recently. I finally left my hometown and moved to Berlin. 2-3 months ago now. I basically high rolled and met my girlfriend just before I moved here at a Lorcana event at Gamescom, and she so happened to live here. So in the city I was already moving to. It was nice high roll. Yeah, there was also so my friend bubbled out of top 64. He finished 70th, and he's not able to play any side events because I think everything basically got sold beforehand. Let's go, Gale. That's a huge result. And then you can just ID last round and you're in. Sorry that I kind of cooked the coverage of this last one. We got... Oh, Carmen. Let's go, Carmen. Carmen plays Lorcana, right? Right. Wait, no, I think I'm imagining this. I think I know Carmen because I've seen Carmen tweet about RIFTBOUND before. I think? I don't know if Carmen plays RIFTBOUND. Lorcana. I think that Carmen plays another card game, but I've seen them tweet about RIFTBOUND. Magic Designer? Right, I think that's what I saw. And that's why I'm saying they're from Lorcana because I recognize them. I think I've seen them on Twitter. There's a good chance they might still be a Magic dev. I mean, I'm friends with a Magic dev that plays Lorcana and competes in Lorcana. So we've got Kaiser versus Kaiser. Should we skip this one? We got 20 minutes. We're skipping this one, guys. We're going to skip. Respectfully. I think it's good to have a Kaiser mirror on stream, though. First one of the day. Nothing wrong with that. But, yeah, let's skip. Okay, I want to listen to this interview because this is a game dev interview. That sounds like a good time.
Of X2s can find a win in this last round, and they will sneak in as well. But these X1 and 1s that we're going to have, that is a guarantee.
I'm related to
Obama.
Obama. My sister did Ancestry. We have a shared common
After
ancestor.
that, we'll come back with that round 9.
Allegedly.
We will get to kind of see that culmination, that win-in for a lot of these players as they try and fight their way into that top 64.
And our shared common ancestor from 400 years ago also plays Arcana. Trust me, bro.
All right, I'm here with Frank Scarin, a game designer on Riftbound. And Frank, I gotta ask you, being at an event of this magnitude on a game that you got to work on, I mean, how does that feel?
Yeah, Cass, it feels really awesome, honestly, super special. It's so amazing to just see kind of all these seats filled, everybody having a great time. I've been walking around the event, talking to people, seeing like cosplays, and everyone just seems really excited. In my past, I attended a ton of these events as a player, and being kind of on this side of the fence is like really surreal, especially when we were like here yesterday, seeing the hall get set up, and it's just really touching, and it's the amount of like work that went in from the whole team, seeing it kind of like come to culmination is really, really cool.
All right, well, and we've got the second set on the way, Spirit Forge, and there's a lot of new kind of keywords and mechanics coming in. We've got, Weapon Master, we've got Repeat, we've got the attachable gear, and I wanted to ask you what maybe some of the challenges were of trying to introduce a bunch of new keywords and mechanics.
Okay, so yeah, I would say probably the biggest challenge is, obviously we want each set to be kind of special in its own way, kind of shake up the game, give people something new and exciting to like latch onto. But at the same time, we don't want to put too much complexity in the game too quickly. Still a new game, people are still kind of learning the base mechanics. So it's really like managing that push and pull of like how do we make this set new and exciting without taking too much away from what we already have or overloading players with too many mechanics too quickly. And also Spirit Forge kind of had a unique challenge of a lot of it is focused around equipment, two of those keywords with equipment and Weapon Master are very equipment focused. So we kind of went to Repeat to be like a spell keyword to give, maybe not everyone's going to love equipment, and Repeat will give them something else to try if that's not their thing.
That's really cool. And I mean, for people looking to try something exciting in Spirit Forge, what were maybe some of the legends that you are the most excited to put in the hands of the players?
Yeah, probably the one that I am most excited to see folks pick up is Renata. I think one of our other big mechanics for the set is gold. I think gold is like really cool, gives players kind of new ways to like mess with their power costs outside of like stuff like seals or just recycling runes. And the legend, when you go online and then they start adding energy too, it kind of like, we wanted to do something a little more like combo-y, a little crazy. That's something that maybe isn't there as much in Origins. And it was probably the one that we were like most afraid of, like, can we break this? Yeah. What's like the craziest? Can you time warp early and stuff like that? And we had builds of Renata that we felt pretty confident in, but I'm excited to see what players do because their decks are definitely going to be better than ours. And also just love her signature spell. We played it for a long time, Hostile Takeover. You get to take control of an opponent's unit for a while, and the thing that I really loved is we added Hidden on pretty late, and at first it was like, oh, this spell is so powerful, it's so expensive, we can't put Hidden on this, but since it's like, battlefield restricted, the context of the Hidden is pretty different, and I think it's just like, it's really cool to get that exciting moment of, wow, this like expensive, powerful card is Hidden,
I'm so excited
but it plays
to play
completely different. And
I don't play Kaiser, so
I just think it's going to be cool to see what players do.
I can actually play Red Blue.
Yeah, I love that idea. It's like, it takes a spell that goes from stealing a battlefield and conquering it to now it's like this hold tool that's very niche and specific. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Well, that's Spirit Forge. That's very exciting. That's coming out. But we are at an Origins event here for the Houston regional regional qualifier. Frank, what legends from Origins are the ones that you want to see on the broadcast? I mean, you're going to be casting some games. Who are you really hoping that you get a chance to talk about?
Teemo.
So my favorite Origins legend is definitely Teemo. And it's funny because I hate Teemo in League of Legends. Like I'm a top laner, I play like Darius, Gwen, all these like auto attack champions that Teemo just gets to mow down. But I love him in Riftbound, which is part of what I think is cool because like I get to love him here even though I hate him there. And yeah, I just enjoy the hidden game plan. I think it's really cool. There's a lot of skill expression there on like
for sure.
What are you going to hide when are you going to like hide your fight or flight versus hold it to play in a combat. I also really love the Teemo decks that play Nocturne, so I hope we get to see some of those because I think like the Nocturne sweats are the most fun and cool things going on.
All right, thanks so much, Frank, for doing this interview,
Definitely
giving us a little
Nocturne being
insight
included
into
in
the
some
dev
of the decks
process
on
for
the side.
Spirit Forge. And now we're going to send it over back to the desk for more of the Houston Regional Qualifiers.
It's been a very well done production. This is like kind of a break screen. It's been a brilliantly done production. Okay, we've got Teemo versus Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's going first. This is a matchup which is favored for Kai'Sa, but it's definitely doable for Teemo. The early game tempo is particularly important. Going Teemo on your first turn is not what you want to be doing, but it is a nice option to have. Part of the value of this Teemo chosen champion is that it is a 2-drop. So I actually did experiment a lot with Teemo lists early on where I didn't play any of the 2-drops. I just played Teemo, and it allows you to build your deck in a unique way. But the thing is, like, Tide Turner in particular is just too good not to play. Traveling Merchant then proved to be exceptionally good with the Dr. Mundo. And also Ravenbloom Student is, like, incredibly efficient. And going wide is very, very powerful in this game. But I would say that this is a disastrous start for the Teemo player. Going second is a bad enough thing, but then also just opening with the Teemo is not great. I mean, it could be worse. This is also why I'm a little bit skeptical about the whole scrap heap thing in a lot of decks. Is invert timelines. Bruh. Okay, I eat my words. That's crazy. Invert timelines this early, though. That's so bad, no? So invert timelines, each player discards their hand and draws 4. But, like, you need to contest board here. This game 1 is so over. This invert timelines was cool to see, but it's so bad. Like, this game is giga over. Like, I'm just wanting to fast forward. Right? I guess with an invert timelines build of Teemo, you have a very different win con, which is that you're exceptionally late game. I'm not going to fast forward. And Dr. Mundo, you just go full juice on Mundo. So that's basically this guy's line is like, okay, you can totally dominate. You can score loads of cheap points early, but I'm going to absolutely cook you with a massive Mundo very, very quickly. And try and score some cheap points in between that with like the Sprite core here. So this is like a very greedy late game version of Teemo. Like, this is the kind of version of Teemo that we might actually see Aspirants Climb being a battlefield, which is the battlefield which increases the points needed to win the game to 9. A lot of the time when we see Teemo, they're more like tempo orientated, looking to win quite quickly. And worth noting that this Sprite will be banished at the start of the turn, but you can reveal the hidden card before that happens, which is a nice bit of synergy. I really like Sprite Call, to be fair, as a card. I think it's very, very strong. I love Sprite Mother too. But you just have to think that this start is a little bit too lacking here for the Teemo player. Even though Mundo, we know it's exceptionally good against Kai'Sa. You would have to imagine that with this like huge advantage, it's going to be just about fine for the Kai'Sa player. 7 in total here for Teemo, 7 for Kai'Sa. It's going to be another Sprite Call. You can play that at a battlefield. So it's now 10 versus 7, and it's going to be just a full-on retreat from Kai'Sa, which means that everything survives, including the Teemo. And they don't go in for the challenge either. So another whole point for iChance, and then the Teemo could be bounced back and hidden again. Of course, these sprites are going to be removed from the board at the beginning phase. You do not score for them, but the Teemo being there means that that point is, of course, still scored. And there is some nice synergy with the sprites. Like if you sprite, flip the Teemo, the sprites go away, and then you score the point. So there's some cool synergy with the sprites. And in comes Mundo, or not perhaps, but I mean, fair play. I thought this one was over with like how slow the start was, but they found the Mundo, and it's the only chance they've really got in this one. It's just a Giga Mundo. But they play Mundo to base and hide a Tide Turner. That's what they're certainly bluffing. They are strongly suggesting a tide turner hide here, it could be a bluff. That's also part of the fun of hidden cards, is you can start to bluff, right? Like, of course, tide turner is absolutely what's being telegraphed here, but I think it would be very, very interesting if that's just a pure bluff. And it could be even more like you add to the bluff by like pretending to want to play the Mundo to the battlefield and then be like, oh wait, no, I'm going to do this. Hide a card. Which like might not even be tide turner. They might not have tide turner in hand, right? So I would love to see from majority here the bluff called by just moving in the last breath guy, the Watchful Sentry. Because you can call the bluff with the Watchful Sentry just moving in there. You see exactly what's hidden. Guaranteed, right? Because it's offering to trade the Teemo. Sure enough, it was the tide turner. It wasn't a bluff. But you could have still called the bluff. It could be a bluff. Like, I play a lot of Teemo, and bluffing with Teemo is a real thing. Hidden card, so that's part of the value of a hidden card. It's hidden. $11 minutes for the stream. Thank you very much. So the stream's up and there's 11 minutes on it. Okay, so we'll make sure to be there on time. Thank you very much for letting us know. I'll pull this up and make sure we're there. Yeah, not surprised to see that being the end result though after that start. Yeah, 10-minute timer on the start and soon screen, so we've got 10 minutes until the stream starts, guys. For the start of day 2, we will listen to the casters as well, because I want to hear like everything they've got to say. But then once the gameplay starts, I think we'll definitely have them on a little bit. Obviously, at the moment, I've got it in ×2 speed, which is meaning it's definitely not worth listening to casters on ×2 speed. I think that's just going to be bad for everyone's ears. But the casting yesterday that I listened to was very, very good. I'm usually like quite unimpressed by casters in games that I'm watching historically. Like I don't know, like as like someone that likes to play card games quite seriously. But I was very, very impressed by the casting. Yesterday. I also want to mention, while I'm mentioning that, the Disney Arcana casting in America recently got so much better than it used to be. Huh? What just happened? Bro? Was there like some sort of scoop? This is GG? What the hell just happened here? Why did it just skip to a new game? Was it like a bug in the recording or what? Hextech Ray. They flip over a Teemo. Retreat. Who? What happened here, guys? Anyone in the know? Yeah, probably just a bug with the recording, with the production, and then it gets fixed. Yeah. Cool. 8 minutes until the next stream, or not the next stream. I have more views than the official broadcast right now. That's crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy because the other broadcast just started. It's not going to last long. Also, the YouTube stream on RIFTBOUND yesterday had like, I don't know, 10x, maybe like 8x the amount of the Twitch stream. Bandle Tree still being used by Teemo players is interesting because it is good, but it can sometimes be hard to actually hide 2 cards though. I have more viewers than the Olympics right now. Brilliant. I'll put that on my CV. We've got a 7.5 minute timer on the stream. We're not going to miss a jot, don't you worry. We'll watch the end of this game and then we'll go to the start and soon screen. Thanks all for being here. I appreciate you. I'm excited for a nice, fun day of Disney Arcana. Not Disney Arcana. RIFTBOUND. I said Disney Arcana because I saw a Disney Arcana stream in my recommended. So it's looking good for Teemo. This is like the general play pattern you're looking to achieve. You're looking to get the Ember Monk down into the mix to make some holds. I really do like Sprite Call. I love Sprite Mother as well. I play Blue Seals in Teemo with Sprite Mothers because you can just score so many easy points with that. Like the Sprites are such a nice way of scoring points in the mid game. Make some favorable trades. But yeah, I have a feeling that today is going to be an absolute banger. I'm really excited to have the stream starting soon. But yeah, look, Void Gate's like, okay, I reveal Teemo and now my Ember Monk is 6 might. It's also got 2 damage on it though. 4 damage rather. Ember Monk's such a chad. That's the main reason the Battle Tree is worth it, is because of the Ember Monk synergy. And also Consult the Past. It is nice to be able to hide 2 at once, but it's not like mind-blowingly good. Fight or Flight. Fight or Flight, Ember Monk. Definitely seems like the correct decision there. But there is still 4 runes available, right? So your Teemo could get Void Gated. I think it's correct though, right? Yeah. Not punished for that. Massive reward for that. The Sprite will not score though, of course. But the Ember Monk now ready to move into the other battlefield because of the Fight or Flight. And now there's a Singularity available, which is going to pop off here. Singularity is so good into Kaiser at this stage in the matchup. That's basically GG. You've got an overload of stats compared with your opponent. Unfortunately, what you really wanted to be able to do there was bounce the Teemo back and still hide it at Bandle Tree in an ideal world, but there was not enough units in play to do that, so the Teemo gets hidden to the right, which is still good. But you are allowing your opponent to score an easy point in Bandle Tree, but it doesn't really matter. This one will go to game 3. Or will it? Maybe not. I could see Kaiser making a comeback here. Yeah, but there's the Mundo. GG game 3. All right, I'll run to the loo for the last time before the stream starts. It's until the main stream starts, guys. We're not going to miss anything. All right, we've got 2.5 minutes until the start. Let's just quickly make sure we see who wins. It's going to be Kaiser by the looks of it. Yeah, it was Kaiser. Cool. All right, stream's about to start. I am just going to BRB. So, quick BRB. And we're going to, yeah, I'm excited. I'll be back before it starts though. Let's go. So we'll listen to the stream. I won't talk over them at the beginning. So I want to also hear what's going on. Thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate you. Of course, there is an official stream if you want to go check that out. No pressure, but I appreciate you being here very much. And we'll be live the whole time, so you can always go there and come back later if you want to come hang out. We'll be here. Thanks again to Card Market for sponsoring the stream and the channel. My stream, obviously not the official stream. Card Market is a great place to buy singles online if you're in Europe. I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm going to enjoy the ride. Let's go, Riftbounders. Come on, Teemo, for the win. Go for the win. Teemo, Teemo, Teemo. We'll probably get big announcements today too, guys.
Welcome back, Riftbounders, to day 2 of the Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Houston, Texas. Yesterday, we saw various legends strike the stage for a chance at glory. Kaisa, Master Yi, and Annie emerged as the top strategies. But legends like Volibear, Yasuo, and Leona are still in contention. After 9 rounds of Swiss, 64 players remain. Single elimination is the name of the game now, and it's anyone's showdown. Cash, promos, and the best of legends are still on the line. But in the end, there can only be one. Hold on to your battlefields. The first ever English Regional Qualifier champion will be crowned today.
Elimination play. What that
is absolutely every round? Crazy that 64 players are going to be competing today for the first ever English Regional Qualifier champion. I'm Bear Bryant, joined this morning with Frank. Is the highest level of anxiety, at least for me, when it comes to sitting down in these, like, be one first ever. And this is it right now, at least for, you know, the English regional qualifiers. And with the Origins format, where we have all of these 16 legends across, you know, Origins and the Proving Grounds, it is just so exciting to me to see the diversity that we have in our current format, and with all the people and expectations that I think people thought they had, is not necessarily the story that we're telling. Yes, of course, we have our very strong decks that we can talk about, but Annie really rising to the occasion in this event. And when we look at the games yesterday on stream, you see why people, and it is now the 3rd most represented legend at this event as a whole. The tricks that this deck can pull off to 2-0 legends like Kaisa really showed off yesterday on stream.
Yeah, you know, if we look at our metagame breakdown here, you do see the kind of like boogeymen of the format, Kaisa and Yi, showing up, performing, having really solid conversion rates. But then, yeah, you also have some great follow-ups coming from Annie, Misfortune, really showing off. And then even as you go down, there are, a couple players who are clearly just masters of their legend and decided like, hey, I'm really going to go off the beaten path here. Maybe they're making, shots at the best of metal legends, or maybe they just feel like, I've really just mastered what Viktor has to offer, what Yasuo has to offer, and I know that I could beat all these folks who are going to show up with Kai'Sa Yi because I know exactly what they're going to do and exactly how to get around it.
Yeah, I just even looking at 27 Kaisas, 11 Yis, 11 Annies, and Teemo rising even further to the top. We have iconic players that we got to showcase yesterday. Prismaticism showcasing that legend that did well not only in Vegas, really putting in a lot of extra confidence into players to test out and bring a deck like that. And spoiler alert, our Swiss champ at the end of yesterday was not one of these top 3 here, Frank. Misfortune, Dazzling Aurora ended up cream of the crop at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, I was really impressed with all the matches I saw for Misfortune Dazzling Aurora yesterday. Coming to this event, I kind of had a picture of the deck in my mind where I'm like, oh, if they don't find the Dazzling Aurora, their deck
Viewership
doesn't
seems
function.
low. It's good.
And then I just saw time and time again these decks winning without even drawing Dazzling Aurora, and that's kind of when I got the vibe like, okay, these players have figured it out. They know how to build this deck to win even when they don't have their major piece.
Absolutely. And some of my fan favorites, of course, Viktor,
There's a
Yasuo,
volley.
and Darius still
There's
showing
a
up some
Lee Sin.
representation.
There's a second,
and like I said before,
thing.
a sneaky Volibear, a Leona of 2 coming in here. But we do have our rest of our legends going in here. And you can also see some representation of the legends that didn't necessarily make the cut. But as you can see, Ahri, Set, Leona, Jinx, Lux, and Garen, there's some metallics that are going to be handed out even before we get into the top
Set
64.
and Ahri.
Yeah, I know a decent amount of players
Especially
have locked
Set.
up their best
Only
metal
one
legend.
Viktor
I'm
made
sure
it,
they're,
right?
maybe you didn't make day 2, but hey, that metal legend is a great consolation prize. I will say, a little surprised to see Set didn't put anyone into the second day.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have our standing breakdown as well. Some of these players we were very lucky to showcase. I see Alan's Q here in 5th place with Kai'Sa going 7-0-2. And like I said at the beginning, Misfortune Bounty Hunter 8-1. But great players we've seen all day, and I can't ask for a better representation, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been amazing to see all these kind of masters and legends from all these different card games kind of show up to conglomerate and fight it out in Riftbound. And, I don't know, it's just really magical. People I've kind of grown up with as acquaintances or friends or idols, and a lot of them are just here battling it out to see who's the best Riftbound player of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of battling it out, there's that Volibear. We have Malik X that we have the pleasure of showcasing, making it all the way through here in 20th seed. There's that Yasuo at 32nd. We're going to quickly go through the rest of these, of course, but Teemo representation is still here. Viktor, and there is Jeff Jones. We got to showcase as well on Lee Sin, the only one still in the tournament. And it's so fun when I'm in the position of someone like Jeff Jones, where you're the only Lee Sin in Top Cuts. You're already locked in that metallic prize best of, so now you're just playing for the best seeding, and of course you want to go home with some of these other wonderful prizes that we have access to here at this event, because they're still playing for cash, they're still playing for promos, and man, the Prestige Buccaneer Misfortune, Frank, it looks oh so beautiful.
Oh, it's gorgeous, and I think a really important thing to note, Barrett, is anyone can win this event from this point.
Absolutely. Single elimination, like we pointed out earlier.
Apart
but of course,
from
first
us
player going
watching.
home with $6,000 in their pocket. And of course, they would go home with a best of prizing as well. Of course, in the mat with the Misfortune Buccaneers. Second place, $3,000, going all the way down for top 32. So it almost makes you think, Frank, let me put this in your mind a little. This is a cut to top 64. That means you still have to win one round if you want to go home with any money.
Yeah, I think players are kind of going to be feeling that pressure this round. It's kind of like a great benchmark to be like, hey, I cashed this event. I'm feeling good, and yes, a lot of pressure is going to be on this first round.
Absolutely. Speaking of pressure, I have a lot of pressure when I think of coming to a high-level event like this, so I'm a little more of a comfy, cozy kind of person, Frank, myself. So I like to stay home at my local game store where I can go and check out the Nexus Nights. And we know that there's the incredible Teemo promos, the GG Easies that are going around that you can try and get your hands on. If you can go to locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events, you can check out some stores where you can go and participate in Nexus Nights. But if you want to get a little bit more of that competitive itch, there's the next step further. We've got these Summoner Skirmishes that you can also participate to. If you go to uvsgames.com/riftbound-organize-play, you can find out where your Summoner Skirmish is going to be held locally near you. And there's some fun, I remember the Blitzcrank promos, Trindomirs that are being handed out, at least for the Origins, and we have even more unique stuff probably coming out here in the future for Spirit Forge, too.
Oh, definitely, Barrett. And, I got to say, those Nexus Nights, me and a bunch of people from the Riot office, we go to our local one, play. It's a great time. Just have fun, meet people in the community, and just it's casual, it's comfy. It's just like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. But, Frank, the tournament must go on. Top 64 is ready to begin and get underway as we have our first match coming up here shortly. And I'm excited to see who we
How
have.
scarce
We've got
product
that
is, there is more
Malik
than
X
1K
on
people.
Volibear, who we showcased
There's
earlier
more on
on day
YouTube and
1
Twitch.
versus Diwali on Annie.
There's 1.6K
Incredible
and
matchup
the
here.
stream
And can
only
you
just
give me a little bit of
started.
insight?
It was at
Because when I
3K
think
on
of
YouTube
Annie and
the
the
whole time
aggressive
yesterday.
nature, but Volibear needs a little bit of time to get those mighty units into play.
The YouTube stream has a lot more viewers than the Twitch stream. So yeah, I think yesterday, like the Twitch stream was probably at like 500. The YouTube was like 3,000, and that was day 1. So I would expect that today is probably going to hit like 5,000 peak minimum on the YouTube, which is actually very impressive for a physical card game. Physical card game viewership is not very high for events like this compared with digital games.
Here going in, unless we swap back over. So yeah.
All right, so first round of the day, we've got Volibear versus Annie. You have to think that it's going to be heavily favored for Annie. Like, this is the kind of matchup that you would expect. Not sure how the seeding works, like if the highest seed gets to decide who goes first or second. They might have just mentioned that. I didn't catch it. But we continue. So Volibear is going to be a Dazzling Aurora deck that you don't obviously... You have access to the Volibear Legend, which is ramping you. But a big reason we don't see most players do this is because, like, in mirror matchups, for example, you want like Mind Splitters, maybe Master Yi, gives you a little bit more consistency with the ramp. Volibear really can't be too bad though, like in the grand scheme of things. It's just like, why play Volibear when you can play Misfortune is the main thing. And it's interesting that we've then seen some players even going Master Yi, Dazzling Aurora, where you have a little bit more consistency of the ramp. So kind of like getting what like Volibear does, but then you probably have higher card quality in the green top end than you do in the red top end. So it's quite interesting. Yeah, Clouded. Yeah, so for context, like Disney Lorcana challenge events probably get like 2,000, maybe 3,000, but on Twitch. But the YouTube streams, I mean, I've been a little bit surprised that Lorcana hasn't been doing YouTube streams, because my physical card game streams always do better on YouTube than they do on Twitch. And it makes sense, right? Twitch is a digital gamers platform, whereas YouTube is like more like general. So we do see the sneaky deck can coming in from Annie, and this is a big reason why I figure that this matchup is going to be good for Annie, because sneaky deck canned, right? Aggression. But what's really interesting is that like the Volibear decks have access to the Iron Ballista, which is actually like really good against Annie in particular, right? Like actually being able to remove these cards for Annie is not something you'd be able to do in a Misfortune deck or a Yi deck as easily. Like the Ballista is a huge benefit for the Volibear deck. And also Falling Star. The problem with Falling Star is you are setting yourself back to power. So I'm kind of surprised, I suppose, that we don't just see like a Ballista going here. But they're kind of asking the question on, does Wally here want to do anything like gusting their own card back? The thing about gusting your own card back, I could see them gusting like the sneaky deck cam back, right? They go flash, and it's going to then trigger the merchant. Both of these will still be targeted by the Falling Star, but it's basically just them saying that they don't really like the flash in this matchup, and they want to also, basically they got rid of 2 flashes from their hand here to draw 1 other card. So they basically had traded 2 flashes for 1 additional card. Was quite an interesting play though, not to like go for the Ballista first, I suppose, with the Falling, like, I don't know, it's interesting. But not the best turn for Malik, to be honest. Like they could have already removed 1 of these cards with the Ballista, potentially, and instead they removed nothing. I don't know if Ballista is specifically at Battlefield though. I have a feeling it is, which means that the flight would have mitigated it. But you could have tried your luck with it first anyway. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't. It's interesting. But definitely not the best play there to be making. Like Falling Star, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good, but at the same time, Malik took 2 power to make this play. One card I really like personally in Volibear, and I don't know if Malik is playing it, I believe they're from Austria as well, big up the Austrians, is the Brazen Buccaneer, because it's 5 might, but you can play it for 4 and discard a card. But obviously that's also not a very good card to be hitting off Aurora. It's a pass from the Volibear gamer. Just looks a little slow, doesn't it? It doesn't look great. Let's listen to our casters for a bit.
off the table. But we have to deal with a 3-Might Vi and a 2-Might Deflect Poro.
Yeah, you know, this is a very interesting game because I feel like both players' decks kind of aren't exactly doing the things they want them to do. And it's always interesting when you see more of a scrap and both players kind of like fighting on the lower side of their power spectrum. And I don't know that Volibear has a ton of cards they're looking to play on the opponent's turn. So I'm interested to see when Dwali, you know, decides to move for these battlefields, if Malix is going to have anything to contest or his draw is just a little clunky.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything aside from like maybe a Void Seeker, but again, still talking about the power cost, that does still have one, and it's just something you have to be constantly thinking about, the pace of which Malik is going to accumulate runes and get further and further up, because at the end of the day, we can only start channeling with our legend when we play mighty units, and you need to play 5 might units. Usually that costs a little bit higher than 5.
Definitely, and especially if, you know, if there is a Void Seeker or Hextech Ray or something like that, those are cards that Flash can get around. Now, I do think we saw Dwali play that 1 Flash and then discarded a 2nd Flash to the Traveling Merchant, so there could be 1 left. So, you know, much easier to start firing that removal off when you know the counters are in the trash.
Resolving our stacked deck, 2 cards going to the bottom, of course. There was a stacked deck that was already played earlier this game as well, as we were playing some catch-up. But, you know, just getting a lot of setup, finding the exact pieces we need here for Dwali. Moving in with this Pouty Poro, which is, I think, the smartest one to move in first, because this one has Deflect if there may be some sort of trick from Malik.
Definitely, and you know, even if next turn Malix is going to decide, hey, I need to kill this Poro with the Ballista, that's going to cost a rune too, because that goes through Deflect just like anything else. And as you say, controlling the board is great, but eventually Malix is going to have to, you know, make his move and start getting some of his bigger units on the table, or he's just going to slowly
If only he
out.
did this.
Yeah.
2 turns ago, it could have been so
We're
different.
going to get the Zon Warren's effect. Pitching a Gust makes sense. A lot of these units that Volibear plays are out of the range for Gust to work, at least when getting rid of theirs. But it means you are giving that up to maybe protect one of your own units.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons this Annie deck has started to really show up and have so much success is they just have so many tools and so many options for different matchups, and because they have all these, you know, discard and draw effects and things like stack deck, they can put these cards in their deck, discard them when they're bad.
I think it's nice to listen casters for a bit, because I've been talking for the last 4 hours. And I don't have much to say about this game. I feel like it's already over game 1, to be honest. Like, Volibear's giga-bricked, so...
This Vi, do you think it is safe to move it into a battlefield now? As we see of Darius being potentially played here, but we haven't... I mean, we have played 1 card already with that stacked deck.
I don't know if it's open deck lists or not. I assume it is.
Sorry, we had 2 double stack decks, so we've already played our 2nd card. The Darius won't get readied in any capacity. So when I look at this
yes,
Vi,
that's correct,
as we are
Clouded.
posturing
You can
with
use
our
reaction
trash,
spells.
is there a safe
before the
number
Mind
here
Splitter
that you
comes
think you would
through the
recycle
ability?
to make it feel
That's
like this Vi
right.
can survive any sort of shenanigans?
So a really important thing to call out about these single elimination rounds, the players are actually using open deck lists. So both of these players know the complete contents of the other player's deck list. So Dwali knows, you know, exactly what types of cards Malix can have, and knows if there is going to be a Void Seeker or is going to be a Hextech Ray on the table. Now, if you know those cards exist and are in the deck, you can decide, hey, I'm just going to pump Vi around them and make sure that the removal's not going to get me. Whereas if it was a closed deck situation,
Clouded, the way that resolves
is
is Mind Splitter's ability enters the stack. You can react before the Mind Splitter's ability goes through. So you would play the reaction before Mind Splitter player can see your hand, right? By the time Mind Splitter is looking at your hand, they can just discard what they want.
Something's going on in Malix's deck,
but you can react with something from your hand.
Spend some recycles now. Maybe Vi's going to be a little smaller in the future, but he just wants to secure these early points and make sure he can get on the board as quick as possible.
Yeah, we do see the Incinerate. I did see the flash of it in Malik's hand here. So that one only does 2 to a battlefield
I wish I was playing this event,
which is enough for the Pouty Poro. But again, that pesky deflect
cost
that we're going to have to deal with anyway as this Vi moves
I would have slammed Jinx. I wouldn't have been able to help myself.
It looks like, in fact, Malix does not have great tools to interact right now and is mostly just working through a clunky hand. And, you know, that's kind of the risk you take when you sign up with Volibear. Sometimes, you know, you're just a little slow out of the gate, but certainly wouldn't count him out yet. He's been beating these Annie and Kaisa decks all day, and let's see what he can do to get back on this board.
7 runes here.
Yeah, still.
What do you think is the ideal
falling
play
star
that we
play,
can
man, just
coming
setting
from
back
Malik
so
to come
far.
back into this game?
So 7 runes is kind of the sad number for Volibear, unfortunately. You know, at 9 you have Dazzling Aurora, at 8 you have Dead Bloom Predator to kind of jump in and fight you back into the game. 7, I honestly no amazing plays jump to mind, and
I'm really surprised they went for the Falling Star. I'm not going to lie, guys. The Falling Star play seems so bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they weren't happy to go for it. I'm sure it's not a play they wanted to make. But I'm really surprised they even decided to ever consider it. Now, Anivia feels bad here because it's costing 2 power, but you do get the volley effect to ramp a little bit more, which makes it better. What do you guys not think this Falling Star play was giga questionable? I'm really surprised by it. I'm really, really, really surprised by it.
Bala Bears, like you said, getting to get that 8 might unit onto the board without paying the power cost from Dazzling, but the triggered ability.
Because okay, you go for the Falling Star, but you could have killed one of the guys anywhere with the Ballista, and you're spending 2 power to kill one thing. I mean, I get it, but also the Falling Star would be so much better around now, right? It's still there's so many downsides about doing the Falling Star there. It's you could have killed one with the Ballista, or at least they didn't even try to kill one with the Ballista. That's kind of what's surprising as well. They didn't even try and kill one thing with the Ballista. They just slammed the Falling Star. They lose 2 power, which is so significant at that stage in the game. It was so early. That's 2 energy every single turn. And especially when you're playing a Aurora deck, right? You want to build to that. But also you lose the ability to use the Falling Star later on to deal with the Vi or clean up a Darius, right? Something like this. So they must have had an unbelievably bad hand to make such a play. My question is, how bad can your hand ever be that play was correct? And I guess that hand must have just really been that bad. I just feel surely it was a better copium line to slam no power cost and just hope to top deck Aurora and play it on curve and high roll. I just feel the Falling Star is feeling like a game-losing play every time, right? It's accepting that you're I don't know. It's a weird one. It's an extremely interesting decision, though. If we have player interviews, which we haven't had, that's maybe the only downside of the stream. We haven't had post-game interviews. I would love to ask Malix about the decision to play the Falling Star there, because it seems like such a huge decision point.
We didn't do something like that. We're keeping so many of our runes up, but at the same time, if you're not really going to get any interaction from Malik here, those if you don't create a chain in any capacity, obviously a showdown might occur if this Anivia moves up. There's no instance for us to be using any of the cards in our hand.
That is definitely true.
Because at this point in the game, these cards at the base you can't touch. Falling Star would actually be good now against a Vi, right? To be honest, but I think this game is kind of over. We'll see.
His hand?
Wow.
Which would line up super well against this Anivia right now. Huge tempo swing, but I also think Malix has a Sabotage.
Yeah, it's going to be about the reads here. I can only imagine before you make any sort of decisions. We saw this a lot with set decks yesterday. Being able to main board cards like Sabotage to get around very pesky answers in your opponent's hand, like the Rebuke, because Rebuke is something you don't want to see, because once I play the units for free off of something like Dazzling, I don't want to have to pay for their cost.
Definitely. And, it's a really tough decision here for Malix, because Sabotage getting, if it hits nothing important, you kind of just spent a power to really not do much, and, his development is already struggling, but at the same time, if he hits something like that Rebuke, it could really break up Dwali's plan and get him back into the game.
Catalyst of Aeons to give us 2 more runes here, getting us very close, but we're just going to end up using one of the runes that we have for playing a Sabotage, just like you said, and now we have full information. That third flash we do see here, and of course the Rebuke, but I mean, as we're kind of noting here, not a lot of cards to play with here for Dwali.
Definitely, and I love seeing this Rebuke in the main deck from Dwali. I feel like a lot of players kind of shy away from cards like that in the main deck and play mostly the lean and efficient cards, but Dwali really leaning into that sort of toolbox strategy we spoke about for Annie and being like, hey, I'm going to have that in the main deck because I could find it when I need it and just discard it when I don't. And a really important thing to note here is Sabotage does recycle the card. It doesn't put it in the trash, so now not even Annie Stubborn can get it back.
Absolutely. But important to know, also, I brought this up a little bit yesterday, but I want to kind of pick your brain from it. Once you know all the cards that your opponent has access to in their hand, obviously we know that there was a sneaky deckhand and the flash there. That was a prime opportunity, at least if I'm Malik. Oh, there's not a lot of that you're going to be doing next turn, at least not with units you already had to your disposal on the field.
Yeah, it's interesting because we see Malik hold this Anivia back here, and he could have gotten in there, he could have scored a point, gotten on the board, but I imagine he's thinking, well, if I put Anivia in, she's probably going to trade back, maybe even take down a Darius or a Vi with her, but then she'll be off the board. Dwali will still be able to score the points he needs to score this round, and I think Malix is going to look for more. Next turn is when he's going to make his power play and look to establish some really strong holds and attempt to just fully lock Dwali out of either holding or double conquering for that 9th point.
The Catalyst of Aeons from last turn actually makes a lot of sense now when we now play this Incinerate to get rid of the Pouty Poro that we brought up earlier this game, now with the runes to afford that deflect cost, but we can still set ourselves up to potentially slam down.
Ballista is just 2 damage. And I don't think you can target anything at base. I think it's battlefield only. Let me pull up Ballista. It's been a while.
Stay in the game. I believe it was Malix who did it. I can't remember for sure, but the Dead Bloom was hit, and we might see that same situation here again when these players are playing for their tournament lives.
Absolutely. If Dwali, at least with no other investment from the cards in his hand, of course we know that sneaky, or that...
Yeah, it's 2 to a unit specifically at a battlefield. But there, like early on in the game when they used the Falling Star, they didn't even like check to see if they could get something with the Ballista, which just seemed weird. I am very confused by this turn. I'm struggling to see the justification for not playing the using the Ballista first, maybe? It's very, very interesting. Because I also don't think it's wrong. I just think that this could have been a correct play, but like it's an insane line to take. It's an absolutely outrageous line to take, which doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that it's fascinating to see, because I think this player is clearly exceptionally good. I believe they're like famous from another card game, or Flesh and Blood maybe I think they're very good at. I'm pretty sure they said on the stream yesterday that they're like a very well-known Flesh and Blood player.
From the Zon Warrens means that all of a sudden that level
Could be wrong,
of
though.
mystique that Malik
Some sort
X,
of card game.
Malik X knew almost everything that was in Dwali's hand, and now all of a sudden we know nothing.
Yeah, the speed at which the Annie deck churns through cards is very impressive, and you may think you know their hand, but their hand is going to change real quick. And Dwali really doing exactly what he needs to do, knowing I'm just going to score my points, I'm going to make sure I have enough oomph to get through on the following turn for the last points, and we're going to have to see if Malix can...
So like the Falling Star decision, right, it comes down to like the classic question in a card game, which is like, what plays are you making? You have to make plays which are like winning you the game. Clearly Malik was in a really bad spot, but they made the decision, or they made the evaluation that their best path to victory, because you have to play to win, right? You have to play to your outs. They like evaluated that Falling Star in that position is like, if they don't play it, they lose. So it's very interesting. I just feel like my gut feeling is like playing the Falling Star is like just accepting that you are not going to win this game, because you're just not going to have enough resources later on. Like, I just don't think they had the luxury to play the Falling Star there. Especially with the Ballista on the board, it seems so strange to me. I'm really like fascinated by the decision, but also like really struggling to see a world where this line was correct. I think, let's be clear, they were probably going to lose the game either way. But my gut feeling is in that position, as soon as you play the Falling Star, you're kind of accepting that you're losing. Whereas I feel like by holding on to the Falling Star a little bit longer, trying to like get to 9 and then just high roll your Aurora was maybe the line. And we did see them go for like a similar line where they high rolled they found the line they had to high roll the Aurora yesterday. So I don't know. It's such a weird play. It's very, very fascinating.
Heads up play by Malix here, using the Iron Ballista on the Darius before moving in with the Anivia. So now the Anivia's attack trigger will be enough to finish Darius off, and this closes out windows for a fight or flight, but what it doesn't close out a window for is the third flash, because flash is a reaction. And Dwali's been holding on to that for a while, and it's going to pay him off perfectly to get Darius back into the base.
Now the question here is that do you also target your Kaisa, bring it back, because if there's one thing that you can't...
Super sick casting, by the way, from the caster there, from the game dev. Like the casting quality has been absolutely tremendous. I'm really enjoying listening to it. A lot of the times I do these streams, I mean, historically, whether it was Gwen or whatever, I would, you know. But I'm learning so much from listening to the casters here. It's great. It's really, really impressive.
Context of the game, the texture, the decisions that Malix has made. Is the Dead Bloom Predator in the hand? If he susses out that it's a Dazzling Aurora flip, is that a chance he wants
to take? It's on RIFTBOUND Twitch channel and RIFTBOUND YouTube channel.
This is making me think he actually doesn't have the Ride the Wind in his hand. Because if he did, I think this would be a pretty easy decision because Vi would just clean it up either way. But he is going to retreat that Kai'Sa as well.
Well, we know he's been fishing for it. I mean, right, when the Sabotage was played, we had very full access. We did draw a bunch of cards and then discard, you know, draw, discard. We're looking for it, but if you're right, if we don't grab it off the top, then a double conquer play is not something that we're going to do. Looks like the decision is to pull back that Kai'Sa and not have any of the contested battlefields now.
Yeah, and I think this was just a great play by Dwali at the end of the day because I think he's saying the only thing I could lose to from this position is a Dead Bloom Predator that kind of snowballs the tempo against me, and he just doesn't want to put himself in that spot, so he's going to play it a little more conservatively, pull that Kai'Sa back. Fire off a Void Seeker on Anivia, I imagine just to see another card and keep...
This is a sign of a Giga Chad card game player that's very experienced, asking to see opponents discard. I mean, it's not as relevant when the deck lists are already open, but like, it's like... So they're not actually... Basically, like this line in Swiss, when it's closed deck lists, you do it when you know you're already losing to just like remind yourself of exactly what's in a deck, whereas here they're actually like just sort of seeing if they have any outs. They didn't ready their cards, but the Anivia and the Ballista are both ready. Ballista can't do much. Don't think there's like any out. Obviously, like Dazzling Aurora. Dazzling Aurora into like something or other would be your best bet, probably. Do they have Aurora? Even if they do, is there anything they could even find that would be good enough? Probably not, but... This guy draws you a couple of cards because you have 2 mighty cards. You draw 2.
To go alongside Anivia and hope the 2 of them can hold on against these big numbers that are going to be coming in from Annie next turn.
Channel our bonus room because it is a mighty unit. It's going to draw us 2 cards because it does include itself when it comes into the battlefield. Or in play, I should say. So drawing 2 here, are we fishing for anything in particular you think to stay in this game?
Yeah, so the one card that I think that could potentially help Malix fortify this
Sky
hold
Splitter.
is, I believe it's called Stormbringer. It's the spell that gets reduced by the greatest might among units you have. You still have to pay a power for it, but effectively from an energy point, it would be free. Deals 5 damage. It
No, he means
might
Sky
be able
Splitter.
to help
Stormbringer
to
is
catch.
Stormbringer is the volley signature spell. He's thinking Sky Splitter. GG.
Or try to get through so many cards is going to be game 1 going to the Dwali on Annie.
Yeah, great game. I think you really kind of just saw Annie put on a clinic there. Malix had some clunky early turns. Dwali did exactly what he needed to do to punish. But now the second game, Malix is going to be going first with an Obelisk of Power for an extra rune, and we'll see if he can get a more explosive start.
Speaking of explosive starts, though, the Dreaming Tree coming in for Annie.
I love the production. I love that the game ended and we just cut to next. You don't need it to be true live. This is a way better viewer experience. I approve.
That you're just going to get so much mileage. I saw more mileage for Annie on Dreaming Tree than Kai'Sa on Dreaming Tree by far yesterday.
Yeah, Dreaming Tree definitely one of the more powerful battlefields in the game, especially for decks that can fully take advantage of it, and Annie is one of those decks. You know, you've got your Ride the Winds, maybe your Cleaves, all the stuff like that, and we thought we saw
This
Annie
is
move
like
through a lot of
the
cards
line
last game.
for
I
volley
think
that
this
you want to
game
be
is gonna
doing,
take
just
it to the next level.
ramping.
But on the other side,
Ramping.
kicking things off early with the Catalyst of
The Poro is
Aeon
good, though,
and the
for
Obelisk of
Dwali as
Power,
well.
and really getting that amplification of channeling runes. We're already at 7 runes here for Malix, which means we'll be at 9. That's dazzling range immediately off the get-go.
Yeah, Catalyst of Aeon's pretty much...
I keep muting the wrong one. This is the situation where Annie, like this game 1 is so important because they probably have Arena's Greatest. And Arena's Greatest going first against Dazzling Aurora is just so good. So like this first game is the most important game for an Aurora deck, for sure. Like it's so important to be winning that game 1.
Already at the other game, and Experience Climb being the only reason why that game was delayed, even if for...
Do I think Annie is the strongest deck in the format? Probably, maybe. I mean, there's like Yi as well, I think is up there, or like any Aurora deck, right? Then you got like Dazzling Aurora, Kai'Sa, and Annie. You basically got like aggro, kind of controlling Kai'Sa, and like greediness, which is Aurora. So, I don't know. There's like good decks. I think Teemo's also very good. I've always felt like Teemo's a very good deck. Hasn't had any results really though yet, so we'll see. But I've always been a huge believer in Teemo, and I predicted Teemo to win this event, and Annie was my second pick.
It even fixes the weakness of what I would say of Dazzling Aurora decks is when you draw the units into your hand. It allows you to still play them, and it's as if all of them have a free accelerate to go with them as long as Magma Worm is still on the board.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what Dwali does this game when, you know, there's kind of a little more contention. Last game, we kind of got to see him score points for free, move out in his own time, and now he's going to have to play that back and forth of when do I want to pick my spots, when do I want to sacrifice these units to score.
Double hold here for up to 4 score on Dwali. We still have the Draven, of course, back at home. Can only imagine just the double retreat here, or double go back to base. And including with this Traveling Merchant, want to start cycling through more cards. That was the success that we had in Game 1. We want to still do it here, obviously, in Game 2.
Definitely. And I love the Draven Vanquisher here from Dwali. It can get big enough towards the end of the game that it can actually go toe-to-toe with some of Volibear's strongest units just by itself.
Yeah, Draven is an unorthodox inclusion, I got to say. I love Annie Nocturne. I still haven't seen anybody else do it, but I think Nocturne is so good in Annie. Like, gives you so much. Imagine a flipping Nocturne against a Volibear, right? It's like, okay, I have a guy. He's ganking. GG.
But it's kind of is just there as the insurance where it's like, maybe I did discard one of my key pieces early, but I can just get it back whenever I need it.
Darius Trifarian coming down here, and
I want Volibear to find a mid-range deck. I think like a thing that Volibear, that would help Volibear to be like less all in on this. Like, I mean, Aurora is obviously like one of the best cards in the format, and it's orange and it's a ramp deck. So Volley's always going to be Aurora for now. But one thing that would help Volibear a lot is a champion that's cheaper. The Chosen Champion is a big problem for Volibear decks compared with like Master Yi and Thingamajigger, because those decks have like a card which you can accelerate for 6 to 7 energy, which is actually very important because you can contest the early game. Whereas like this guy is like only good after your Aurora is already down, right?
Very nice because this helps even with more removal as it attacks, and that deflect 2 being very pesky to.
Whereas like if you imagine if you've got like a 4-cost Volibear, it's not like making your Dazzling Aurora worse, and you can just play it on curve where you just consistently have something that contests the board. It would be an unbelievably amazing thing for a Volibear deck to have like a 4 energy Volibear with 5 might, for example.
Wants to go to that 6 points, which we know that's what his deck wants to do.
Yeah, and Malik's really got to respect his patience here. I feel like a lot of players might think, oh my god, I'm behind on points. If they score again, it's going to be 6-0. I need to get this Magma Worm in there or this Volibear in there just to get on the board and try to contest. But I think he knows that the Annie deck has so many tools to just come over the top of a 1 big unit or 2 that he's just gonna buckle down and try to turtle up on a following turn where he has more agency over how the combats will go.
I think it's really important here that Dwali still has access to this Pouty Poro and this Traveling Merchant, because these are the only 2 units you feel like you have to put at risk at this moment, keeping things like the Darius and the Draven, the brotherly duo, for when you need to actually go through and break through all these units that we know Malik has to put on the battlefield's next turn.
Yeah, Barrett, I think on Dwali's next turn, we're going to see a clash of the Titans where, you know, the Noxus brothers are going to go fight the monsters of the Freljord and see who comes out on top.
That's my favorite as our players are going through motions and getting effects through as they are basically setting up for this giant battle, as you said. It's very Noxus versus Freljord is what it feels like specifically. I'm super excited going forward in Spirit Forge that someone can play Darius, the legend, and in 2v2 they can play it right next to their brother Draven coming out in Spirit Forge. So I'm excited to see stuff like that. But of course, what we have right now is how much might can Dwali posture and put up going into next turn, because there's a lot of units on the other side.
Yeah, I think a really important piece for him is going to be if he could find a Vi to put on the table, because Vi kind of, you know, represents the biggest number that you could have. And it doesn't look like there's one here now, but it's possible he could also be keeping it safe in his hand to play around something like a...
It's not looking bad for Annie, but
get the job done.
I like the decision a lot to leave both cards at base. I think it's a very important decision. Also, like against Volibear, you have to be very cautious of the signature spell, which is basically absolutely destroying one battlefield. But like, Dwali's got to 6, you can just chill at the base. There's no need to overcommit here.
It's going to be tough, but I've learned not to count this Volibear deck out. They can turn games around from 6-0, 7-0, and win in the end.
Anivia being moved up to contest the Obelisk of Power against the Pouty Poro. And yes, the Anivia ability that says when I attack, it'll deal 3 to all of the enemy units here does get around the deflect. So now it is up to Diwali if he wants to play a reaction speed spell or action, or it has to be a reaction because of the attack trigger. But we do have the flash, which is going to bring back the Poro and the Traveling Merchant. We'll get the move trigger as well, immediately conceding the other battlefield, though, with it.
Yeah, I think you could see from the board that either that Volibear or Magma Worm would just come in and chomp the Merchant anyway. So getting it out of there, getting some hand smoothing. And I will say, I think I just got a pretty good peek at Diwali's hand, and it looks diabolical. I think there's a Fighter Flight. I think there's a Rebuke. Just a ton of these really strong Chaos cards that just line up.
Diabolical in a good sense.
Monsters.
Love it.
It almost looks like...
Yeah, like Fight or Flight is just putting in so much work in this position. Again, it comes back to, like I said, like this game one for the Volibear is so important. Because not only are you going to have to beat, if you lose game one, you're going to have to beat Annie when they go first with Arena's Greatest. But also, your opponent can sideboard perfectly for you. Like these Dazzling Aurora decks just have a big target on their back in terms of the sideboard. Because they're very polarized decks, right? Like a lot of the time, if you lose that game one, you're going to be in a really, really tight spot. I'm just wondering if I don't think I know this guy, right? I'm starting to doubt that. I'm like, wait, is this someone else that... I don't think I know this guy. Because it just kind of looked like... I spent a lot of time in Austria, in Vienna, playing some Riftbound when I was visiting. I don't think it's... I don't think it's that guy, right? Because I watched him yesterday, I was like, no, I don't know this guy. But now he's got his hood up. I'm like, wait... It's kind of hard to work out from the camera shot, but I'm starting to think it might be someone I know that also plays Orcana. I don't think it's them, right? Is it them? It is? Bro? This is the guy from Rare Hunter Shop? Bro. How is it when I'm only recognizing him? That's crazy. Huh? This is guy from Rare Hunter Shop? He was there playing Magic. But if it's the guy I'm thinking of, didn't they top a Lorcana event recently? In Milwaukee. Or Bologna. I'm pretty sure they were on... I don't know, man. I don't know if I know this guy. I might be lost. But they play at Rare Hunter Shop either way. That's cool. That's really cool.
Only these tricks like Rebuke and Fighter Flight, those two would be currently enough to move the current 2 units off of the battlefield to go for a double conquer play with his 2 units on board. But we still have a couple of units.
Sabotage is such a banger card, man. I love this card.
Based
I
off
really,
of what
really
we
love it.
recycle here.
That's a great call, Barrett, and I think, you know, Malix does see that hand, sees there is a ride to win, and is like, okay, if a Vi comes, I'm just going to lose, but there is no Vi right now, so instead he's going to fight against what he knows, get rid of the Rebuke, and hopefully give him a fighting chance to hold on to one of these battlefields.
Not moving up our other 2 units. Instead, here comes the trigger on the Dazzling Aurora, a second Dead Bloom Predator coming into play to reinforce with those other ones. And it's nice because it's double deflect unit and an 8-might body across for all 3 of them with the Anivia.
Yeah, Malik's really staking his claim, saying, I don't think you could break this battlefield, and I'm going to keep these other 2 big units in the back because I think I'm going to get another turn and use them to fight for the other one.
Absolutely. I hope that is the case. Of course, there's a draw, and now a stacked deck that Diwali does have access to hopefully find what he's looking for to maybe break through. I also just wonder, obviously I can't see how many cards are in the trash right now, but even if something like a Vi were to come through, you finding it off the top with the stacked deck, do we even have enough cards in our trash to contest the amount of might that's going on at this battlefield?
Bro, it's so him. How did I only just realize? That's crazy. It turns out I know Malix. How did I only just realize who it is? This guy's a legend. He was on my stream a bunch playing Sapphire Steel, moaning about Genie, and he was playing Riftbound every night I was playing as well. And then he top 8'd, or maybe top 16'd, DLC Bologna. Let's go.
He goes back, and this might be a spot.
I'm still doubting myself, but I'm pretty sure.
To come in and rebuy that effect.
Yeah, that seems to be the play here. Andy Stubborn going to pick up, hopefully, that one.
I mean, it has to
as
be.
we will be able to afford it.
No, not this one. Okay.
And I think the math is lining up quite well.
I guess
for
I don't know
Wally,
this guy.
Because with Draven at a 9,
Maybe they're
Draven can
brothers.
just take down a Deadly Predator 1v1, and then Darius could potentially go to the Dreaming Tree to score the other point.
I'm talking about you?
And end the game.
Okay,
Yeah,
bro, but you guys look similar.
With the bonus.
Do you guys look similar?
And so
because I didn't think it was you,
that
but now the
being played
hood's
as
up.
well, Darius even gets an
I was
extra
like, yesterday I was like, yeah, I don't know
7,
this
and
guy.
it would ready if it
But now I'm like,
exhausted.
wait.
But yeah, the Draven being over the top, there has to be some sort of free trick, something you
Do you
mentioned
guys look-
Storm Surge in game 1. That'd be the only thing I can imagine.
Do
right
you guys
here
look the
to help
same?
solidify staying into this game.
Yeah, and I think Dwali's realizing that right now. He's deciding, hey, is there any opportunity
There-
for me to
there's
play
like
around
similarities
this?
here,
But
right?
It looks like he's kind of committed to this line, and we'll see if he goes for it. He could
This is
decide, hey,
embarrassing.
I need to cut my losses and be patient here. And this is, this is the spot where you really got to big think, because these games matter a ton. Whichever player loses this match will be out of the tournament. So this is not where you want to be hasty and just try to clinch what feels like a win.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be incredibly smart here. And with our 2 extra readied runes as well, if we did still have the ride the win, we could find a world where oh my goodness, with the extra cost, it does end up being free as well.
And there it is.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Malix needed to have a fighting chance still in this game. I believe it's Sky Splitter.
Yep. Sky Splitter is reduced based off of the highest might total you have, and we have all the might in the world. And this is now threatening to contest that. And you would
Okay,
get
clock management time, guys, right? If time is called, right, in game 2, yeah, how is it resolved in Top Cut? Because in Swiss, you wouldn't go to game 3, right? But in Top Cut, you can't have a draw, so I guess you would have to go to game 3 still. How would it work? How does time work going to game 3? GG. Great effort from Volleyball. That's a round of applause right there. That's a round of applause.
A legend, which, that's a great consolation prize, so I'm sure he's really happy with his performance. And anytime I saw him on camera, he was playing great.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there's representation for all the volleyball players across the world here at our Houston, Texas regional qualifier. And he's going to go home with that medal one, so I hope to see him sporting that medal volleyball in the future even, because obviously that legend is not going anywhere. It's going to be incredibly powerful in the future as well. But we have another match, of course, that we're able to dive into, and we even gave a sneak preview for our viewers earlier. But yes, we do have our next match that we're going to be diving into for Top 64. But congratulations to Dwali making it to Top 32. He's going home with a little bit of extra cash in his pocket.
Definitely.
So here we go. Game 2, or match 2, I should say, for Top 64 is that we're going to end up having Master Yi versus Viktor, as we already have this idea. And Frank, you didn't have the pleasure of being here with me, but I had the pleasure of watching a similar matchup to this yesterday, and the Viktor at the end of the day was victorious and took down the match. What do you think about when you think of mind plus order versus calm plus body?
Yeah, I think that is a really interesting matchup, Barrett, because I feel like when you look at all these Master Yi decks, and there are a pretty good number of them, they're really tooling their decks to kind of fight on the board, fight stats on the board. You see a lot of disciplines, you see a lot of on guards, just the Master Yi legend that gives the extra +2, and it's a lot of my number is going to be bigger than yours, because what you don't see a lot of in the metagame is the order removal. And those are removal spells like maybe Call the Weak, Vengeance, Blast of Power, whatever this Viktor is bringing to the table. And they say, hey, I don't care how big your might is, I'm just going to kill your unit straight up. So it doesn't surprise me that a Viktor player who clearly knows what they're doing is making a deep run and sort of picking apart these Yi decks. Now, that's not to say Yi has no gameplay, because Defy, often a powerful option that can fight back against a lot of that hard removal.
Yeah, it still deals with the hidden blades that can get played normally or hidden, of course. And then you even have access to Defy the Call of Weeks, like you said. I think even like we saw aggressive like grand stratagem plays that allow your units to, in the normal sense, just win through combat, of course, and allows your little recruits to get a little bit closer to going through. So, we're going to have a quick piece of content for you all before we set up this next game, but we are still going to be anticipating to do that match for you all. So we're going to take it away here real quick. Hey Riftbounders, I'm Barrett Bryant, and today I have the privilege to be joined with George G, one of the most decorated players I currently know. George, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Hi Barrett. I went to China to play this game because I was so excited when it was about to release, and I wanted to play the first tournament. So I decided I learned to sign up for the Chinese tournaments, and I flew all the way to China to compete, where I played in 3 regionals, scoring a top 8, a top 64, and a first place in my 3rd one.
Wow, getting a win automatically in one of the first regional qualifiers for this game is quite the achievement. So again, if I'm going to take advice from anybody, I want to take it from you, George. So George, what are you playing this weekend then?
I decided to stick with Kaisa. Kaisa is the event that I won my first regional on, and I feel like none of the decks have a big edge over the others this weekend, and so I decided to go with my comfort pick, and I'm going to play Kaisa this weekend.
That makes a lot of sense to me. She's one of the best resource tempo-based kind of decks that we can see in this room. And so do you have any like specific, tactics or tips that you could give to anybody if this is their first event, if they're playing Kaisa or not? What do you think is good advice for a new player in a card game like here in Riftbound?
For a new player coming to this tournament, like something of this scale, I would say to come, have a good time, have fun with your friends, get good food afterwards, and just make sure to prioritize having a good time, have fun.
I think that's the best advice I could ever take as well. But George, we're going to go ahead and do a quick deck tech, if you don't mind, over your Kaisa list. So we're going to go over and take a look at that. Welcome back. We're now joined here with George G's Kaisa list that you're going to hopefully be running with tomorrow. Give or take a few changes that you might make the night before. But, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about here in Houston. Kaisa is the deck to beat. It's the deck that you believe is going to be the strongest here. And I want you to kind of give me a rundown on why you not necessarily chose specific cards, but why did you pick Kaisa, and how did these cards answer what you're looking for?
When I was learning Riftbound, Kaisa's style of cheap creatures and cheap removal, that suits my style from other games. And so it was natural. Before anyone was playing it, I was testing a deck before even all the cards were revealed. So I had some kind of emotional attachment to the deck before taking it to China and before it saw its success. Yeah, I just like the type of deck that plays low, non-committal characters to the board and is able to kind of trade them off and make value.
Yeah. I think Watchful Sentry is like a prime example of that, right? And then Ravenbloom Student, you being able to exchange, a full swing and might tempo from playing the spells that you're already going to be using because of your legend ability, it makes a lot of sense, and I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, many of the characters in the deck replace themselves, such as Watchful Sentry, Lecturing Yordle, and the leader, if it's able to conquer, also replaces itself. The deck has some spell switch cycle as well in Stupefy. Retreat, again, recycles your powerful creatures or your creatures which draw a card, creating economy. But the deck also has some sneaky late game tricks.
Speaking of those late game tricks, because I think this is a different kind of conversation we'll maybe go down afterwards, but the late game trips, when you look at like Acathian Rain plus Time Warp, obviously Thousand Tail Watcher is the big one that a lot of people are looking at. When it comes to the mulligan in the beginning of the game, how do you take advantage of such a great curve, that we'll call it, that Kaisa has? What are you looking for in that very important moment at the beginning of the game?
I'm always looking to match my starting hand to whether I'm playing first or second, first and foremost, and then primarily I'm looking for stuff that synergizes with the battlefields that I'm playing on that particular game. So in this deck here we have Targon Speak. This means you probably want a spell to take advantage of the free mana. Or if your opponent has the Grove, where he draws a card if he holds it, you may need cards to break in there on your second turn.
That makes a lot of sense. Of course, one of those best cards, Falling Star here. I see a pretty even 6-6 split on the runes here. I know a lot of people don't really vary from that, but the power costing, I think, is important to pay attention to because Kaisa can only compensate for the spells.
Yeah.
I see 3 Darius, 3 Watcher. It makes sense. Can you talk to me? You talk about the low costing units. Can you talk to me a little bit about Legion Rearguard here? I think this unit is fantastic, but not everyone's playing it.
So there's a debate between the Legion Rearguard and the Paudiporo. The Paudiporo is kind of more of a grindy economy, make your opponent pay their mana type of card with its deflect cost. And the Legion Rearguard is great in the late game for making double accelerate turns to score directly from 6 to 8 with no board state, which is that's a cool trick as well in the late game. I did want to point something out about Kaisa's mana curve. Most of you can see the costs are pretty even, and it's important in Riftbound when you look at your costs in your deck to think about which ones are the late game costs and which ones are the early game costs. Because if you're paying blue when you're at 10, say for example, if you play this expensive 4 blue card, and you're already at 10 mana, which it costs, all the cards remaining in your rune deck are going to be blue, essentially.
Yeah.
And so the late game ones are less important than the early game ones when building your rune structure.
Yeah, it makes the decision on why I've seen a lot of Kai'Sa lists drop down in the smoke screens because of exactly what you're saying. If I use them too early for smoke screen, when I really need them necessarily to play a time warp that I drew, you might not have them, and they're not going to come until later.
Sure, and Kai'Sa's costs are loaded in the blue in the late game with the Watcher and the Time Warp.
Absolutely. Separate side question as we kind of look at a few of these sideboard pieces. Most Kai'Sa lists that I've been paying attention through, and you can even vouch in China when you were playing, everyone started playing 3 copies of Void Seeker main board. And now, as I'm seeing here, not playing any mained, and instead just opting in the sideboard. Is there something specifically about Void Seeker that it's just harder to execute in the earlier turns, or is it just that Falling Stars is much better to see?
I think this developed, it's a more of a high level analysis situation, but this became Kai'Sa's first battleground, the Dreaming Tree. This card draws a lot of cards throughout the game, and so the draw card text is not as powerful on Void Seeker. And there's another situation that occurs when your opponent has a lot of creatures. The strategy of just going very wide with many small guys is a lot more viable for them because they have so much access to extra cards. So they'll be playing unit, and sometimes if you hold up 3 mana for Void Seeker, they won't initiate a showdown.
Yeah.
And so their unit lead will become very wide on you, and you'll be stuck with your 3 mana, and you're left holding it, and you're wondering, do I hold up 3 again? Or not, because then they may only offer you the ones that replace themselves to shoot as well, that are cheaper than Void Seeker. And so now you've wasted 3 mana one time, and then perhaps 3 mana again the next turn, just shooting a Watchful Sentry. And you begin to realize maybe this card is not so good in game 1. But in the games where you have less cards, I like Void Seeker, and I think that's why it's so common in the side deck right now.
I love that. I think that's a perfect answer, and I've learned a lot just in that exchange because, as I see, you're right, Dreaming Tree plus Retreat, I think, is one of the greatest plays you can think when it comes to hand advantage and generating those cards. When it comes to the tournament itself, George, big picture.
Okay.
What do you think the scariest thing that you're going to see tomorrow, even though you're playing the best deck in the room, right? You know, what are you afraid to go against? What's going to be your hardest matchup?
I don't want to hit Aurora or Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally, maybe it might seem good to say, but I love the matchups where you have a lot of skill expression and you have a lot of influence on the outcome. And so I'm afraid of Annie and Aurora.
My favorite games to watch actually are Kai'Sa versus non-Aurora Yi decks. I think those decision
games are great sometimes.
And the back and forth of Defies and Unyielding Spirits versus what you're doing here, I love it absolutely. But I see the respect, right? You know, Dazzling Aurora decks, you can kill basically any large unit here with the unchecked power in the sideboard. Thermo Beam, of course, can kill off every gear on the board. It makes a lot of sense. So you talked about how you picked Dreaming Tree as your first battlefield for game 1, that advantage that we just talked about. But I do kind of want you to talk about these other ones, right? So we have Vilemaw's Lair here and Targon's Peak. So why specifically are you using these ones then?
So typically in Riftbound, my strategy so far has been to pick a battleground for the random game where I don't know if I'm going first or second, then to pick a battleground for going first. That's my Targon's Peak, because it provides an advantage to the first player to get into the battlefield or conquer it, right? So that allows me to use my spells on my opponent's turn. Of course, I'll have side decked in my Void Seekers, and I'll have extra energy available to cast them with Targon's Peak. The Vilemaw's Lair specifically, I'm swapping this one to my game 1 battleground against Annie. This is to stop the purple movement spells from saving Annie's creatures, such as Flash, Fight or Flight, and maybe some others. I can't think about it right now.
No, you're right. I also wonder too, right? It doesn't stop ganking, of course, so, you know, Misfortune doesn't really do much there. But I also wonder then if you maybe run into a Yasuo, that someone's going for the metallic cards, even though you probably have a pretty good matchup already, do you even consider Vilemaw's Lair for that game 1?
I think if it's a matchup I haven't seen before, I'll stick to my game plan.
Yeah.
But against Annie, I'm going to go with this one game 1.
Love it. That sounds great to me. George, final thoughts on why you feel so confident playing Kai'Sa specifically as a deck in the room?
Why I'm confident in Kai'Sa? It's because I have a lot of practice on it. I don't have a big preference for any deck this weekend. I think whatever you guys chose is a good choice. But for me, one more ride with Kai'Sa.
Absolutely. And I hope it's a great ride, George. Good luck tomorrow.
I'm surprised he's playing Targon's Peak as a designated go first. Targon's Peak seems good to me going second because your opponent, maybe not, because your opponent, if they have a hold one, I don't know, it's interesting. I don't think that going first. It's very interesting. That guy's obviously very good. He won China regional champs. He's obviously cracked.
Our tournament is pile driving through. We are going to go ahead and be going into our top 32 matchup as the tournament has progressed, and we had the pleasure here of just watching that. I got to talk with George, not just even so much on screen there, but out screen, and talk about his traveling to China and participating in the regional qualifier and winning that one. now coming back here to America, you know, coming and playing in this one, and it's so insightful when you talk to literally one of the only few decorated players now in our game. He had so many insights. I learned so much, and we're even going to be able to watch his gameplay now in this top 32 round.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see George in action here.
Right.
You know, for those
George is up,
Casemiro.
This is going to be a banger.
Kind of leading
this is
players
be a high skill
right
game
now.
right now.
Super awesome to see him go all the way to China to.
I did see that there's no top highest seed in this tournament. The highest seed in this in the top cut doesn't go first, and it's a die roll. Huh? That's horrible. I hate that so much. I don't like that at all. You should be rewarded for having a better record. So here, like, Talon should, in my opinion, according to the rules, as I would like them written, in the top cut, you're the highest seed. You should get to choose if you go first or second. But it's not the case. It's a die roll. I think that's giga cringe. So George is going first, even though this guy had a better record than him yesterday. How's that fair? That's ridiculous. I don't like that.
To top 32.
Yeah, and we're really going to put George to the test here. It's a Kaisa mirror match. He's going to get to show off the expertise he has. But, you know, two players at the table, and Kaisa's take some really unique approaches to the mirror match, and each player tends to have their tech.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, his opponent, Talion here, playing Void Gate as our choice. We talked about game one, the Dreaming Tree. Now, of course, I am interested to see what changes George might have made when I did do that kind of deck tech with him, and we're excited to see that inside of the match itself. But I assume Talion, every Kaisa list looks a little bit different.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
There's a few
That's
extra
actually a
cards
very
you can play,
interesting
certain
point.
choices in the sideboard, of
it's
course.
Kind of cringe,
you know,
though.
I talked about with George, maining Void Seeker in the beginning of the legacy of the Kaisa decks. Now, maybe not so much.
No Lux made top 64. I don't think we saw any Lux on stream either, which is kind of sad. But I don't think we know, like, they haven't released officially any intel on, like, the performances outside the top 64. We only saw the top 64 finishes from Riot themselves. So you might be able to, like, scour the internet and find, like, a Lux player, the highest finishing Lux player, right?
One of the benefits of playing that battlefield, and then because we played a card,
I'm not sure. Seeded die rolls to me just makes sense, but I think you do make a very good point that that could impact with battlefield selection, right? But feels bad. I saw someone like moan that they were high seed in the Casemiro, but they lost die roll and then they lost. It's like, that feels bad.
or no, Tubai.
The other problem with not having higher seeding for Top Cut is it incentivizes people to just ID into Top Cut. There's literally no reason to play deeper. Whereas like in Lorcana, I think it's interesting that you could take an ID to guarantee Top Cut, or you could be bold and decline ID to try and get higher seed. But yeah, I don't know. Weird one. Feels really bad that you're higher seed and you are going second, I've got to say.
End up using any power on our own turn. Absolutely. Now, that means we just got the draw from the Stupefy, not from the Dreaming Tree, and then trading, but we still get the draw for Watchos Fentry, trading with the Pouty Poro.
Maybe like a way around that would be that you have to, I don't know. I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, also keeping up still on the points here himself, going for the second one with this Noxus Hope.
Bro, Garen can't be that bad because you can play Dazzling Aurora. It can't be that bad.
Powerful unit to have that's going to contest this Noxus Hopeful.
Yeah, and again, just want to reinforce, the players are playing with open deck lists at this point. So both of these players know what the other Kaisa player has brought to the...
Sure, but like also, maybe it's... I don't think a die roll can ever be better because a die roll is just adding luck to the equation, and the seeding is like obviously still, you could argue there's luck along the line because you had to win die rolls to get there. But like high seeding has been earned, and I think that, yeah. But I think Inference's point is probably accurate, that they didn't want to have someone knowing that they're going first when they select their first battlefield, because that kind of changes the dynamic of the game quite significantly. So I actually think that's a very, very good point from Inference. And I imagine that's the reason they are not doing it, but it feels really bad because, yeah, I think you should be rewarded for a high seeding, and with this current thing, you're not rewarded for a high seeding. Apart from like, if you get knocked out of top 64, you will finish slightly higher up within the top 64 because of your higher seed, right?
George is going to try to meet with a Hextech Ray.
Yeah, Hextech Ray is going to deal that 3 to
Yeah,
the
and
Darius,
he's
which is gonna
definitely
help
in
those Noxus hopeful
competition,
once again
for sure.
trade with
And
another
he's
unit
popping
of
off.
Talion and deny that Conquer. But a spell of our own potentially coming in here. It's the Void Seeker, going to deal 4 and then draw a card, which then means that at another reaction timing, we're going to play a retreat
I
on the
finally
Noxus
ate
hopeful,
some food for the
which
first
will
time
be
today, and I'm
targeting
just
our own unit to
munching
draw
on
off
some
of the Dreaming Tree
unbelievably
and
nice
save that
cheese.
unit back into our hand. Great exchange there.
Yeah, that's what I love about these Kai'Sa mirrors. They're just real spell slingers. You see a lot of actions in these showdowns. Dreaming Tree also coming in there to kick in an extra card for the retreat. And George saying, like, okay, I'll give you the board for now, but I'm going to build up a really, really large army of resources in my hand.
I think that's the best part, too, right? It feels like George still is on the up foot, although losing that exchange.
All 3 Teemo
At
lost.
least when it comes to the battlefield itself and giving the point over, it.
One thing I didn't like about George's list was that he's playing a Kai'Sa in his main deck. It's interesting. Very interesting. I don't hate it, but I feel like I would just play 1, to be honest. I would just play the Chosen Champ. Not that I play Kai'Sa, but that would be my intuitive feeling of the best way to build the deck. Like, why do you need a second Kai'Sa? I feel like it's so niche. Like, how often is that actually going to be relevant? You always have Kai'Sa to play on curve, so the additional Kai'Sa that you play is just to play slightly in the later game. And it's like fine. I definitely prefer playing 2 Kai'Sa than 3 Kai'Sa, that's for sure. I think that there's like very, 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 very no argument for playing 3. 2 is fine though. It's a good card. You can't go too wrong. It's just the fact that like if you draw this in the early stages, it's just like it's not a brick, but it's so bad if you draw it in the early game. So it's like very much a short window of opportunity to actually draw that second Kai'Sa where it's actually good.
Find me, get some extra cards.
I feel like it can't be worth it, to be honest, but yeah. That's just a hot take.
Wherever these reflexive triggers go, it will be interesting to shoot double on the Darius. Makes sense when you get the big one off of the board.
Bear in mind, I don't really know what I'm talking about. It's just my intuition. Feels pretty good into Annie. Does it though? It's like, when are you going to draw it that it actually feels good? Because you already have the Kai'Sa champion available, right? Like a reason that you would want to play 3 in another deck is because you want to draw it on curve, for example. But like, in this deck, you always draw it on curve because it's always there. It's like fine. You can't go wrong. It's never going to be bad. But yeah, I definitely prefer 2 to 3, that's for sure. I think 2 is very, very reasonable. 3 would be incorrect, I think. I think it's just not, it can't be correct to play 3.
Rune breakpoints for these decks, for these powerful cards. We know a Thousand Tail Watcher exists in these lists.
Because specifically, you like a reason to play 3 in another deck would be because you want to draw it on curve at the right moment, early in the game. Whereas like in this deck, you always have it early in the game, right? So it's like you wouldn't like don't play 3 because like a reason to play 3 over 2 is to draw it more often, and in this game you always draw it, right? So I think 3 doesn't make sense. So 2 does. You either play 2 or 1.
That great of a play with the 2 extra units in the back foot.
Yeah, so I think Talion, he's just got to do what he can to make sure he's keeping pace with those points. If he lets George get too far ahead, the Kai'Sa deck is way better at offense than defense, and there eventually will come a point where he just can't keep George off the conquers.
I just ate so much cheese.
And we are going to see the Thousand Tail come down here to give Kai'Sa a shrink and to try to use the students to take it down.
Yeah, but with the Hextech Ray here, means that, again, George is going to be able to trade with this Raven Bloom student.
Actually.
Or no, it's actually going to deal the 3 over the top unless there is some more spell tricks to help buff up this Raven Bloom. It's going to die before it even touches this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Talion taking a look at George's trash. I think he's saying, man, that's a lot of Hextech Rays.
I feel it though.
Couldn't have played around it. And the Raven Bloom is
metric
going to go to the trash itself.
Sluggish.
Having a Hextech Ray of our own, though, to contest that, to just stop and get it out of the way. And it makes sense, right? The timing on that card is a little bit harder to pull off when it goes through. One has to completely resolve before we get to the next action, right?
Yeah, getting Kai'Sa off the board, I'm sure Talion's super happy about that. But the really important thing to note is that he is struggling to score points right now. And this is exactly what we were talking about and gives George a really good opportunity to get ahead on points.
Passing back to George. All of those runes to his availability, and now instead a Thousand-Tailed Watcher of his own, which I can imagine, again, just to hopefully contest that 7 might body that's on the other side of the table.
Yeah, you don't see this as much, the Thousand Tail without Accelerate, but George just being like, hey, I just want stats on the board. But what you do see very often is combining it with a Falling Star to take down something you normally couldn't, and George quick to do that and clean up the last unit that Talion had available at the time.
Excellent play here, getting around that 7 might body with the double use of the Thousand Tail Watcher as well as the Falling Star, and for a double conquer going to 5 with nothing left on the board for Talion and only the 3 cards in hand plus the one we're going to draw.
Yeah, George really just showing off why he's established that reputation as
RIFTBOUND OP on
Kaisa
Twitter
and
is
just
posting
putting
a lot of
on
stuff.
a real great show for us.
Do you know it's all Chinese? Yeah,
I love
bro
high-level
played in.
gameplay,
Oh, okay,
Frank.
all the
I
cards,
think
yeah.
the fact the further and further
Probably
we go
because it's
into it, I'm
cheaper. I
actually
mean,
gonna be a little
George obviously was
disappointed 'cause I
playing
won't
in
be here at
China,
the later points of this desk.
and probably
And
it's cheaper to play.
once we
so
get
like,
to, you know,
we
that
do.
top
We've
eight,
seen
that
quite a lot
top
of
four,
Chinese
that
decks actually
finals
on stream.
match, it's not only the highest stakes that you can think of, but it is going to be
Mid-sized?
the best players in the room this weekend.
Yeah,
Probably.
this is really a dream for players like this, where Kaisa is just such a gamer's deck. There's so many decisions, so many interaction points, and you know sometimes people will shy away from a mirror, but a mirror
think
like
this
where you just
one is
get to really
considered
make
a
all these choices and
mid-sized
impact
event,
the
to be
outcome
honest.
so strongly. I know a lot of players have been loving it, and you know it's going to be just interesting to see how Talion and George can do.
Kaisa Survivor coming in for Talion from the champion unit zone. We did accelerate it and then easily fought off against that Pouty Poro. Finally getting
Going
a
first
point
in the mirror,
onto the board
I feel like has
again
to be
for
such a
Talion.
big advantage.
And now
man.
a Falling Star is coming in as well to remove that Noxus Hopeful because it has that awkward 4 might. You know, that's one of those breakpoints, the 4 and 7 might really being difficult for yourself as a Kaisa deck to deal with.
Yeah, I'm sure not Talion's favorite way to use a Falling Star, but heads-up play to just be like, hey, I need to stem this point flow that's coming from George. If I don't fight back here, I'm just going to fall too far behind.
George being very good also, if you watch him play on point mapping, of course, as you can very much see the kind of lead that he's built himself here. I don't think he's worried at all about how to get to 7. It's that what resources do we use right now to get to 7 to then solidify and lock in that 8th one.
Yeah, he is reaching that critical point where he can threaten to double conquer at any time, looking at his hand and trying to figure out the best way to do it.
I've just had a look, and there's nothing that RIFTBOUND have released about the.
Even in this game,
RIFTBOUND haven't announced anything about like top 32 who got knocked out. But I imagine they might get a graphic ready for us, but it's going to take a while to get that ready anyway, you know.
Coming in here for George, and all he has to do is play another card. I don't know, like a cleave on our Watchful Sentry onto the other battlefield, draws us a new one, goes to 6, and then that Darius would ready up.
You know, guys, what I want to do? I want to order a Dunner salad box. Oh my God. That would be unbelievable right now.
George, he has to decide, do I just want to go in with 1, go up to 6, set up the double conquer next turn, or do I want to go in with both, go to 7, and threaten a hold, which will just win me the game on the spot? And the way he's playing it out, it looks like he might be trying to establish that hold.
Yeah, we're going to get a retreat, though, through from Talion. Going to save the Kaisa. Little unfortunate because we're not on that Dreaming Tree, so it's really just going to save the unit and not get a bonus draw. But a Watchful Sentry follow-up here. Takes the point, goes to 6, and like you said, posturing for that double conquer later.
Yep, George decides, hey, you know, 1 battlefield is enough for me right now. I don't need to try to hold. He probably feels that exposes him to too many things that could kind of take him out of the driver's seat, and he's just going to be like, I'm going to go for the double conquer because that's what Kaisa does best.
10 runes for Talion.
Yeah, normally, you know, some decks play Time Warp, and you're like, ooh, this is my Time Warp turn, but not looking great on this board if Talion has access to it.
Yeah, you really need units. It's about, you know, like getting the 2 turns of holds or something like that when you have that incremental advantage. Of course, then it just feels like you were going to win anyway because of how much of an advantage you have. But even the units in your battlefield means you can play them or have them ready to go. Play things like the Time Warp to guarantee yourself another turn. Use those resources and then have another turn to back them up. But not going to be the play here as the Kaisa that we just saved, the Survivor, going to be coming back and accelerated once again. Hopefully to draw us another card at one of these battlefields that we conquer with it.
So now Talion has to go in the tank, see if he could come up with anything to hold off this double conquer next turn. There's already a Thousand Tail Watcher and a Watchful Sentry down. And the cool thing about Darius is he can kind of do a pseudo-ganking impression, hold the 1 battlefield, move back to the base, ready up, and just launch an all-out assault with all of George's units on the Dreaming Tree.
So just to talk more about the Kaisa, second Kaisa in the deck, because I think like the deck building side of thing, I have a lot more thoughts to offer than the Kaisa mirror gameplay. Like, how often when you draw the second Kaisa is it going to be good, compared with how often when you draw the second Kaisa is it going to be bad or mid? I think it's going to be like extremely rare that it's good. Like the window of opportunity, the right moment to draw this card is so small because you don't want it in the first few turns, right? You probably don't want it until like turn 7 or turn 8. Maybe like turn 5 onwards. So like if you get like, okay, you draw it for like turn 5 or afterwards, you're glad to draw it. But if you draw it like any time before that, you don't want it. I feel like it's got to be bad more often than it's good.
and we might be seeing that right here.
Yeah, there it is. Targeting that Darius. Going to draw another card as well for Talion. Helps out those resources. With only 1 energy, it looks like we're going to have to let it go. Yeah, the Void Gate coming in clutch here, at least for that specific situation. So that helps out.
Giving Talion another card and another option, but his runes are running low.
2 left. Still a Watcher. Still another Watchful. There's 2 Watchers on the other side. Watch for 1,000 Dare Watcher and a Watchful Sentry as we just passed. Keeping the 2 up. Going to have to do our best to stave off the double conquer here.
Yeah, and this is a spot where, as Talion, even if you don't have it, even if you don't have a way to stop it, you got to make the opponent do it. You got to put George to the test, because maybe he'll shy off, and maybe he won't go for the double conquer, and that would buy Talion another turn.
Kathian Reign seems to be the show here, as we are going to pay fully for this, which is going to completely remove this Kai'Sa plus more.
Yeah, George is saying, hey, you know, I'm not taking any chances. This is for the win. I'm just going to blast Kai'Sa Survivor with her own ability into oblivion.
Send them all the way. Moves in with the 1,000-tailed, and it looks like that's going to be game 1 going to George, representing the Kai'Sa here.
George doing what he does best with that Kai'Sa deck. Talion putting up a pretty good fight, and I believe George was going first that game, which from what I understand, is a strong advantage in the Kai'Sa matchup. So now Talion is going to get his chance to crack back.
Yeah, battlefield choices here. Vile Ma's Lair, which we saw George talk about and showcase yesterday. So great to see it here and when he's going second. Not necessarily a ton of
I got some
movement
salad in the
tricks
fridge,
going
which
on
I should
the
stop
Kai'Sa
munching on
deck,
cheese. I just
but
go
that thing we talked about
get
with
this
Darius
food. I'll be
isn't
back.
really possible when you're not
Put
allowed
some
to come
tuna in
back
it and
and
I'll
face
be
from
with
the
you.
Vile's Maw. Whereas Reaver's Row.
I imagine we
over
go
at
to game
Talion's
3
side.
here. I think Kai'Sa
Yeah, we
Mirrors
really
are
just
like,
have both sides of the spectrum here. We have Vile Ma's
cringe.
Lair, which says when you
I don't
come here, you can never leave, and Reaver's
out of
Row
all the
says
matchups,
when
this
you
is the
come here, you can leave whenever
one
the
I'm
hell
least
you want.
interested in, like actually.
Early turns, pretty
Watching.
simple usually for these decks. Love even, Lecturing Yordle, one of my favorite cards actually, just because of, I love the tank trade. I think it's really good at making the math difficult for your opponent. And of course, it just draws you a card on entry, of course.
Definitely, and you know, Talion getting Kai'Sa Survivor on the table, always a strong turn 2 play.
So game 1, we saw a pretty big discrepancy on George taking full control of the game and being able to always have a point lead and always feel like Talion is always playing catch up. How does Talion then now put on his own helmet and be the person in the driver's seat?
Yeah, so I think Talion just, going first, he's going to look to do everything he can to get stats on the board, maybe pick up big tempo plays with Noxus Hopeful, and just kind of do exactly what George did and score as many points as he can, as fast as he can, while then using the cheap spells to fight back and pick off George's units. And right now, we're going to start at an even 1-1, but see what George has to follow up with.
Yeah, Falling Stars coming in again for the early removal of the Kai'Sa Survivor that we spent our entire turn as Talion playing that time. And that's even, I think, why Talion chose to go into the Reaver's Row, because we were like, well, if I'm completely tapped out, I don't have a trick to make this Watchful Sentry work against a trade. Why not just save it for later? But now being answered by a Falling Star, I mean, that's what you spent your whole turn on.
Yeah, definitely. And that will cost George a rune, but I think he's willing, going second, you do get that extra rune, and he's willing to sacrifice that to get Kai'Sa Survivor off the board before she can start drawing some extra cards. Now, an interesting dynamic we might see here is if this Watchful Sentry, so it's going to go to Vile Ma's Lair, but if it came to fight at Reaver's Row, there will be that moment of, you can retreat, you're currently winning, but if you stay, then you can no longer retreat, and I get to play my tricks. And I love that point of tension, and I hope we get to see it this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw George be kind of like the master of those tricks, even though, we saw them both slinging spells, of course, but I felt like every time George was either defending a battlefield or attacking into a battlefield, he was being up on the trade, except for maybe one scenario. And we're already kind of seeing that as well, of just like, it feels like Talion is like almost avoiding him a little bit based off of the cards that are just in his hand. It kind of shows a lot on the posturing.
Definitely, and this would be a great spot for something like a Noxus Hopeful from Talion, but it looks like he's just going to get a Lecturing Yordle of his own down and then send it George's way.
These boards look very similar.
They do look very similar. Couple units, they all draw cards one way or another. George looking at a nice hand of spells, and he's going to have to decide what he wants to do here.
What do you think? I guess this isn't necessarily like a big competitive picture, but when I'm looking at to build a deck in a game like Riftbound, unit-based, but having a legend like Kai'Sa that really benefits from having these spells, especially with power costs, ratios, I think, is something I really value a lot. I'm a math major, by the way. So when I think about it, it's like when you see a hand that's filled with so many spells, is that bad? Is that not necessarily something you're looking for. Let's say they're even spells that don't necessarily replace themselves, like the Stupefies that exist in the world, right? Or the Void Seekers. When you don't have as many units per se as like a set deck or a Darius deck that is, you know, very unit heavy, when is it sometimes that it can be a detriment that you have a bunch of spells instead of creating a board presence?
Yeah, so I think the sweet spot that the Kaisa decks try to hit is just having a healthy amount of spells that do have that single power cost. That way you can maximize and try to use your legend, you know, every turn, every other turn, and make sure you're getting good value out of it while still building up your rune total to hit the bigger spells like Time Worth and Acathian Rain.
Draws ourselves a new unit as we just traded our Watchful Sentries away with each other. No point to be gained, obviously, for George. Now just playing a Watchful Sentry and now passing, holding up those 4 runes, which I can only imagine are for all of these spells that we have.
Yeah, it does look like both players might have one of those kind of more spell-heavy draws as the units aren't hitting the table nearly as quick as last game. But Talion has used his Kaisa Survivor, while George choosing to keep his a little safer in the champion zone to deploy down the line.
Very great point. I mean, George, I think, played his on a very opportune time. Didn't even pay the Accelerate Pagos that we saw in Game 1. Neither did Talion, but spent up the whole turn, whereas George can basically wait now and delay it when you can play Kaisa plus more things to be progressive on the board.
Yeah, there is always that risk. And, ooh, here we see a pretty interesting exchange because, you know, Talion's going to get to draw a card. The Lecturing Yordle's going to go back to the hand. That's going to be a
Hi,
rune
guys.
for...
Guys, I've been thinking, I just ate this cheese, and I am so done. All it took was one bit of cheese, and I'm like, you hear that? I'm about to crash and burn, mate. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to call it there. I apologize for that. Obviously, you check out the main stream. I'll get you linked. I think watch on YouTube, by the way, but is better. Less ads than Twitch. But moreover, the encoding settings on their Twitch means that the quality is a bit better on YouTube. Because they're not a Twitch partner yet. They don't have like access to the partner encoding. But yeah, I'm going to call it there because I am going to just come, like, just watch and chill in the background. I want to go for a walk. My head hurts a bit. And I'm going to basically watch in the background. But yeah, I've been watching for 5.5 hours already because I started early. And I'm kind of flagging. I'm supposed to be putting shifts in, but I'm just chilling with at my girlfriend's place, so I'm just going to hang with her and put some Riftbound on in the background and go for a walk for the meantime. So, apologies to end it early. Maybe we do a watch tomorrow to recap. We could do a stream tomorrow to recap. It's quite possible. So thanks, guys. Sorry to call it early. I host Riftbound stream on Twitch. YouTube I can't host, but please go check it out. Where's the / on German keyboard, please? Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Alt cross and shift. Oh, just shift. Okay, got it.
Got it?
Yeah. I think it's called Riftbound. Chat says hi.
Hi.
I think it's just / Riftbound, right? Probably. Yeah. Alright, guys. Thank you. I'm sleepy. All it took was one little bit of cheese. And I'm absolutely conked out. Oh my goodness. I also didn't sleep much last night, did I?
No.
No, I had the cat waking me up about 17 times. A very noisy cat. Hee. But I'm going to go for a walk to get some doner with salad. No bread. Bye, guys.